I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. Don't just... I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth. And that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk's over. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god! यहाँ पर क्लोज से शॉट की बची है ग्रेट हाइट लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा
You can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day number 6. My name is Shadow. I'm going to be your host, and alongside me, joining me is going to be Neeraj. But before getting the show started, a huge thank you to our sponsors, Snapdragon Pro Series, presenting partner Samsung, providing us with the Samsung devices, top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. Unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy devices. Level up your game and play like the pros with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series. And Neeraj, since it's the last day of week number 2, yesterday few of the teams unexpectedly performed really good, but few disappointments were also there.
Exactly. I mean, disappointments were definitely there. OG is actually one of those. FS Esports 2 being one of those. Yesterday, the day was quite weird, let's be honest. Team Zero, none of us expected to perform. They were the one getting 41 points in just one single day. And then we also had Team Together Esports getting 53 points in that one single day. So that in itself was just a massive surprise for us. Yesterday was an astonishing day, and this is just a week 2. Trust me when I say this, today we're probably going to be seeing a lot more surprises.
And today is a very critical day as well, Neeraj, because it is the last day of week number 2, and at the same time we'll get a clarity that what is going to be the cutoff, which teams can stage a comeback in week number 3, because 50% of the journey is going to be over. So definitely the pressure is going to be mounting, not just on the bottom teams, but also on the middle pack teams.
Not just that. I mean, you also got to mention about the teams on the bottom. One more team that I would really like to speak about over here has to be Metal Esports. They've got a solid lineup. Every single player in that team, we've seen that player perform in the past, but I don't exactly know what's going on. We know now there's also a little bit of a lead building up in the first half of the board in the overall standing. So Metal Esports does not really have a lot of time. Today is the day where Metal Esports needs to establish a comeback. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the format in front of us. As we all know, we started things off with open qualifiers, from which only 8 teams were able to qualify inside of the challenge season, and 24 teams were invited in the challenge season itself. And from the challenge season inside of the challenge finals, only 16 teams can qualify. That's a massive cutoff, but hey, that just means that's a lot of entertainment.
lot of entertainment and lot of games also, because 2 weeks will be over by the end of today, so teams did have ample amount of games in their hands, so there was a chance of staging a comeback. Just like you mentioned, few teams staged a comeback yesterday, but you were speaking of about Medal Esports. In the lineup of Medal, I think it's only 2 players are performing really good, and that is going to be, I think, Paradox and Siam doing a majority of the heavy lifting. But along with that, let's have a look at the point system, because if you get on the first place, you get 15 points. If you end up on the second, you get 12 points. If you end up on third, you get 10 points. It keep on reducing, and if you end up somewhere between 13th to 16th position, you get nothing, nada.
Of course, and then you look at that one finish point. That means you will get 1 point per finish that you accumulate inside of the game. And OG is one of those teams that has got the most amount of elimination points so far, if I'm not wrong. But still, they're not doing that hot in the overall standings. That means Orangutan, they need to find a perfect balance between the elimination points and also the placement points, which is sort of like has been a big struggle for OG in general. And I'm pretty sure maybe in the future, OG can definitely find that. Because in my opinion, if a team's able to get elimination points but not able to get the placement points, all they need is a little bit more time to understand the game, and once they do, they'll probably start getting those placement points too. We've got the groups as well, considering there's a lot of teams playing inside of this competition. We've divided all those teams between groups, and each group consists of 8 teams.
In Group A, we have the plus of Global Esports. Day before yesterday, Global Esports performed really good by getting their first chicken dinner. So much more things are expected from their side. In fact, in their lineup also, I think it is only Ninja Boy who is performing really good. The other players also need to step up. Nothing to complain about Blind, because Blind has been consistent. Even Godlike, this seems to struggle yesterday. The performance was not there from their side. In Group B also, we have few disappointments like Medal Esports, you already said. Then we have few teams staging a good comeback, like the plus of Team Hydra. Yesterday they had a very good day, and Chemin, they have been a consistent one from the very start.
And not just that, one more point I'd like to bring up over here is that Revenue Esports yesterday, they only managed to get 3 points in 3 games. That means per game, they only got 1 point. Now, that's a massive drop-off from the side of Revenue Esports. You still remember in Week 1, Revenue Esports was dominating. Week 2 at the start, yeah, somewhere down the line, it felt like Revenue Esports was starting to dominate as well, but now they've faltered down. And I think so a big hand of that falter has to be yesterday's performance in the overall standings. And all the other teams, they're starting to make a massive climb in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure even Team Zero today, they're going to try to make a little bit of more comeback of that happen. And once they do, I guess no one's going to be stopping Team Zero from at least reaching inside of the second page.
See, I'm not worried so much about Revenant, because they already have enough points in their bags that they can afford to have few bad games. But I'm more concerned about Team Zero. The consistency should be coming in from their side. Team X-Park, yes, yesterday they had a good run in one of the Erangel, but more things as expected. Team X-Park is one of the prime example of inconsistency at this point, because they've got 2 chicken dinners, and despite that, they are at the later half of the overall standings. Even Team Prince is struggling, but they have enough points, so nothing to worry about Team Prince at this point. But looking at the overall ranking, well, Team Chemin, they are looking so fantastic with the highest placement points.
I mean, hey, the overall rankings are over here, right? This is what we were talking about for such a long time. And you see on the first spot is Chemin Esports currently with 180 points. And look at the placement points Chemin Esports has. That's 123. And most of those placement points have came in from the Mets track. Team IQ Soul, a perfect balance between the placements and the finish points, 80 points each. They're going to be getting 160 points in total. Entity Gaming, of course, placement points are going to be a little bit more. That's what Entity Gaming likes to do. They've got 141 points. Team Together Esports, yesterday they showcased a massive leap in the overall standings, and I was just completely astonished. Gujarat Tigers, even these guys are performing quite consistent.
Oh yes, all they need is a chicken dinner, and Team Entity is also definitely eyeing for that. Team Revenant, yes, the downfall was there yesterday, but nothing to worry about, as they're sitting on the 6th spot. Even God's Train, I think they just did decent. I won't say they did good, because they got 1 good game out of 3, and that's not something that we expect from the side of God's Train. They need to be the consistent ones. Blind Esports are looking super cool at the 8th spot with good amount of points in their hands. Team Prince also faced a downfall yesterday, because they were losing those 4v4 fights, and that's something more shocking, Neeraj, because Team Prince was looking so powerful in terms of those 4v4 fights, in terms of the firepower which they were bringing in. But yesterday, even though Prajwal was getting those knocks, the team couldn't capitalize.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's of course another factor, but then how can you forget about Alibaba Raiders too? even for them, things are sort of on a little bit of a downhill. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with Alibaba Raiders, but some things definitely need to be patched up. Carnival Gaming, as usual, that consistency is over there. They like to stay in that mid-pack. They have been in the mid-pack for a long time, and once again, they're going to be on the 11th spot. Global Esports on 12th, 123 points accumulated. Ninja Boy from Global Esports has been an astonishing performer for that team, and he has been taking down a lot of the players without even breaking any type of sweat. As we do move on to the third page, and once again, you find a little bit of a more upsets on this page too. Team 8-Bit, TWM Gaming, Team Godlike, one of the biggest upsets so far. None of us expected Godlike to sit out of that top 16, but currently they're at the 19th spot.
Yesterday, they got only 6 points, and that's something very disappointing from this at Godlike, because compared to yesterday, they were still performing decent in the previous days, but yesterday was a complete fail for Godlike. I hope they have recovered and corrected all the mistakes. Genex FM, they are sitting on the 20th spot with 99 points. TWM Gaming, they have been impressing me in their rotation, especially on the map of Erangel. It's just the Sanhok and Vikendi they need to correct, because Erangel, the rotations are working. Slowly, they are also stepping up, but at this point, they need that chicken dinner if they want to qualify, if they want to propel themselves in the top 16, and this day is going to be critical for these teams. On the last page, 4-Shot Esports, Skull Esports, I don't know what's happening wrong with Skull Esports. Not even one good performance came from their side. Team Zero finally showed some signs of life yesterday, but they need to keep up the same consistency on this day. Otherwise, on week number 3, things won't look so easy for all these teams.
Without a doubt, Skull Esports, they've definitely been on a massive downhill as well. OR Esports, then you've also got Team Zero, 4-Shot Esports. I would like to bring in another fact over here. OR Esports, 4-Shot Esports, and Godlike. Yesterday, they only got 6 points. In 3 games, they only managed to get 6 points, and that in itself just tell you guys how bad of a day these 3 teams are having. And I'm pretty sure today there should be a massive wake-up call for all these 3 teams, or all the teams that were just not able to perform yesterday, because they've pretty much lost their position in the overall standings because these type of performance. It's time to wake up, because you do not really have a lot of time left anymore, because if you waste this week completely, Week 3 is going to be next to impossible to make any type of comebacks happen, because as I mentioned, in the top 16, you can already see a little bit of a lead being established. So time's running away, my friends.
Even for Orangutan, on day number 3, it looked like Orangutan is going to stage a comeback because they got 39 points. Then day number 4 was also in their favor. But yesterday, even Orangutan, they got only just 8 points. Genex FM getting only 5 points. So few major disappointments were there. Even Reckoning, few days Reckoning do shine off. They get good points in their hands. But suddenly on the very next day, Reckoning is right at the bottom. So that is also something very concerning. On the other side, Punk from the side of Reckoning is performing really good. He's there in the finish leaders with highest finishes, 24. Second highest finishes, definitely. So Punk is doing all the heavy lifting along with Immortal. It's just the other players also that need to step up from the side of Reckoning.
Without a doubt. Then you can also see Team Together Esports Saikat, another man who has been surprising us with matches being played only 15, and he got 24 finishes in total. Nicely done by Saikat. And then you also got Hirsch from the side of Blind Esports with 24 finishes accumulated. Blind Esports, they're doing okay in their own regards, but then you look at Ninja Boy with 30 finishes. Most amount of finishes so far inside of the competition. Ninja Boy, this man's been an absolute beast from Global Esports. This is not the first tournament I've seen this man perform. He has been performing the same way consistently no matter what tournament it is. So Ninja Boy, he's just got that golden hand, I'm not gonna lie. No matter what tournament he plays, no matter how long has it been, he just never loses his touch on top of that game, and I just love it. So Global Esports, once again, even this team is currently in the mid-pack. We know this is a champion team as well, and yesterday we also saw a little bit of a change come out, right? We saw Mavi being replaced by one of the men, I think it was Acrylin as well, who was the man who replaced Mavi. And yesterday Global Esports did quite decent, but still we know what they're capable of. We know something better can be done.
They're just doing okay. They can step up. They are somewhere in the leaderboard. That week 3 is not going to be so concerning if they have a good day on the last day of week number 2. So I think I'm not so worried about Global Esports. They'll stage a comeback. But Reckoning is one of those teams. Those are teams who are present right at the bottom. Or Esports is also one of those teams that really need to step up at this point. Even Carnival Gaming is also one of those big names, because Carnival Gaming, the way they started off on week number 1, it looked like they will end up somewhere between top 5 or at least top 10, but now they're not even in top 16, I think.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, they've been pushed back a little bit, but Carnival Gaming, as you mentioned, they are, I think so, in the top 16. They're somewhere in that pack, if I'm not wrong. So Carnival Gaming, they're still doing quite okay. But once again, being in the mid pack just means you getting a lot of anxiety because you never know. One bad game and your position will instantly be compromised, and maybe you can be pushed down on the 16th spot or something like that. So in general, if you are someone who's in the mid pack, you're always going to have those demons that you're fighting in the head. So it's better to have at least a little bit of a lead, be somewhere in the top 8, and maybe you can be a little bit more comfortable because you can still have that little bit of cushion. If one bad game goes, okay, it's okay. You can still try to make a comeback in the second game. But if you're in the mid pack and if you just lose one game, that means everything else is just going to go down the drain.
And do you think the approach which Carnival Gaming is having right now, the passive approach, it is working in their favor? Because this is a team that is full of firepower. They have the mechanical skills. They can go and afford that aggression, have those 4v4 fights. But on the other side, they're opting for a complete passive approach. Do you think that could be one of the reasons that Carnival Gaming is not able to perform up to the expectations? Or do you think they are trying to experiment something?
No, Carnival, I don't think so there's any type of experiments over here. If you've seen Carnival Gaming perform, even when they were back in the day when they used to play for Team Seoul, this was the same play style they used to play with. So I don't think so there's any type of change. I don't think so there's any type of experiments being going on. Carnival Gaming, they like to play passive and defensive, and that's how they're playing so far as well. They like to take fights in the late game scenario, and that's what they're doing so far too. And it's actually working out for them. If they are somewhere in the top 11, you're still pretty good, my friends, because top 11 means you still have a chance to easily breach inside top 15 with 2 solid games, and you will be there. Considering Revenue Esports yesterday, they only managed to get 3 points, so there's a chance. Considering the momentum is not really in the court of Revenue Esports, their position is definitely going to be compromised. Even God's Reign, they're not having that good of a perform so far.
Yeah, God's Reign yesterday, only one good game came from their side out of 3. On the other side, there was a team iFlix. Like, they also had a very bad day yesterday. They were not also able to perform good, especially in one of the map where iFlix was getting third party, fourth party. The positioning and the rotation is something which is a problem, not just for iFlix. Even I had a conversation backstage with Sahi Shanu, who is saying that Orangutan is also one of those teams that are really struggling with those rotations.
Without a doubt. I mean, OG, they have been going for a lot of these elimination points, right? We had to talk about this. OG, when it comes to winning those firefights, when it comes to winning those duels, they've got some of the best players in the Indian scenario. Let's be honest. AKOP, Ash, WizGod, these guys are known for a long time. We know their firepower as well. I would say it is a powerhouse. OG is a powerhouse. The only problem is they don't know how to rotate, when to rotate, and where to position themselves. Positioning game has been sort of lacking from the side of OG, and I would say once they sort of do get those things sorted up, once the IGL sort of gets his mind a little bit more freshened up, maybe OG can start doing things better because they've got the firepower, don't get me wrong. Just the problem is with the IGLing and the positioning of the team. I would say once things do get sorted in that regards as well, in those fields as well, I'm pretty sure OG is going to be untouchable without a doubt.
Well, they are certainly going to be, but let's have a look at the schedule, that how this day is going to pan out. We'll start definitely with Erangel, where Group B and D will be trying in for Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. For Group B and D, we have double Erangels, but then after that, Group A and C will come in, and they'll play on Sanhok, then Vikendi, and end things on Erangel.
Now, in Group B and D, we've got some upsets over here. For example, Metal Esports, Cult Esports. These teams are not doing that great. You even got Team X-Park inside of Group B, who has not been able to perform that well. But then if you look at Group D, you've got Team Zero. Currently, the momentum is in their court. Team Zero yesterday, they performed fantastically well. And now if they're able to carry that momentum on forward in day 3 as well of this week, that means Team Zero will establish a massive comeback in the overall standings that everyone would be talking about. And I'm pretty sure Team Zero is probably going to be looking forward to that. But Team Prince, a team that was supposed to be on the first spot in the overall standings, or that was in the overall standings at the first spot too, now Team Prince, their performance has been on a massive downfall. The momentum is not currently in their court, and Team Prince as well is going to be chiming inside of Group D. So in general, Group B and D, these teams, they've got so much to live up to.
Oh yes, because Team Prince yesterday they got only 14 points. On the other side, there was a team in Group B, Team Hydra. They performed really good because yesterday was a good day for them. They ended up getting somewhat 37 points. So definitely Team Hydra is looking good. Carnival Gaming also did decent. So I think the teams in Group B and D that need to stage a comeback definitely is going to OR Esports, Gen X FM, because Gen X FM also faced a major disappointment yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. Gen X FM too. Things were looking way too tough for them. So in general, a lot of these teams were just not able to perform. As I mentioned, yesterday's day was filled with a lot of astonishing moments, but today's day, we're expecting things even better. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first game off the day where the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Hospital towards Kamishki. The plane flat path is a little bit tilted on the northern side, but I highly doubt it's going to be any issue for a lot of these teams. Metal Esports, they like to go all the way down south towards Norupnoi. For them, it's going to be a long stretch, but maybe it's time to pull out your second drop location.
8-bit, they'll head over to the side of Primorsk. I think that has been their home ground since a very long time. TWM, sometimes I've seen this particular team go through the western shorelines of Gatka and Quarry region and have that linear spread, but this time they're already heading towards the northern side. That means Georgopol City or North Georgopol. Then we have Chemin also going all the way up north. Carnival Gaming, well, Gatka has been their drop location since a very long time. It's working in their favor. There is no reason to change their drop. At this point, Entity heading towards the side of Pochinki, Medal also going towards the side of Novorupnoe. So that means Medal can definitely loot in military base island also, because this time I think military base is going to be pretty much unoccupied.
That's what it seems like. Chemin Esports is going all the way up north towards Zarki. It's going to be a massive stretch for Chemin Esports too, but let's see what the game plan's going to be looking like. I highly doubt the players are going to be able to even parachute to that location. It's way too far away. Maybe they'll need to get their hands on a vehicle first and then go towards Zarki. And Chemin Esports always has been one of those teams, as I mentioned, they like to prioritize those placement points way much more than the elimination points. And they have been going for a lot of these met strat too, but that does not mean that they do not really have any type of firepower. No, that's not the case. The players are extremely skilled. It's just that they don't really want to include themselves in a lot of these fighting scenarios because they know things can definitely go bad. And they're playing inside a professional circuit. Makes a lot of sense too to avoid all those fights. The more you dodge these fights and the more you try to go for the placement points in the heal battle, it will be better for you. But then once again, you also need to understand one more thing. You're practicing for the grand finals too. And sometimes getting your hands warmed up in the pre-phases of the finals is much more better than directly stepping inside of the grand finals without having a clue of how teams are actually going to be performing or fighting against you. There's always two ways to look at a point. And for now, you've got Team X-Spark in a drop collision with OR Esports. Once again, this drop collision has been happening for a while, but no one really goes for any type of shots against each other.
Not in the city of Yasna, but yesterday also we noticed that OR and Team X-Spark, they tend to collide paths with each other during their rotation. So that could be a possibility because both these teams tend to follow the same path of rotation. Then we have Team Zero in the city of Lipovka. This time they are definitely being rewarded with the very first circle because we have an eastern circle. And Lipovka is definitely one of the good position to hold on to. Even Team Hydra can do really good because they are near the shelter area. They can head over to Milta Power because we don't have Team Together Esports. This time Team Together, they have went all the way up towards Sivorni instead of Milta Power. So definitely Hydra can make the best use out of it. Even Medal, they are near the bridge area. They haven't crossed the bridge. They are not going towards the side of Novorupno. Change of plans.
Interesting. Metal Esports and Team Zero, these guys have always been having a drop collision. But this time, Metal Esports dropping towards somewhere near Fair Pier is, of course, putting the players of OG in a bit of a state of discomfort. You can see OG, they're not inside Fair Pier anymore. They're towards the quarry side, looting up. It's a little bit of a trifecta of death going on. 8-bit against OG against Metal Esports. I'm really intrigued to find out how that scenario is going to fold out. But then you also see Gujarat Tigers quite close to the players of Team Skulls. Even that fight can potentially happen. And Gujarat Tigers, they're like the Wounded Lions. They've lost their first spot from the overall standings after the week one. And Gujarat Tigers, they're pretty much here to retain that first spot once again. Let's see how the retention is going to be happening, though. It will take a lot of hard work and dedication, that's for sure.
Skull is also one of those teams that really need to step up, and this day is very crucial for them. But now they have got their sight onto Jackson of Gujarat Tigers. As he was trying to rotate, a few shots were definitely exchanged, and The vehicle received some damage. Jackson is safe for now. He needs to scuttle back to the safety. The good thing is Carnival Esports, they're not overextending any sort of thing right now. They just tried to dish out some damage, and now Jackson is trying to regroup with his teammates. Even the position of Team Prince is towards the side of farm. So they're having a little bit of the split. Along with Skull, Hydra can also be a big problem for them. So Team Prince need to be a bit cautious. They're very well aware of both these teams' position because Skull and Hydra, they have been dropping on the same drop spot since a very long time. Along with that, we have Team Big Brothers Esports also in the school area. Even they are looking fantastic because the circle is favoring their spot. But Chemin, this is one of those teams that tends to go for the late rotation. I think in this particular circle, late rotation should be the key for them.
Should be. Chemin Esports, slow and steady approach towards the Georgepol Apartments. And they've also got their hands on a couple of vehicles too, so I like the prep work. Rotating out of the city, though, it's going to be a challenge, that's for sure, considering the circle is on the opposite side. And the more time you waste in the looting phase, the more tougher it's going to be, because all the good spots will be booked away by the teams in the circle already. So it's better to be quick, on your feet, and get that good spot inside of the circle as quick as possible. And that's what Carnival Gaming is doing. As I mentioned, that defensive playstyle really just pushes these players to be quite quick in the early game phases and go for a better spot inside of the circle and try to hold that centric spot for as long as possible. That's how Carnival Gaming likes to play.
Yeah, that's a good thing that Carnival is going for an early rotation, eyeing for the center spot, because they already have the information that Team Hydra tends to rotate quite early from the sheltered area. They're already in the city of Milta Power. So shelter and prison are pretty much unoccupied. We don't have Revenant playing in this particular groups. So even Milta is also completely unoccupied. So Carnival Gaming can definitely eye for all these spots where they can have the secondary loot also, because look at Omega. Yes, he have those throwables, those utilities, but the level 1 gear is something that I'm a little bit concerned about. So they need the secondary loot. Even for the plus of Team Hydra officials, I think they'll do really good in the city of Milta Power. They'll get all the level 2s, level 3s, and those M4, DBS, everything will be there. So loot and resources won't be a problem for the plus of Team Hydra. It's just the consistency that they need to work on, because yesterday was a good day, but at the same time they were playing on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, where it's kind of little easy to get those points even if you go for the mid strat. On the other side today, it is Erangel and Miramar. So Team Hydra, they need to work on the survival game this time.
Without a doubt. Survival game has to be the way to go for a lot of these teams, right? Including OG too. They have been getting those elimination numbers flowed in, but then the problem is the survival, the placement points. And once they find a way, or once they find a crack to that problem, then OG will be one of the best teams without a doubt. But as I mentioned, the problem is in the decision making from the side of OG. They're doing a great job in the individual skill, yes, but as a team, they're failing. Team X Spark, the same thing can be said for them as well. Team X Spark, the 4v4 fights have been quite shaky from them. They're not able to get any type of flawless squad vibes. And Team Zero, with that recent improvement, I'm not exactly sure if I still would want to trust Team Zero or not, because week 1, Team Zero's performance was completely degraded. Week 2, yes, one day they have performed quite nicely, which is yesterday. But does that promise consistency? I would still say no.
Because even Orangutan, same thing happened with Orangutan. They showed some promises on one particular day. I think that was day number 3. Day 4, they continued the same performance, but boom, day 5 comes in and they are right at the bottom. So yeah, consistency is something that Team Zero and Orangutan, they both need to work on. Because before that, we can't make any sort of judgment that yes, they have staged a comeback, because just by 2 days, you won't be staging any sort of comeback, especially for Team Zero, who is sitting right at the bottom. For OR Esports also, the consistency is a problem. Team Xbox, the main problem which they have is not those 4v4 fights, it's the drop clash, especially in the map of Sanhok and Vikendi. And Erangel also, although in Erangel they don't go and have a fight with the players of OR Esports in the city of Yasna. But in Vikendi and Sanhok, they take a head-on fight with the opponent, like with the players of Metal Esports in the map of Vikendi. So that is something concerning for the players of Team Xpark. That is the drop location really working for them? Even if they try and eliminate the opponent, they still do suffer those casualties. And that is something that's not working for Xbox at all.
I mean, look, Metal Esports later on went all the way down south towards North. So Metal Esports, that the spot that they dropped in was pretty much like a temporary spot to get their hands on the vehicles and some basic loot. And then later on, once again, moved down south towards the North side. It has been their home ground. It has been their home turf. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to give up on that spot just because of one bad plane fly path. OG, this time quite a slower approach. They're going to tank the zone 1 damage, or they have been tanking the zone 1 damage for a long time now. We're also looking quite good when it comes to the meds, but Drigger, he does not really have a lot of first aids though. He's only got one single medkit to back himself up. OG, as usual, it's a sign of an aggressive team. It's a sign of a team that likes to dominate the arena. They usually take the first rotation quite late, and then they decide to play on the edges of the play zone. That's how an assertive team likes to play, on the edges. And a team that has a lot of confidence in their firepower, and OG is one of them without a doubt.
The major benefit of playing on the periphery of the circle is that your backlines are majority of the times clear. All you need to watch out is right in front of you. So that's a big advantage for the teams who likes to play on the periphery. But this circle, well, 20% of the circle or 30% of the circle is still inside the water, so it's definitely not an easy circle to play around. But speaking of the team that is up on our screen, GenX FM, looks like they have spotted on few of the players of Team Entity who are trying to rotate. Few shots were exchanged, but no connection whatsoever. GenX FM, for them also consistency is a problem, but now we have Team Prince and Team Hydra in a bit of kerfuffle. A grenade from the side of Crudgewell of Jackson did manage to take one of the players of Team Hydra down, but a good trade coming in.
Oh, this could have been so bad. Even Prince could have been knocked out. Prince, though, instantly gets back inside of the shag. He's looking okay for now, but Team Hydra looking forward to engulf the players of Team Prince from all the different sides. Prince being trapped inside of this hut, it seems like it's next to impossible to survive from this scenario now. And the constant barrage of utilities, too, is just causing Prince so much damage and so much hurt. Team Prince once again in a big world of trouble. Nowhere to go. Prince himself is just trapped behind this shack. And once again, a beautiful nade placement comes in. Spray God finds Prince, and Team Prince now on the verge of getting dismantled. And that's why Savitar and Prince will instantly try to back away from that entire site. They know the fight's pretty much gone. It's done and dusted. You cannot make a 2v4 happen. But Team Prince, they might just run in the open arms of Team Zero.
That's a possibility because they're heading in the city of Lipovka. They escaped from the clutches of Team Hydra, but might have to face the plus of Team Zero, like you said. But good utility exchange came in from the side of Team Hydra, because Team Hydra, their backlines were clear. They're holding on the shorelines. Team Prince, they were trying to rotate. And unfortunately, they lost 2 players. And this is something that I was talking about, that Team Prince, even if they manage to get a knock onto the opponent, it is them that tends to lose out on their players. And that is exactly what happened right now with the players of Team Prince. But Prajwal is there, so I still have few hopes, because he is one of their main assaulters. But speaking of GenX FM, looks like even they have spotted on the players of Team 8-Bit.
They indeed do have the line of sight, but they can't do anything. It's next to impossible to find even one single knockout in that range. So GenX FM, all they can do is take a couple of shots, maybe try and scratch away the players, do some chip damage, and maybe try and burn through enemy meds. Nothing more than that, though. And also gather a little bit of attention onto yourself while doing so. Team Zero, they know that there's a foe lingering around, and you can see Syed as well looking in that same direction. He knows there's someone in those warehouses. And it does seem like Team Prince, they've ran into the open arms of Team Zero. Team Zero, they're playing quite offensive. Do not really want to go for a direct collision against those 2 players of Team Prince, but maybe Team Zero as well. They've got no clue. There's only 2 players of the opposition team. So it's better to play quite safe and sound, considering you're also currently inside of the circle. So there's not a lot to worry about. And Lipovka is quite a small city too. Team Zero, if they want, they can try to take a little bit more of a confident approach, but still they're playing way too safe. Team X Spark on the opposite end though, towards Mansion, looking quite okay inside of the circle. They've got a lot of information as well to play around with. And they've also got one of the best players inside of the IGC, Ninja Jod. I like to call him the Indian MVP.
Oh, definitely he should be called because of all the past performances that he has delivered, all the accolades that he has got for himself and his team, so definitely Ninja Boy is one of the star player in the lobby. But we have Big Brother Esports, and Uzumaki from the rooftop angle has definitely spotted one of the player. He was trying to pick a few bullets, but no connection whatsoever. Team Together on the other side, they need to be a bit cautious as they have got the plus of Chemin in the close proximity. And this could be a potential fight happening any minute. But looks like Team Together and Chemin might not want to. But no, they actually want to engage in this particular fight as Invader is hiding behind that rock area. Even the plus of Chemin with those vehicles is trying to scout the area. I wonder what really Chemin is trying to do right now. Do they have any idea about the plus of Team Together Esports? Yes,
Yeah,
they
they do.
had. Yeah, they do have. Maybe they were trying to just get the information where exactly the plus are, because on foot it's a bit of risky if the shots are coming in. With a vehicle, you can make an escape in that open area. But Team Together Esports from Chemin, they walked right into the city of Lipovka where Team Zero is there.
Team Zero, they've got their arms open. They're welcoming as many teams as possible. Utilities being tossed in the front as Walt Scout OP realizes it's better to back away from this spot. Instead, trying to play on an off angle. Team Zero, they've got their sights all across Lipovka. And it makes a lot of sense, too. They do not want to be surrounded by the foes. Team Together Esports from the front, from the sidelines, it's Team Prince and Team Zero right in between. Now, the big issue over here for Team Zero is if the circle moves away from them, Team Zero is going to have a tough time to rotate out. They're between two teams. They're pinched between two teams. Team Together Esports, recently for them, the form's been on point. What a beautiful nade that was. Dark Lord, things could have been so south in that one. But Psycha has been found by Shadow. Beautiful placement with that utility. Sevi Place is now going to try to go for the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. It's not going to be an issue at all. It's a 3v3 fight, considering one of the players from the side of Team Zero is a little bit in the back lines. So I highly doubt he wants to engage. Syed is still looking at the players of Team Prince. He's busy over there looking at the back lines. But Team Together Esports, they've got the fallen man back up on his feet. Team Together Esports, they've also got some nice compound to play with. Everything's good in the hood for now.
Well, looking at the mini-map, we have the players of JX FM also present on the shoreline. In fact, inside the water, there's the possibility of a third party happening in this scenario. Although Team Prince is also in the city of Lipovka, but they have decided not to chime in as they are three-man army and they need those points. So Team Zero, I think they have got the idea about the plus of Gen XFN, so they are going to be a bit cautious, and Dark Lord is trying not to come out in the open, stay in the hard covers and keep an eye on the plus of Gen XFM as well, because a third party is something that Team Zero doesn't want at all at this point. The position is a little bit off at this point because Syed OP, like you mentioned, he's way too far away from his teammates. Shadow 7 is also trying to fall back or maybe create some sort of a flank angle onto the plus of Team Together Esports. The only problem is if the plus of Team Zero are not cautious about the plus of Team Prince, then there will be a big problem.
Shadow's moved back a lot. And I guess Team Zero, they've learned one thing, and that is it's better to adjust with the foes sometimes instead of just trying to brute force things. And that's why Team Together Esports, all the three players in that one single house. And Team Together Esports, they're going to be quite happy. It's okay. They've got a small territory, but it's completely fine. But there's another team in the corner in the water lines. I'm not exactly sure what team that is. Soon enough, if we do get to see the map feed, we'll be able to look at that. But 8-bit taking a massive rotation. Team X Spark spots him out. A couple of shots were taken. Nothing more than that, though. Team X Spark as well. They themselves, they need to make it inside of the safe zone. It's going to be out in the open, but they've got no other option. They need to take that leap, and that's what they're going for. 8-Bit right in front of them. Team X Spark. This can be a little bit of a Lockhorn moment, but Team X Spark instead, they're not trying to take any type of shots against 8-Bit. And 8-Bit, they just want a peaceful entry inside of that compound.
On the other side, we have the players of Team Hydra, where Dura OP is hiding in a wooden shack, and Trigger came in with no information all by himself, no backup, and Dura OP puts an end to him with the DBS. He comes out in the open in a close frontal battle with AKOP, shuts him down as well, and Orangutan, what was that? A big blunder coming in from their side. They could have rushed at the same time, both the players of Orangutan, but they chose not to do so. On the other side, Vizgod is having his own troubles as he finds the players of Metal out in the open, takes on one of the player and gets a finish point. Orangutan, the way they are playing, I don't know what's happening. They're engaging in multiple fights, and that was a problem yesterday also in the map of Vikendi. And look at the split which they are having, both the remaining players.
I mentioned this too a while ago. OG, individually, they're quite solid. But when it comes to a team play, that's where OG really struggles. And once again, the same thing's starting to happen. Duo OP gets a 2K against the players of OG. OG's now completely on the verge of getting dismantled. Even TWM, they lose out on one of their players. Team X Spark, a solid opening being found. And an instant confirmation too returns back with the nades. TWM now taken down to a 3-man squad. But TWM is not a team you would want to underestimate. They have got some flawless squad vibes in the past, and they can wipe out the entirety of Team X Spark if you do see any type of overcommitments in this scenario. X Spark looking forward to toss some utilities to get themselves, or at least to create themselves, a little bit of cover. Smoke walls being created, and now Spray God looking forward to maybe push up close and personal against the players of TWM, but Team X Spark looking forward to reposition. Spray God closes on up. Ninja finds Spray God instantly. Sarang, though, goes for an off angle against the players of TWM. All the 3 players in the front lines. Now the situation's balled down to a 3v3 scenario. Sarang needs to find another opening. If he's not able to do so, it's going to be a massive problem once again for Team X Spark.
Team X Spark, this is a battle of grenades. Even the plus of Team Entity, Somraj, he said, I'll take a rain check. 2 teams are fighting. I don't want to be a third party. But look at that, Team TWM. They completely eliminated the plus of Team X Spark with a hit from Entity. Actually, Somraj was just trying to lure the plus from the backline. Gamla Boy did all the hard work. And now, with the coming in, takes on Ninja. Troy, what did he do, man? Fantastic play.
Troy, solid stuff. The Vika ran over was there. Entity Gaming, they managed to take the advantage of a fight that was going on between 2 teams. And Entity Gaming, they come in third party and they get so many elimination points wrapped up. Nicely done. At the same time, they eliminate 2 teams back-to-back, Team X Spark and TWM. The third party was perfectly on point. And both the teams, Team X Spark and TWM, they're probably going to be super disappointed in themselves. It was a fight that was out in the open, and Entity took the advantage of that. And now Team Prince starting to get pounced on by the entirety of Team Zero. Scout OP gets knocked out in return, which is not a good news at all. Team Zero now things are down to a 3v2. Crutchwell up close and personal, ready with the DBS around the corner, while Savitar closes on up from the back lines, but he gets knocked out instantly. Team Prince, it's all down to Crutchwell, but Crutchwell was just staring in the front, and Dark Lord takes the advantage and shuts him down.
Oh, the perfect third party also that came in from the side of Team Hydra. Actually, it was Team Hydra that got the first knock onto the plus of Team Zero, but still they held on to the calm and composure and managed to take down both the plus of Team Prince. Otherwise, it could have been a big blunder that could have happened from the side of Team Zero. But on the other side of the map, on the eastern shoreline, we have the plus of Metal, where this god has been knocked out. There is no help or rescue mission coming in for him, and the plus of Team Metal are just trying to toy with him, trying for the vehicle run over and Top Dog. Finally, with that M416 is going to put him in out of his misery. And now Orangutan, they are left with only 1 single player. Metal Esports, those individual frags is definitely going to help their case, but they are also a 3-man army. On the other side, on the northern periphery of the circle, we have the plus of OR Esports, and looks like even they have a little bit of the information on the plus of Chemin Esports, where Genix FM, they are also trying to chime in. That buggy is skillful. It could have been a big disaster, but somehow he survived the shots that were coming in from the side of OR Esports. But 8-Bit out in the open, 2+ knocked out.
Oh, that's not looking that great. OR Esports, of course, now starting to convert this fight in their favor, but unfortunately, Admino gets knocked out. It's getting shot at from all the different angles. Teammate Pit 2 from the top now, just raining down hellfire against Entity, but Troy's going to be the one to get the confirmation flown up. Even Team Zero starting to take the advantage of all the fights that are currently happening all around them. Hydra officials too starting to chime inside a fight. So many fights breaking down at the same time. It's so tough to keep track of all of that. Even Metal Esports now starting to get ramped up by the players of Team Zero, and Team Zero out and over. This change in the pace, we're just loving to see it. Shadow and Dark Lord working together. They shut down the entirety of Metal Esports, and they've been eliminated on the night spot.
Team Zero, 9 finishers strong. Although Scout has been knocked out, but it should be an easy revival that could come in. And he's again back on his feet without any casualty. Team Zero, they have managed to get 9 finishes, and they're looking super strong in terms of the position also, as they're holding on to the edge of the circle, northern edge of the circle. But in the center, we have the plus of Team Hydra. But as per the finish feed, even the plus of Big Brother Esports, Uzumaki with the grenade has managed to take down one player, gets a confirmation point also. But Big Brothers, they need to be cautious, and so do the plus of Carnival Gaming. Look at that, they're out in the open, and Scout has got a clear line of sight onto them.
Carnival Gaming under fire. There's just a lot of bullets against him. Team Zero looking forward to pump a lot of lead in the chests of Carnival Gaming, but they're just not able to find that connection, the flesh connection that's needed. And Team Zero, 3 players are quite softened up. It's time to patch yourself up, and that's what they're trying to do. Wall of Death 2 now starting to make some moves. While Gujarat Esports, they will be forced to make it inside of the safe zone, and that's where maybe Big Brother Esports can take the advantage. Gujarat Esports, it's quite a massive split between them. Abishalish stops on the left side, tries to pinch the entirety of Big Brother Esports, but a DBS of close and personal will seal the deal. S12K is the one to shut him down instantly, and Big Brother Esports, 2 players will the casualties, but there is going to be a quick recovery as well.
A single grenade could mark an end for the entirety of Big Brother Esports, as Phoenix with the M416 is going to take down Safe.
Oh my God!
Grenade from the side of Lucifer will mark an end of Big Brother Esports. Now 17 remaining, where Team Hydra is literally creating a lot of problem for the plus of Carnival Gaming, as they have managed to take down 1 player, knock down 1 player. Let's see if they can get the confirmation point. But NP3, Gabla boy, he got eliminated in his own water. He decided not to give away his finish point to the opponent. Maybe he ran out of those post-its also. But now we have Carnival Gaming. They're literally struggling because Team Zero, they are aware about the position. Then we have the plus of Team Hydra right in the center of the circle. Even they are aware about the position of Carnival Gaming. It's not easy with the vehicle. They were trying to move inside the circle, but Team Zero, Dark Lord managed to take a Goblin from the moving vehicle, gets a confirmation on to Hector also. But Neo is trying to find some relief as he finds one good trade on Shadow.
Team Zero, it's time to flip the odds against the players of Carnival Gaming. Meanwhile, Dark Lord has got his own troubles brewing up. Scout, OP, and Shadow, they're quite in a critical condition. Team Zero, it's not an issue at all. The resurrection will be there on the fallen player. And look at this, Dark Lord just mowing down the lawns in the front, finds Neo through the smoke. And considering Omega is all the way back in the blue, it's next to impossible to survive the amount of damage the blue is going to be inflicting. If he's got some type of medkits in hand, then maybe he can't try to go for the med strat. And that's what he's doing. Team Zero, what a big change of the pace from yesterday. And the momentum is still in the court of Team Zero. Now it's all down to Hydra and Team Zero. Top 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. But Dark Lord unfortunately gets shotted all the way from the blue by Omega. Omega grieves the game of Team Zero before getting taken out himself. And now Hydra official, they get that unintentional help from Team Carnival Gaming. But Lucifer in the backlines can also play a spoiler for Hydra. There's so many possibilities at the same times. Oh, it's so tough.
This Erangel turned out to be so unpredictable. Who could have imagined such a change of pace from the side of not just Team Zero, even Hydra also. They managed to get 5 finishes. And mind you, they didn't engage in any sort of 4v4 fight. It is an individual frag they were picking off. It was a position-oriented gameplay which Team Hydra was playing all along. But Team Zero, the performance which is coming in from their side is so impressive. Well, Rolling Stones gather no mass, and exactly that is happening with the plus of Team Zero. They have got the momentum rolling in their favor from yesterday's last Erangel, and Sayed OP, he is very well aware where the plus of Team Hydra are, and the barrage of grenades that is coming in from the side of Scout. Good market in for them, and fourth grenade comes
my
in,
God,
but
that's
it is Lucifer also trying to help Scout OP. Ultimately, it is a play zone that is going to take Lucifer down, but before going down, he did manage to eliminate the entirety of Team Hydra and Team Zero. Well, they ended yesterday with a winner-winner chicken dinner, and they're starting this day with a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Hydra, they're definitely going to be super pissed when they find out that they got grief from the back by Lucifer, a man who was going for the med strat. But Team Zero, you got to give it up to them. What a big shift in the performance it's been since yesterday. Team Zero, yesterday, they managed to get so many points. Today as well, they start things off with a chicken dinner. We all thought that Team Zero, for them, maybe the journey inside of this tournament will be short, but no, instead Team Zero, they're here to make a comeback. They're here to make a stark statement, and already the start has happened.
Oh, certainly. The start happened yesterday only, Neeraj, because they performed really good yesterday. For a second, it was looking like maybe not. They'll be able to keep up the same momentum today, but no. The answer is yes, they'll keep up the same momentum on this day because they do understand how important week 2 is, and staging a comeback in this week was so critical for them.
Without a doubt, it was super critical, and Team Zero, they have made that happen. Hydra officials too, super consistent finish for them as well. Carnival Gaming, once again, that defensive playstyle works out for them. They got eliminated on the 4th spot in that previous game, so I would say that's quite a decent ending for you. But still, quite a lot of these teams were not able to perform that well, including Team Prince. I genuinely had a lot of hopes from Team Prince, considering today is the last day, and they only have got 3 more games from this week left over, from which they've already played 1 game. That means now they've only got 2 more games, from which one of them is going to be Miramar. So let's hope that maybe Team Prince can establish a comeback in the map of Miramar. But then once again, the same thing happened with OG2. Team play completely down the drain. Every single player from OG is going for those individual fights, which is of course quite bad inside a competitive circuit.
And if you look at the position of the players, they were so far away from each other that there was no chance they'd be able to provide any sort of backline support or cover fire to each other. In case a now comes in, the revival would have been so difficult. And that is exactly OG has been playing this particular week. So it is not working for them. They need to play as a unit. They eye for the center spot. That's a good thing. They managed to go to the center, but then the split that comes from their side is something that is so questionable. But speaking of Team Hydra, they started off by getting 2 plus of Team Prince, then they went ahead. Duro OP getting a 2k on the plus of Team Orangutan. They also did some damage towards the side of Team Zero. They did a perfect third party onto the plus of Carnival Gaming. So even Team Hydra was playing really good in this one.
Without a doubt, and this is how Team Prince, they got demolished as well. Unfortunately, Team Prince only had 2 players up and alive. Savitar got wrapped up from the back, and Prejwell, I'm not exactly sure what happened in that scenario, but he was just staring at the smoke, at the blank wall, and he got eliminated too by Team Zero. But one thing you got to say, the decision-making that Team Zero has been showcasing so far inside of these tournaments has been immaculate. No matter where they decide to position themselves, it's been so phenomenal, and I'm not exactly sure what Carnival Gaming was trying to pull off over here as well, considering they knew that there's Team Zero in front of them, and still Carnival Gaming decided to make that push happen against them like that out in the open through the vehicle, and they of course got taken down quite easily. Unfortunately, Team Zero, this could have been much more of a flawless chicken dinner as well, but then Omega all the way from the blue managed to take down one of the players from the side of Team Zero, which is quite unfortunate, but hey, in the end, it was Team Zero to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner as well, so it's completely fine. Now, as we know, Team Zero, for them, the momentum is still in their court. A lot of these teams are still looking forward to find that momentum, though. Team X-Park, them themselves, is going to be looking forward to at least get the upcoming game of Miramar in their hands.
Yeah, they have to, because only 2 games left for the players of Team X-Park to stage a comeback, and still they are at the bottom. Team Zero is definitely making good progress in the overall leaderboard. Team X-Park, they also need to do the same thing. Not just X-Park, I think Team OR Esports, because this one also didn't go entirely in their favor, and with 2 games remaining, the pressure is definitely mounting on their shoulders. Carnival Gaming is also one of those names. Maybe they do have 1 or 2 placement points, Carnival Gaming, but other than that, I think Carnival Gaming was also not able to perform up to the expectations in this Erangel.
Exactly. I mean, Carnival Gaming, I would still say them being inside of the top 4, that's still a solid outing. That's how Carnival Gaming likes to play. They just like to play defensive, and they are, of course, managed to get a decent amount of placement points with okay-ish amount of elimination points. I would still say that's an okay outing from that game. But as we do see the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Dark Lord from Team Zero with 7 finishes and 54% of finished contribution. Team Zero, the confident approach inside of the games has been changing the way they have been playing so far from this week too, and I'm just loving it.
Earlier in the previous week, it was actually Dark Lord and Shadow who were doing all the majority of the heavy lifting. They were getting all the frags. But recently, at the start of the week, we saw Syed OP also coming up, stepping up and becoming the MVP. And now Dark Lord is the one with 7 finishes. So the entire team, along with Scout, they are performing. They are getting those frags, the coordination, the synergy. Everything is working for this particular team. They've corrected all the mistakes which they were doing in the previous week. And finally, let's hope the remaining 2 games also go in their favor, because the worry is still not over. Because yes, they have taken a jump, but I don't think they have taken such a huge jump in the leaderboard that they are in top 16.
No, they're not going to be in the top 16, but they will somewhere be around the top 16 without a doubt. Maybe 17 or 19 spot. That's where I'm hoping that Team Zero is going to be, because I got to say one thing. I personally did not expect such a massive shift in the performance, because week 2 has been one of those weeks where even the top dogs are now starting to falter down. So I expected Team Zero to struggle even more, but no, instead Team Zero, they're here to establish a massive comeback, and so far they're already starting to do that. As we do see the stars of the match from the previous game, it's going to be Shadow being the best companion with 1 rescue and also 3 assists with health restored of 222 and survival time of 2559.
Certainly, Shadow 7, Dark Lord, the 2 gems in the lineup of Team Zero are definitely the stars of the match also. They have been doing so much work. Shadow 7 is actually, it was Shadow who did manage to take a knock onto the player Psychart of Team Together Esports. Later, when they realized that Gen X FM is also present on the shoreline, they decided not to extend anything, not to engage in a fight with the players of Team Together Esports. And that was a mature decision coming in when you realize it's not just one team, it is 3 teams that are present in the close proximity: Team Prince, Gen X FM, Team Together Esports. So Team Zero held on to the ground, and that decision to fall back at that point did pair off really well, because in the overall ranking, in the match ranking also, they are having 28 points and sitting on the top.
Exactly. Skulls Esports on the second this time with 18 points accumulated. Even we're seeing some improvement from the side of Skulls. All the team that were struggling are now slowly and steadily starting to rise up from the ashes. Hydra officials with 15 points accumulated. As I mentioned, Carnival Gaming, they have had a decent performance, and 11 points in my opinion is quite solid. Gen X FM with 8 points. OR Esports with 8 points as well. Entity Gaming still maintaining that consistency with 8 points. Even Big Brother Esports getting 8 points. A lot of these teams got 8 points in the previous game, but then you look at the bottom, you've got TWM, Team X Spark, and Team Prince with only 1 points accumulated each, which is of course quite a massive disappointment.
Even Team Together Esports, after getting two chicken dinners yesterday back to back, this time they are having only 3 points in their favor. Things didn't work entirely in their favor. TWM for them and Team X-Pac, I think it was a perfect third party that came from the side of Team Entity, because out in the open on the northern periphery of the circle, Team X-Pac and Team TWM, they were fighting amongst each other, and Entity, they came out of nowhere, and from the back line, Gamla Boy did accumulate all those finished points on both these teams. So X-Pac and TWM, maybe in the map of Miramar, they can do and try to perform really good. Orangutan, 8-bit, also the same story. I think for 8-bit, it was Team OR that became a bit of the problem.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm still just waiting for TWM to make a comeback. TWM, if you remember, in week 1, they were taking down some of the top dogs like it was not even a big issue for them. And we know what TWM is capable of as well. I'm not sure what's going on wrong inside of the week 2 with TWM, but maybe in week 3, I guess, TWM can establish a comeback, because even teams like Chemin Esports in that previous game, it was a big downfall. Chemin Esports only got 2 points, and you rarely see a team like Chemin Esports not get a lot of points in a single game, because Chemin Esports is like the burning torch of consistency. And so far in the overall standings, they're also at the first or the second spot, something like that. So in general, Chemin Esports having a little bit of a down game, that in itself should showcase that even the top teams can falter, and that can be a chance for all the other teams to make a comeback, to sort of close up that lead and get a little bit more close to the top 2 spots.
well, one of our fellow caster, Panda, if you remember, he used to say this, that even gods can fall sometimes. So that is exactly what
Panda.
happened with the players of, yeah, some other game. I'll tell you later. But he used to say that even gods can fall sometimes. So that is exactly Chemin happened. And actually, it was a circle this time. Chemin, they dropped all the way towards Zarki, and the circle was towards the eastern side. They had to make a long route inside the circle. And it was not at all easy because all the western periphery of the circle, northern periphery of the circle was majorly occupied by all the teams. So it was not easy for Chemin Esports to migrate inside the circle. And that is where Chemin faced a downfall. Otherwise, Chemin, they have nothing to worry about. Like you said, they are the burning torch of the consistency. They are still at the top of the leaderboard. So nothing to worry about Chemin at this point. But TWM, yeah, they need to stage a comeback. They need to perform really good.
TWM definitely needs to perform like really good, because I've seen TWM perform in a couple of official tournaments too. And yes, when it comes to the tactical aspect of the game, TWM has always been super on point. But I'm not exactly sure what's been the problem inside of this tournament though, because their tactical nature, it definitely seems like it's not really working out anymore. Maybe they just need to update their books. Maybe they just need to update and do a little bit more research on the teams and around the lobby, because yeah, I mean, TWM, all the 4 players, Ninja as well is one of those impressive players that I've been looking at from the past. And unfortunately, so far, TWM, they have been a little bit on that down curve. They have been deactivated, but maybe we just need to give them a little bit more breathing air. Same thing can be said for OR Esports too. As you know, I was a big fan of this new OR Esports lineup. I was a big fan of the playstyle that OR Esports was showcasing, a little bit more on the aggression side. But so far, that aggression's not working out anymore.
Yeah, the only four finishes which they have are on the players of Team 8-bit. They have got a total of 8 points, but 8 points, if they were standing somewhere between 17 to 20th spot in the overall leaderboard, I would have said, yeah, it is decent performance. They're getting the average points. But at this point, in the overall leaderboard, right at the bottom, 8 points, the average points is not going to help the case of OR Esports. They need to do something. Just like Team Zero, they need to get those winner chicken dinners. If not a winner chicken dinner, at least a very high fragging game if they want to propel themselves in the leaderboard. Otherwise, I don't see just by getting those average points, OR can be in top 16.
Without a doubt. I mean, being inside of the top 16, as I mentioned, slowly and steadily, there is a lead that's being established inside of the top 16. And before the day started, OG was the one who was sitting barely on that 16th spot. They were barely hanging on the edge with 115 points, which can be easily breachable. As I mentioned, if you're a team sitting in the mid pack, you're always going to have that anxious moment. You're always going to have the anxiety that one single bad game and your position will be instantly snatched away. But you know what? No need to wait anymore. Let's look at the overall standings and find out how it's exactly looking like. Chemin Esports still at the top with 182 points. Entity Gaming on the 3rd spot with 149. Team Together Esports on the 4th. Nothing really changing a lot in the first page.
Yeah, Entity, Team Soul yesterday played so phenomenally good, especially Knuckle. So I'm really looking forward to that particular group to come in. Let's see if Team Soul can replicate the same performance, because just like Chemin, Team Soul has also been so very consistent, not just in the placement point but in the finish points. They're ranking up those finishes also. Gujarat Tigers is also one of those teams, but Team Together Esports yesterday, they made a huge jump in the overall ranking. They came all the way in the top 5, but in the previous game they did falter down. So Team Together Esports, they also need to keep up the consistency. Otherwise, in the week number 3, if they do continue to face a downfall, maybe they won't end up looking so good in the overall ranking.
Oh man, we've got the 3rd page now, and as I mentioned, Team Zero should be somewhere around 18th or 19th spot, and yes, they are at the 20th with 99 points accumulated. Yes, it is going to be a decent climb once again for Team Zero, but the upcoming game of Miramar should be a massive closure for them. Godlike on the 21st, TWM Gaming still on that 3rd page with 99 points as well. 3 teams tied up with 99 points. Let's see who's going to be the one first to breach inside of the top 16. Then you've got Team Xpark with 93 points on the 24th spot. For Xpark and 8-bit, the woes are continuing.
Even for Genix FM, yes, they are sitting on the 18th spot, but yesterday also it was not a good day for the plus of Genix FM. And this game, yes, they did manage to get at least those average points, so that's going to bring some sort of relief for them. But this page is where my concerns are. Vanguard Esports, a team that looked so promising in the open finals, now they're struggling, and same goes for Skull Esports. But Skull did manage to get at least good placement points in this one and decent finish points, so that is going to bring some relief. but they need that winner chicken dinner consistently in the remaining 2 games. Not winner chicken dinner, good game in the coming 2 games. That is only way for Skulls to propel themselves in the leaderboard. Even iFlix, I'm waiting for their game also to come up, because iFlix was also struggling majorly yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much. iFlix, the struggle has been there, including Metal Esports. Even in the previous game, Metal Esports, once again, they have been spotted struggling. Skulls Esports, a little bit of a step up, I would say, considering with how things were looking like in the previous few games. I would still say in the previous games, Skulls Esports, they have definitely stepped up in the first game of the day. So maybe from here, it's only going to be uphill, because if Skulls Esports falter down a little bit more, maybe then there's a chance even 4Shot Esports can topple them over easily, and maybe, you know, they will be all the way on the 16th spot, and I'm pretty sure Skulls Esports would not really want that. And speaking of Skulls Esports, I've been looking at this team as well for a long time now. And Skulls Esports, when I saw them for the first time, they definitely sort of made a little bit of a space for themselves in my heart, because with the aggression they showcased, with the confidence they showcased, in my mind, I was like, okay, these are 4 young players. These are 4 new players inside of the competitive scenario, and still they're being this aggressive, and still they're showcasing so much confidence. So I knew that Skulls Esports, they had this burning torch underneath them, that they really wanted to dominate this entire era. But unfortunately, something is going wrong right now with Skulls Esports, but the firepower is definitely on point, and Skulls Esports, I personally know what they're capable of too.
I think majorly the Skull Esports in week 1, they were struggling with the drop spot, because their usual drop location is also clashing with some invited teams drop location. So at this point, I think Skull Esports didn't want to take any sort of early fights, and they decided to go somewhere else on the map, and that rotation was not working for them at all. Even in the map of Miramar, because in the previous week number 1, they kept changing the drop location consistently. That was not working for Skull Esports at all. But finally in this Erangel, maybe they finally realized which path to opt for, and maybe things would look good for Skull Esports after this point. Maybe that's a big
Exactly.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the schedule now in front of us, and as we know that the upcoming map is going to be Miramar, once again, Group B and D will be performing onto this map. Group B and D will be playing their first 3 games, and then later on, Group A and C will be chiming in for Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel. But for the upcoming 2 games, Group B and D will be performing once again. A chance for them to make a comeback. Team Zero as well, a chance for them to breach inside of the top 16 and take a massive sigh of relief, because Team Zero, they have seen a lot of ups and downs in their entire journey inside of this tournament. So, for example, Team Zero, if they do start a breach inside of the top 16, once again, all the teams in the top 16, they will start to break a sweat, because they know a massive comeback is on the horizon for all the other teams that are still on the latter half of the board.
Oh, certainly, because if Team Zero is coming in top 16, definitely one of the team of top 16 is coming in the danger area. So the pressure is mounting on the safe teams. The teams who are sitting in the safe area in the top 16, the pressure is mounting on them also, because all the teams from the bottom are also staging a comeback. So that means the competition is increasing. It's not going to be so easy. One bad game can throw you out of the top 16 and put you in the danger area. And one good game can put you in the top 16. So I think from week number 3, things are going to be much more difficult for all the teams.
Without a doubt. From week 3, things will be, I would say, all the room for error that you had in week 2 and week 1, that room for error will vanish away in week 3. You would not have a chance to make any type of mistakes. Week 3 has to be on point, and week 3 has to be for the victory, because after week 3, week 4 will start, and then inside of week 4, everyone will just try to rush to get inside of the top 16. So week 3 can be a start for the teams that are looking to get close as possible to top 16, but then week 4, top 16 is the only way to go. But here we go. The upcoming second game is going to be on our screens too, ladies and gentlemen, while the plane flat path starts a little bit from the southern side of Los Leones all the way towards El Hazard. Once again, the plane flat path is completely towards one-sided, and that means if the teams do want to go towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, it's going to be a long stretch, including Entity Gaming. They like to go towards El Pozo, so I want to see where Entity Gaming is going to be dropping out now.
For Entity, I'm not so worried, because let's be honest, Entity is looking so fantastic in the overall ranking, the drop location. Usually, even if they face any sort of drop collision, they come out as victorious. Usually, they like to head over to the city of El Pozo, but like you said, it's not going to be so easy. Vehicles are something that they can resort to, but sometimes that also backfires. That also don't go in your favor. But a good decision coming in from their side. They have changed the drop location. They're heading towards the side of Los Higos. That is usually Gen X FM's drop location. So maybe there's a possibility we can see a fight brewing up between the Plus of Gen X and Entity. But no, Gen X, they are heading toward Valle Dilmar. Then we have Team Zero in the city of Kyoto Pirosio, Team Together Esports in the city of Impala, Big Brothers going all the way up towards Campo Militar, Orangutan in the city of El Hazar, or maybe Cruz del Valle. They can also stretch a little bit. Skull Esports, finally, they have decided to go all the way towards north.
Exactly. 8-bit towards Los Leones. No issues on that regard. Even Hydra towards down south of Los Leones. They're going to be dropping in those small compounds, get their loot scooted up. Team Zero towards Puerto Paraiso. Team Together Esports towards Impala. No issues over there as well. Gen X FM, they're going to go towards Valle del Mar. Entity, though, this time they have changed their drop location towards Los Higos now, which is quite interesting. They've dropped on the prison island. I'm not exactly sure how well Entity is going to be familiar to make the rotation happen from this island. So it is, of course, going to be quite a challenging task for the entirety of Entity because they need to get their hands on some basic loot first and then move out of that Los Higos island, which is going to be a challenge considering Gen X FM is camped in that bridge where you can take a rotation out from towards Valle del Mar. So it is still going to be a massive collision happening towards that Valle del Mar side. Let's see how this fight's going to be panning out.
Let's see if there will be a fight, because by the looks of it, yeah, this is definitely looks like this is a bullet that the Plus of Team Entity needs to bite. But Medal, they're looking pretty comfortable in the city of Montenegro. They have the entire control of that. So good resources will be in their backpacks. Team X-Park also, they usually go for a split drop, and that is exactly what they are doing towards Graveyard. The players are there. They just need to be a bit careful, because if Team X-Park head a little north, they might have to face the Plus of teams called Esports. Then we have Chemin also in St. Martin. A few of the big teams are not there, so St. Martin and Hacienda were pretty much unoccupied, and Team Chemin decided to drop over there. Then we have the Plus of Team Prince also in the city of Power Grid. This game is important for the Plus of Team Prince also, because they have been facing a major downfall in their performance. And looking at past performance of the previous week, I think Team Prince did fairly good in the map of Miramar also. Yes, Erangel has been their strong point, but even in Miramar, they did manage to get 32 points. So definitely Miramar is a strong game for Team Prince.
Without a doubt, it has been. Oh, but Entity Gaming finally now starting to make that rotation out of that bridge. Either there's going to be two chances. Either there's going to be nothing happening at all, or Entity Gaming will just find a clear pathway and they can rotate out of that spot without any trouble. And that's what it seems like is happening right now. Gen X FM, they've got no intentions in going for the fight as well, which makes a lot of sense, I would say, because Gen X FM, they've got a lot to lose. Entity Gaming, on the opposite hand, they're already inside of the top 8. They're looking pretty comfortable in the overall standings. So even if Entity Gaming do get wiped out right here, right now, it's not really going to be affecting their positioning in the overall standings whatsoever. But Gen X FM, on the other hand, if they do take some heavy hitting onto themselves, then they've got a lot to lose. Gen X FM, they still need to establish a comeback inside of the top 16. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Gen X FM let the players of Entity Gaming just scoot away like that, because they do not really want to lose any of their players this early inside of the games. They do not want to go for that early risk. Carnival Gaming inside of Picado, as usual, that's where they like to drop, right in the centric spot of the map. So Carnival Gaming, they're not going to have that big of a deal to rotate out of this spot. It's going to be an easy rotation for Carnival. And I think so they're also done with their loot. Meds, yeah, a little bit problematic on that side, but soon enough they will get that looted as well.
Yeah, Picado is full of those resources. So Team Carnival Gaming, nothing to worry about them. But speaking of Team Chemin, they need to be bit cautious because they are in the city of St. Martin. They can head over to Hacienda as well and grab those resources and eye for the center spot. They just need to be cautious of those rotations that are coming from the western or the northern front. Okay, on the northern, it's just one single team that is going to be Big Brothers. But the rotations that are coming from the western front, like we have Entity, then we have Medal, we have Team Prince, Gen X FM. Chemin just need to be a bit cautious of those rotations. Otherwise, Team Chemin is also looking pretty decent for now. And this game is really important for Team Together Esports also, because yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners, and looking at the performance of Team Together, Miramar, they have been getting decent points. So it's not like they are having a shabby performance in this particular map. So Team Together should be eyeing for that winner chicken dinner. Considering the position also, they are in the city of Impala. Yeah, adjusting is something that has been a problem for majority of the teams, because the format was like that. You're playing with different group every day, you're playing on a different map, so you had to make so many adjustments on week 1. But now we have reached at the end of week number 2. All these teams are pretty much comfortable with each other's drop spots, rotations, and everything. So I don't think that is going to be a big problem for after week number 2 for all these teams. But even the plus of Team Hydra, they're also making a good comeback. Yesterday was also a good day. In the previous Erangel also they look promising, but right now Mega needs to be a bit cautious. A good knock coming in from the side of Savitar, a perfect M416 spray.
Yeah, really nice spray. A prone spray too with just a 3x finds Omega. Some good connections though. Gotta give it to Savitar. And this is why I'm a big fan of this team too. In general, Team Prince. Every single player from Team Prince, you see Savitar, Jackson, even Prince himself, especially Savitar. For Newman Gaming, Savitar used to be the assaulter. Jackson as well is another assaulter from Team Prince. So in general, every single player from Team Prince is a heavy hitter. But this time, Savitar miscalculates a couple of things, but he still managed to find the return knockout. So it's still all good in the hood for Team Prince. Things can be easily brought back in their accord once again. Carnival Gaming down to just a 3-man squad, while Team Prince as well. Same things on both the sides. Equal outcomes for now. And Prince now looking forward to at least find another opening to get things a little bit more under control from this fight. Team Prince, they have been taking majority of these fights in quite a desperate way. But this time, maybe it's time to change things a little bit. Team Prince, they need to change their approach in all the fights that they have been showcasing so far. And I like the fact that they're also playing in the outskirts a little bit, not exactly getting in the core of the compound. Instead, just spreading themselves out from the outskirts. You see AJ all the way in the back lines towards the tree, but now is looking forward to close on up as well. Goblin's all by himself, isolated in that house, and Prince is now starting to make the march. Pulls out the DBS. Goblin now looking forward to stop that push with the Molotov placement. So Prince is going to have a hell of a time to sort of push up. But Goblin, he finds a return knockout. Nicely done. Team Prince now taken down to a 2-man squad. Carnival Gaming, they've got the momentum in their hands in this fight. They've got the flow in their hands. AJ, man's position's compromised, but Goblin is taken down way too low as well. AJ is only down to a single HP. One single bullet will seal the deal onto AJ, and that's it. Carnival Gaming, they shut down the entirety of Team Prince, while Team Prince had the advantage in that fight.
I don't know. The misery continues for Team Prince. Let's be honest, Neeraj. Even in this fight, Team Prince had a big advantage. They find the first knock onto the plus of Carnival Gaming. They get the confirmation point, but on the retaliation, Carnival Gaming did manage to find a good trade onto one of the player. I think it was Savita. They get the confirmation, but Team Prince, all he had to do was just buy some time till the reinforcement comes, and he did so beautifully. But Jackson coming out in the open, then Prince coming out in the open. These were few little silly mistakes that came in. Otherwise, this fight should have gone in the favor of Team Prince. But kudos to Carnival Gaming for keeping the composure. Although they lost on one of their players, but they do manage to get 4 finishes. They are looking pretty solid, but they need to be aware of a enemy that is keeping an eye onto them. In the name of Metal Esports, Top Dog from that uphill area. Neo out in the open. Could have been a big mistake because Top Dog is just waiting for that little opportunity when he can get a knock. The perfect spray is coming in. and Neo did receive a hefty damage, but now he's safe and sound. At the same time, Medal's position has also been compromised.
Middle Esports from the high ground, of course, they've got the advantage. But once again, touching back up on the Prince topic, as I mentioned, overcommitment is being a massive issue for Team Prince after the week 1. And the same thing happens once again. Team Prince, they overcommitted in that fight. They try to go for a full-on head-on-head collision against Carnival Gaming. And Team Prince, they just completely lose out. Carnival Gaming, you got to give it up to them, though. Even though it was a 3-on-4 scenario, they still managed to shut down Savitar and then get the situation back in control once again with a 3-on-3. So in general, Carnival Gaming, with the way they tackled that situation, was quite nice. And now Chemin Esports, even they found themselves quite a nice shelter. Chemin Esports being one of those defensive teams as well, would not really want any type of smoke off the bat in this early game of the scenario. But good spot onto Sarang. Couple of shots taken. Softens up the flesh a little bit. But Chemin Esports, they do not really want anything to be done with that fight, let's be honest.
Chemin Esports, the good thing about this team is they know the difference between a good fight and a bad fight. They don't show any sort of unnecessary aggression when it is not required, and that is something that always works in their favor. They're just holding on to that open concrete. They need to be a little careful of the teams present on the uphill, like the plus of Team X-Park, like you pointed out. But speaking of Team X-Park, the 1v3 split which they are having right now is a little questionable because one of the players is in such a close proximity to the players of Team Hydra. Look at the position of Ninja Jod. He's all by himself. Yes, he does have a height advantage, but still, if a knock comes in, if a knock comes through, there is no chance of a revival coming in. And look at that, Spray God is literally closing in the distance. But is he even aware about Ninja Jod?
No, that's the problem. He's not aware that there's a threat lingering around right behind him. And if Ninja Jod decides to peek out, he can't find himself an easy knockout right in front of him. Spray God unaware of the possibilities completely. There's a chance he can be knocked out soon enough. But Ninja Jod still just waiting for the right moment to strike. Tosses on an aid, gives his position away. Now Spray God definitely knows that there's someone in the clotheslines. And instantly now Spray God as well deciding to back away. Ninja Jod misses on the opportunity to find a knockout because of those utility being utilized without even having any clue where the opponent was. Ninja Jod should have went for the fight. Spray God was completely unaware of the fact that there was someone on top of that hill. But Ninja Jod playing too defensive in that scenario, playing too passive, cost him that one single point. And Hydra is one of those teams. Currently, the wind is in their sails. They're looking quite good.
Hydra definitely is looking good, and that was a good decision coming in from the side of Starboy not to take any sort of risk because he had no information that how many players are present over there. He just knew there is an enemy, there is someone, so better not to take any sort of risk and regroup with the teammates and try and get all the information, go into the hard covers, and that is exactly what the plus of Team Hydra are doing right now. Yes, the little dip which they are holding right now is decent for now. They need to readjust for the next circle. But looking at the circle, the team that is looking fantastic in terms of the rotation is the plus of Team Entity because they are coming all the way from the northern side. The backlines are completely clear, and at the same time, we have OG in close proximity to the plus of Skull Esports. And again, look at the split that is coming in from the side of Team Orangutan. I have my questions. Will the split work in their favor or not?
Not sure. But OG, they've got their own problems to deal with. Ash and AKOP, a little bit spread apart from each other, but maybe AKOP was just looking forward to find an off angle. But look at Beast and Phoenix too, all the way in the back lines. So even Skull Esports, they've got a massive widespread. AKOP still just lying around, looking for at least some type of spot against the enemies. Just looking for that one little glimmer. But he's not able to find that. So it's better to back away from this spot. And OG, it's better to just focus on the future and find yourself a better spot inside of the safe zone. And that's what OG is now starting to do. A lot of teams in general are looking quite desperate inside these weeks to find those points. And that desperation is now going to start to make a lot of the major issues. And Trigger, even this man's on move. OG, yeah, they are quite spread out, to be honest. And I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. Maybe they're just trying to accumulate as much intel as possible. But still, it's filled with a lot of risk.
This is a problem with Orangutan in every single game, Neeraj. Even in the previous Erangel, this was the main reason that Orangutan had to face an early elimination, because the split that was coming in from their side was not working at all. They get picked individually and they try to engage in multiple fights, and that's something not working for them. On the other side, as per the Finnish feed, looks like the players of Carnival Gaming and TWM are also locking horns with each other, where a knock is coming onto the players of Carnival. But looking at Team Together Esports, even they have got 8-bit in some distance, and Team Hydra as well. So everyone right now is just trying to hold area somewhere towards the southern side of the circle. Knocks are coming through, as even Hydra Duro OP is in a bit of pickle, as he has been pinned down behind those vehicles. He needs to patch himself and regroup with his teammates or find a better spot for himself. Otherwise, Nonok's grenade might bring his demise.
Oh, Duro OP! Oh, I thought that nade was way too close, but no. Instead, to our OP, he managed to barely dodge that casualty that was on his way. Smoke's being popped out as well. Duar OP just wants a little bit of more freedom from that spot. He's also starting to get chipped away, and soon enough, he will be knocked out as well. Juicy's going to be the man to find the knockdown. Nicely done. And instant confirmation dew starts to flow up. Hydra now taking down to a 3-man squad, and Hydra, they've lost out on their star player. That's not a good news at all.
Even Genix FM, they have got a knock onto JD Gaming of their team. They need to go for the rescue mission for the revival, but now we have Karan on a screen as he's trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of TWM, and TWM, they need to scuttle back to the safety, because the shots that are coming in, they are on the receiving end and they're receiving hefty damage, especially Kyo Lamau. Karan, yes, he's holding on to an off angle, and that's a good position, which TWM needs to be a bit cautious about. Otherwise, that could result in the end of Kyo Lamau, because the vehicles are already blown, and Kyo Lamau is having no help at this point. Team X-Park, look at that, the perfect line of sight which Sanhok had onto the Plaza Big Brothers. Uzumaki, he could have been taken down, but the grenade, he's trying to fight with the plus of Team X-Park on the uphill. No connection whatsoever. Now, Big Brother Esports, they also need to be a bit cautious. But one of the player of Big Brothers, look at the minimap. He's holding on an off angle. He's a bit far away from his teammates. He can definitely try and do some damage towards the side of BB.
Definitely can try. Oh, that could have been a knockout right there. Kilamau still finds the rotation inside of the house. Kilamau being able to reposition himself that quickly. And Genix FM, the man did not really have any type of gun in his hands. That's why Kilamau is still up and alive. And look at Big Brother Esports. This is such a massive red flag. All the players of Big Brother right underneath the players of Team X-Park. One single nade can actually find the opening, and then X-Park can easily pounce on top of the prey. But instead, X-Park, I guess they're too complacent in the spot they've already found. It's a high ground too. They're looking quite okay. Even an airdrop right in front if they want, they can definitely go for it. But so far, X-Park, they don't really need to make any type of forced errors. Instead, they can just sit down over here and relax and wait for the upcoming zones. And there's also a little bit of a split. You see that? Two players from X-Park on top of this hill, and then there's one man who is spread out a little bit more inside of the circle. And even he's got a little bit of high ground to play with himself. So X-Park, one thing is for sure. There's a lot of intel flowing in right now.
Yeah, they do have a lot of information, and the position is definitely helping their case. But the only concern is if the circle goes away from the side of X-Park, and then they have to make the journey downhill. That won't be easy, because Big Brothers, will be waiting for them. Then we have Hydra, 8-bit, Team Together Esports. So that is my concern for Team X-Park, because if the circle goes a little east, Orangutan is going to be pretty much happy, because the only compound then would be in their control. On the other side, Medal Sayyid has been knocked out by the plus of Genix FM as he was trying to migrate inside the circle. A knock has come through. I think a confirmation should also be coming in. But also, we have a third party in the name of Carnival Gaming, as one of the player of Genix... Actually, no, one of the player of Genix FM was way too far away from his teammates. And he has been knocked by Carnival Gaming. Now, Genix FM, there is no chance for a revival coming in. They are standing as a 3-man army. The next victim of Genix FM could be the plus of Medal Esports, and Encore with the vehicle is trying to migrate inside the circle. The perfect spray is coming in, and Encore definitely has received a hefty damage.
Genix FM, shots were definitely taken, but even they've lost out on one of their players in the name of Skillful. So Genix FM, even they cannot really go for those extra commitments inside any of these fights. It's better to just play a little bit from the outskirts, a little bit from the far phrase, and that's what Genix FM is trying to do as well. Just chip out a little bit of more damage on the opponents, put them in a state of discomfort, and then just rotate away. And Genix FM, they've found themselves barely on the edge of the circle. Skults, though, they take a lot of shots against the players of Chemin Esports. Phantom is quite chipped up as well, quite low, quite bruised up. One more shot from the DBS should seal the deal onto Phantom, but Phantom is just jiggling around the vehicle quite nicely, and he finds a knockout against Beast. But the play zone's going to start to deal a lot of damage, and maybe the man from Chemin Esports will be knocked out, and that's what happens. Phantom gets knocked out, and the last man, Fury, is not able to keep up with the players of Skults. The entirety of Chemin Esports, they come collapsing down because they take a massive hit from Skults Esports. But Entity Gaming, they're here like vultures with a third party, looking to shut down the last man of Skults Esports. But Vigilo is still firing back and replying back in style. He finds 2 knockouts against Entity. Pukar and Gumla Boy knocked out. It's all down to Vigilo from the side of Skults. A 1v2 scenario. Will he be able to pull it off? Will he be able to pull off one of the biggest clutches in the history of SPS? And the answer is going to be no. Entity, some good utility utilization will shut down the last man of Skulls.
Skulls, after having a good performance, the previous Erangel have been eliminated pretty early in the game, but good effort from their side of Skull as well. But Entity, they did a perfect third party in that scenario. Entity, they had a good cover of the terrains, of the ridges over there. They made the perfect use out of it. Those toibles, those utility usage that came in from their side definitely helped Entity get those finished points. But now we have Carnival Gaming and Genix FM up on our screens, and Genix FM, their position is not really a good position. They are walking on a thin. It's a single grenade per result in the knock on both the players, but looks like the Carnival Gaming is definitely going to take down one of the players, Spider Jord. He has been knocked out. Karan, he has to go for the rescue mission, but the way Goblin is charging in close frontal battle, this is not looking good for the plus of Genix FM at all, and not looking for Goblin either, but he's walking under the supervision of his teammates, and DBS in his hands, right to the face of Karan, eliminates him.
Goblin, one single DBS pump to the face of the opponent, and that's going to be the deal sealer. Team Together Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with. Invader's been knocked out. Another player from Team Together Esports, which is Sevi plays. He's there to get the resurrection back up. Stagger's quite low as well. So Team Together Esports in general, they're in quite a bad spot. They need a little bit more of that breathing space. Metal Esports too, looking for a breach inside of the safe zone, but they're being gate-kept by a lot of the teams in the front lines. Team 0 up and against the players of OR. But OR, they've got a massive advantage inside of the fight. It's all down to Sayyid, with not a lot of HP to back him up as well. Pulls out the M416, and that's it. OR Esports, they do a flawless squad wipe against Team 0. This time, Team 0 not been able to pull off a lot of the miracles that they were pulling off in the previous 2 games. And they're pretty much done this time.
Yeah, Team 0 early elimination coming in, but OR Esports, they did manage to rank up those 4 finishes. And Team 0 and OR, they both were trying to migrate inside the circle from the eastern side. That's when they collided paths with each other. But now it is Orangutan that could be the next victim for the plus of OR Esports, as they've already managed to get the confirmation point onto Trigger. Now, Orangutan, they're left with only 3 men, and OR Esports also do realize that they are on the low ground, and in a matter of 35 seconds, the blue will also start closing in. So they have to respect the circle. At the same time, they have to be a bit cautious in their approach with the fight against the plus of Team Orangutan. So this is a good decision making that is coming in from their side. So better try and prioritize the circle at this point. Otherwise, the blue will result in the demise of both these teams. So, but the shots are definitely coming in, and this time it is coming from the side of Team Hydra. Hydra, as Edmino has definitely received a hefty damage. He's going to blow up the vehicle and make a hard cover for himself.
Hydra, 3 players. Spray God's quite low. Starboy as well. Not really in that comfortable of a position. Look at OG from the high ground now, starting to create some better angles against the players of Hydra. Hydra is currently in the prime spot. They're in the smack center. They've got a solid spot to play with, but then OG can still be a massive thorn in the way because OG, they've got the high ground to play with. Entity Gaming slowly and steadily trying to close on in inside of the circle as well, and they've also got the man advantage. So Entity Gaming, even they can be a massive thorn in the way for OG. A lot of fights are going to start to break out as Entity Gaming, they take a couple of shots against Team X Park, and they are actually doing some serious amount of damage against him. But the nades being tossed in by WizGod as well, they're starting to be a real pain in the foot. So I'm not exactly sure what the players of Entity Gaming can do to make out of this position. But OG, even they've got their own problems brewing up.
OG, Orangutan, this game is very important for them because last Erangel didn't go entirely in their favor and they have got a decent position. Like you said, they have got a height advantage. They just need to play all their cards right and then have to make sure that Team Hydra gets eliminated. They can try to do so. The same thing with the utility usage because the way all the players of Team Hydra are sticking together, they're joined by the hip. A single grenade could result on knock onto multiple players. But on the other side, we have Gamla Boy with an M249. Marks an end towards Spray God, gets a confirmation point. But Gamla Boy just surviving that was perfect spray that came in from the side of A8 with Juicy.
Gamla Boy in the nick of time just gets back in the cover. Team 8-Pit up against the players of Hydra, and Hydra, they're getting shot from 2 different angles, from the front and from the back. And 8-Pit 2 are just applying so much pressure. OG from the top is now going to start raining down Hellfire. The only team that can stop the entire domination of OG has to be Entity Gaming. And now Entity as well, they're starting to get up close and personal, slowly and steadily. Look at the distance between Entity Gaming, the rest 3 players, and Pucar. Pucar's a little bit on the right side. Still looking to find that initial knockout against the players of OG, but OG too, they're playing quite nice. They're not really overcommitting any of the angles. 8-Pit, they need to move inside of the circle because the wall of death is now starting to move in. And the save zone is in the favor of OG, and OG, they're starting to dismantle Entity as well. They found the first knockout, Salmrock be taken down. That's the opener that OG were desperately looking for, but even their backs are against the wall, so OG, they need to do something themselves.
Certainly Team Orangutan, they have to do something. This could be their game to lose. But Entity, they have managed to give the crucial revival onto Somraj. But again, Madman comes in, takes him down. But it is WizGod that will take Madman down. And with that, Team 8-Bit, they have been eliminated. It is Team Orangutan versus Team Entity. This is the moment when the players of Team Entity can push and rush through the smokes because Orangutan are in their weakest spot. 2 of their players are already down. And this is the moment when they have to strike in because Ash is all by himself. WizGod, AKOP on a very low HP, but now they have patched themselves up there again, back on the field. But again, AKOP takes a hefty blow from the side of Team Entity. Even Team Entity, they have the numbers advantage. They have the majority of the real estate control. This looks like the entire game for Team Entity is favored, but Ash did take a FT HP out of Pucar. And Tron coming out in the open, and AKOP instantly shuts him down.
OG, they're now slowly and steadily moving in, inch by inch. Some heavy amount of damage being inflicted onto Entity, though. And the same thing can be said for the side of OG, too, because OG, they've lost out on WizGod, and Pucar now finally makes the go call. AKOP trying his best to fight back, but that's it. Entity, they've got the man number, and they will take this chicken dinner home. Solid stuff from Entity Gaming, but OG this time, they showcased a massive improvement in the battlegrounds. OG, they needed this game desperately, and they actually got that as well. OG, they had a lot of elimination points to back them up, but the same thing can be said for Entity Gaming too. Entity, they were already looking way too comfortable in the overall standings, but after this game, Entity, they're going to propel themselves even in a better spot.
Well, certainly, Team Entity is definitely going to propel themselves after the winner chicken dinner. Maybe they're already sitting on the top spot because they were on the 3rd at the start of the day, 3rd or 4th spot. after these 15 placement points and good amount of finishes, Entity is looking fantastic. And Entity, they performed really good because they started by taking down the plus of Team Skull. Then from the northern side, then they went ahead and got few finishes onto few other players also. In the end, it was Team Orangutan. They eliminated entirely. Good rotations also came from their side. Instead of opting directly heading inside the circle, they opted for a very complete northern rotation.
Without a doubt. I mean, the northern rotation, as you mentioned, was quite nice from them too. And OG, as soon as they got the high ground, it just felt like that OG, they made the right call in that decision. And we all thought for a moment that, okay, maybe Hydra is going to be in the powerful position. They're probably going to be in the prime spot. But OG, with that high ground contention, instantly sort of shook the world of Hydra. And as soon as they got that high ground control, Hydra, even they themselves knew that, okay, now winning this game is going to be even more tougher because there's a team on top and there's a team on bottom in the name of 8-Bit. And Hydra, they were pretty much in a massive sandwich scenario, and that's what exactly happened later on because even 8-Bit started taking shots against him. Even from the top, it was OG just raining down hellfire against him, and the players of, unfortunately, in the team that was in the between, they just had nowhere to go. And Hydra, they got easily eliminated from the game. So in general, later on, even Entity Gaming, they tried to push up. Of course, Entity, they had the man advantage, and Entity in general, they just played really safe. They just played really defensive in that final moment. They did not really showcase any type of overcommitments, and they just waited for that. They just waited for their moment to strike, and they just waited for their moment to shine, and they pretty much shined through, and they got the chicken dinner. But let's move on and take a look at the highlights because we will be able to relive all the moments from the previous game.
Yeah, things started with the Team Prince and Carnival Gaming engaging in a fight with each other where few blunders were definitely there from the side of Team Prince because it was Team Prince fight. But on the other side, Team 8-Bit and Team Hydra, at the start of the game also, they did engage in a fight with each other, and towards the later end of the circle, later part of the game also, Team 8-Bit and Hydra, they locked horns with each other. But ended after eliminating Skull Esports, they had the entire northern control in their favor.
Pretty much. And then this fight was one of those fights that we personally thought that, okay, Genix FM could have had a chance to sort of make something happen out of all the performances that was going on, which was quite bad for them. But unfortunately, CG, they once again just came out on top in that fight and they shut down Genix FM. So all the hopes and dreams from Genix FM were just instantly shut down once again. 8-Bit, as I mentioned, they had a nice sandwich situation against the players of Hydra too, so they at least managed to do some damage against Hydra. Hydra got eliminated. OG, they had a little bit of that unwanted help from the side of 8-Bit. So 8-Bit, the one last man alive from 8-Bit, he was able to shut down one man from Entity Gaming. That gave a little bit of hope for the players of OG to sort of come out on top in that final scenario, but still it really did not matter because Entity Gaming in general, they just had the man number to sort of back themselves up.
Yeah, the numbers advantage, the man number is definitely going to help your case, be it Sanhok, Vikendi or Erangel. If you have a 4-man army, the opponent they have a 3-man or 2-man squad, definitely your chances of winning that fight is high. And speaking of Hydra, they just became the patty in the sandwich because the usual game style of Hydra is pick up individual players, pick up the knock players, find individual frags here and there. That is exactly what Team Hydra do, and in doing so they also grab a lot of attention. But now let's have a look at the MVP, and it is going to be none other than Ninja Jord of Team X-Park with 6 finishes and 55% finish contribution.
Oh, Team X-Park too. Even in the previous game, X-Park was doing quite good. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense why Ninja Jord has 6 finishes, and he's also the MVP of the previous game with 55% finish contribution. And now even, I guess, Team X-Park slowly and steadily, even they're going to be on that climb. X-Park, they've only got one more game left after this one. It is going to be Erangel. So let's see what X-Park's going to be able to pull off in the last game, because Erangel, Team X-Park, they've definitely been struggling. It's a relationship which is quite toxic, but still X-Park, they need to continue that relationship and they need to make something happen out of nothing. Soon enough, we'll be able to see the stars of the previous map, and I would say, in general, I want to see best companion, at least someone from the side of OG.
That could be a possibility because OG was also supporting each other, all the players of Orangutan, but it is actually Somraj of Team Entity as the best companion, and then we have Gamla Boy as the finisher because he got the last finishes. Somraj, I think it was Somraj who got knocked also the first. Then later on he was revived by his teammates, and later on he did support his team in the final fight.
I mean, Somraj being the IGL, he's of course doing his job, and that's why he is there as the best companion. But then finisher being Gamla Boy with 3 finishes wrapped up and 1 assist with the distance travel of quite a lot, honestly. I'm not even going to try to read out that number. But then survival time is going to be 28-46. So in general, Entity Gaming, once again, that consistency just keeps on moving up. And I guess soon enough, Entity Gaming will also be on the first spot in the overall standings because they're looking like an unstoppable spree. They've got the momentum. No one's going to be able to stop them because the upcoming game is also going to be the map of Erangel, where Entity Gaming is quite comfortable. So they've got nothing to worry about.
Oh yeah, Entity, they are pretty comfortable, and after this winner chicken dinner, they're looking super strong in the overall leaderboard. So let's have a look at the match ranking, that which team got how many points, because Team Xbox, as far as I know, on the western front, they were engaging in a fight with the plus of Team Together Esports, where they got good finishes, total of 11 finishes they have ranked in this point one, total 15 points, and Entity, they are on the top with 25 points. Orangutan on the second spot with total of 18 points. Even 8-bit, they also did fairly good in this one, total 14 points in their favor.
And then you also see Genix FM with 5 points accumulated, Hydra with 7 points. Genix FM, as I mentioned, they had a solid chance to prove themselves right in the previous game. They had a solid chance to pretty much make their hopes and dreams come true. But unfortunately, CG, as soon as they were able to find that initial knockout in that moment, then Goblin just pushed up close and personal, and he just shoved that DBS right in his face. And then you also see Chemin Esports on the 9th spot. Once again, Chemin Esports, today, performance has been a little bit shaky from the side of Chemin. Even in the previous game, Chemin Esports was not able to perform that great. Even in this game, Chemin Esports is faltering down. Yes, issues are starting to erupt.
Then better correct all the issues at this stage only before they are thrown out of top 10 or top 16, because if they correct all the issues at the earliest, that is going to favor their case in the overall ranking. 3 finishes, yes, the finish points are there, but in fact, Chemin, today they're not doing the usual strat, the mid strat, which they were going for every single game. This time they're going for the fights, they're prioritizing the rotation, so there is definitely a change in their play style. So that also could be the reason that Chemin is not able to get those crucial placement points.
Exactly. Chemin, as you mentioned, they're not able to get those crucial placement points, but I guess Chemin, maybe they just need to go back to the roots and stop taking all the fights and just go for the med strat, I guess. Just trying to accumulate as many meds as possible, send the 3 players inside of the circle, 1 player Altu, which is going to be all the way back, just going for the med strat. And I guess that strategy has been working out for Chemin Esports for a long time, so maybe it's time to dial back to that strategy. But as you mentioned, it's better to patch all the holes as soon as possible before moving inside of the final stage. And I guess Chemin Esports, they sort of need to get their hands warmed up. They sort of need to get their hands a little bit bloody as well. Get used to all the firefights before you're going to be moving inside of the grand finals, and do all your research over here right now instead of pushing things later on over and over again. So Chemin Esports, we know what they're capable of. They have got the firepower too, and they are quite good when it comes to the tactical standpoint of the game too. So I guess maybe one single bad day, we can let it slide, right?
Yeah, even best of the best teams sometimes do have few bad days. Chemin has been very consistent. The previous week, every single day, they have been the consistent ones. Yeah, we can give them the benefit of doubt. Maybe they're trying to change the playstyle. They're preparing themselves for the finals. They're just looking at the bigger picture and trying to change their playstyle. If it works, it's okay. If it doesn't work, they can always switch back to the previous playstyle. So nothing to worry about for Chemin at this point. But even along with Team Zero, Team Xpac has also started making some progress, because this game did go in their favor. The previous one, Erangel, not so good, but Miramar was definitely in their favor.
Without a doubt, it was in their favor. And as I mentioned too, right, if you're a team who's currently sitting inside of the top 8, and if you want to experiment a couple of things, go for it. This is the right time to experiment, because you do have a little bit of a cushion. You do have a room for error too, so you can definitely try to experiment, try to bring in some new strategies that you want to experiment or play later on in the finals. Try and test it right here, right now, because if you test it in the later phase of this challenge season, then the real problems are going to start to erupt. But if you're somewhere inside of the top 8, you can definitely go for all the type of experiments you can. But as we do see the overall standings, Chemin Esports, once again, they will still be at the top. No one's able to shake them away from that top position. But Entity Gaming slowly and steadily marching their way towards the first spot. They're not that far away from snatching that spot away. So maybe Chemin Esports, it's time to wake up and get a little bit more of those consistent points.
Yeah, they need those points. Entity, they are sitting on the second spot with 174 points. Team Soul, they are yet to play their today's matches, but based on yesterday's performance, they looked fantastic on the third spot with 160 points. Team Together Esports, They got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, but then there was a downfall in their performance. Let's hope they have recovered from it and they replicate the same performance today when their matches come up. Orangutan definitely did showcase some signs of life. They had a good performance and they're sitting comfortably on the 9th spot with 134 points. In fact, like you pointed out, they have got good amount of finish points and now they have started focusing on those placement points as well, because the perfect balance between the finish points and placement points is very crucial if you want to stay in top 16.
Without a doubt, WSB currently at the 16th spot, barely marking themselves in and barely hanging on the edge as well. Soon enough, there's going to be someone else from the third page, slowly and steadily looking forward to breach in. So I guess WSB is probably going to be kicked out of that top 16. Same thing can be said for Global Esports too, not that far away. There's not that big of a difference between the points between 16th and the 15th spot. So in general, the teams in the mid pack, now they're having a big red flag on top of their heads and they need to deal with the danger zone as quick as possible. Because as we know, this is the week 2 and today is the last day of the week 2. You do not really have a lot of opportunity left in your hand to sort of establish a comeback and make it inside of the top 16. Some teams, they have managed to wake up on the time, for example, Team Zero, so that's why now they certainly do have a chance to breach inside of the top 16 quite easily, but you cannot take that chance as granted as well. You need to work hard and super consistent. As you do see AUTOBOTZ 2 towards 22nd spot with 102 points, OR Esports with 107 points, quite close to that top 16. Even Team XPAR quite close. 8-Bit as well, slowly and steadily taking those baby steps towards top 16. But once again, when the remaining group, they chime in, maybe Team 8-Bit, XPAR, and OR Esports will be pushed down once again.
That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. 4Shot Esports, Kyle, Reckoning Esports, these are the teams. Medal Esports, their 2 games are already over, and Medal, they have not been able to perform even on day number 6 as well. So Medal, I have my worries for them because they have already played 17 games, and by the time 4Shot and other Reckoning Esports, they do also complete their remaining 3 games, maybe there is a possibility that if they perform better than Medal can be pushed right at the bottom where 4Shot Esports is sitting right now.
Exactly. I mean, 4Shot Esports, there's a big difference between 31st and the 32nd spot. So 4Shot Esports, they need at least one solid game. They need one chicken dinner to get themselves out of that 32nd spot, and then only they can sort of start slowly and steadily marching up in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure, considering how the momentum is looking like for 4Shot Esports, expecting that chicken dinner can be a little bit too much. I mean, just look at Reckoning Esports and Medal Esports too. Reckoning Esports and Medal Esports, these are some of the top tier teams inside of our region, and still they're struggling so much. Medal Esports, they've played 17 games and they're still on the 29th spot. They're not able to get any of the points, Shadow, and it is now a big concern, not just for this tournament. In general, a lot of fingers are going to be lifted on this lineup if they're not able to perform well.
See, Medal Esports and Reckoning, the major problem of both these teams are it's only 1 or 2 individuals who are getting all the frags, who are doing the heavy lifting. From the side of Reckoning, it is Punk who is getting all those frags, and you can't just rely on a single individual or just 2 players that they'll carry you, they'll do all the work and you'll qualify for the LAN finals. It's just team gameplay. All the 4 players need to step up. They have to give the backline support, they have to do the scouting, they have to fill in their roles. Otherwise, there is no chance that a single individual can get you all those points. But looking at the schedule, now it's time for Erangel, and that is going to be the last game for the players of Group B and D.
I mean, as you mentioned, it is going to be the last game for the Group B and D, and then Group A and C will be chiming in for the rest 3 games that will be left over for the day. But Group A and C will be kicking things off on Sanhok, which is, of course, for the later. Before now, the upcoming game is going to be Erangel. One last chance for all the teams to make a comeback inside of the week 2. For example, I'm still waiting for Team Prince. I'm still waiting for Medal Esports to have that solid game and once again get themselves back in that groove. And we know these teams can easily make that happen as well. There's just something that's missing from these teams, and I hope they find that in the last game of Erangel, because Erangel is once again the classic rounds. Every single team seems quite comfortable on this map, and if you're not able to gain a lot of points in this map in total, then it's a big problem. It's a really massive problem.
Yeah, Erangel is definitely the bread and butter map of all these teams. They are very well aware about every nook and cranny of this map. So staging a comeback should be easy. By now, everyone is very well aware about the drop spots, rotations, and everything. Maybe Team XPAR can get a winner chicken dinner in this one, or maybe Team Hydra, because Hydra is performing phenomenally good in this particular day.
They indeed have been. But ladies and gentlemen, the last map for this group is now in front of us as the plane Flatpad starts all the way from Lipovka towards Primorsk. And considering we know Team Zero, they like to drop towards Lipovka, or at least they're going to go towards Lipovka once again. Usually they like to go for a drop collision against Metal Esports, but this time, considering the plane flat path is a little bit far away from Novorupnoy, it's better to just settle down in Lipovka and maybe go for that initial loot as quick as possible. And once again, you can try to position yourself in a better spot inside the circle as quick as possible. So Team Zero, their positioning game has been looking on point, especially from yesterday, and I want to see them play the same way once again.
Well, certainly they have to replicate the same performance. Team Hydra again going to where the drop spot that is going to be Milta Power. Team Zero towards the side of Lipovka. Genex FM, they are going towards the side of Kamishki, this time back to their home ground. Novorupnoy is for Metal Esports. They are opting for their drop spot. Team Together Esports, last time the flight path was from the northern side, so they went towards Siverny, and now they're going all the way south towards Sosnovka military base. Orangutan, they are looking pretty comfortable in the city of Ferrypier because there is no Metal Esports in the close proximity this time. Entity towards Pochinki, Big Brothers towards school, so no major changes are coming this time.
OG once again back to that classic drop spot toward 3 players towards Ferrypier, Ash all the way down south towards military base. That's how OG likes to drop. Ash is going to be the one to loot and scoot those compounds a little bit that are currently around the bridge side. So that's how OG likes to drop. And also Ash will be able to get his hands on one vehicle that is around the bridge. So OG pretty much as usual just trying to play around the vehicles. The same thing can be said for Chemin Esports as well. They've managed to get their hands on a US. So even for them, it's going to be a clean rotation out of that Yasna Poliana city. Team X Spark and OR, once again, the contention's going to be there towards Yasna Poliana, but I highly doubt there is going to be any type of fight. So there will be peace all across the board, at least in these first initial phases of the game. Team Together Esports towards Sosnovka military base itself. Let's see how Team Together Esports is going to be starting things off in this final game, because Team Together Esports today, they have been deactivated.
Team Together Esports. This team was performing decent in week number 1 also. Neeraj, it was not like the performance was too shabby, something to complain about. At least they were getting those average points, and now they're looking pretty comfortable in the overall ranking. But Kevin, this time they're going all the way towards the northern side. Good rotation should be coming in from their side. Even the circle, last time also we had a eastern circle, and this time it is not a water circle, but still somewhat eastern, favoring the plus of Team Hydra. Starboy is still around shelter in case the circle takes a concentric shift and Team Hydra wants to eye for the center. Starboy can be that anchor heel to bring his remaining teammates inside the circle. So a good split coming in from their side. Even for the plus of Team Skull Esports, in the previous Erangel, I think they came on the second spot. So they ought to be looking for a good performance in this one.
8-bit towards Primorsk. As usual, even they're going to be quite safe. TWM in an interesting drop spot, actually. I'm not exactly sure how the game plan is going to be for TWM, but they have dropped towards those little compounds right underneath Hospital, next to Gatka. And even for them, they're quite isolated. I don't see any type of threat lingering around them in the closer proximity, so TWM is going to be super good on that spot. Even Team Zero towards Lipovka, towards Shelter, and Prison, even they're going to have a good time looting up. The only team that can be in a potential massive red zone has to be Team Prince and Skulls Esports, and OG next to the players of Team Prince as well. Look at that split that's currently there between Team Prince. Savitar is all the way towards Ferropier, and then the rest of the players of Team Prince are towards Farm. I'm not exactly sure what's going on over there, but I hope that's not going to be costing Team Prince their game.
Things are already not working in their favor, and this kind of unorthodox split that is coming, I think it happened by mistake or something. Maybe Savitar forgot to follow his teammate or something like that might have happened, but whatever is the case, Team Prince can't afford to take any sort of risk. They need to focus on the consistency. They have a bigger fish to fry. They have to eye for the top spot as they were trying to do so on day number 1 and day number 2. But now Looks like things have changed in the city of Yasnia. Usually, we never see Team Xbox and Team OR Esports lock horns with each other. They just mind their own business and say, "Hey, we'll take a rain check. We are not going to engage any sort of kerfuffle in Yasnia." But this time, looks like they are going to engage in a fight as Sarang is keeping a close eye onto one of the player of Team OR, Robin. And looks like Robin is not even aware that Sarang is present in the building. This is a disaster brewing up for the players of Team OR Esports.
OR Esports. Robin, as you mentioned, he's currently in an unknown territory, and Sarang hears him on the same level as well. He knows he's on the same floor, and soon enough, Robin's going to be coming in that door. He will be opening that door and walking in this room, and that's when the real problems are going to start to brew up. UMP45 up close and personal, but the shotgun is now finally being pulled out by Sarang, and he shuts the man down. UMP45 against the DBS, there's no shot. You cannot come out on top. And Sarang continuously just keeps on peppering those bullets against the opponents. This is the first time we've seen these two teams cross the paths, cross the horns. And we've seen the first time a fight brewing up between them. OR Esports, what a big blunder that was. I'm not exactly sure how the future plan's going to be looking like for them, but let's see. Now that OR Esports have already started things off on a bad note, they're going to have so many troubles in the future. Oh, wait, who are you, man? Hey, where did Shadow go? You just took her position away like that? All right, well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I guess, well, Fritz was a little bit too eager to see the action happen live in front of him. So now we've got Shadow sitting back, and we've got Fritz joining alongside with me on the casting panel. Fritz, you're joined alongside Necro. How you feel? Oh my God, stop. Stop licking me off like that. Stop licking me off. Okay, buddy. Not sure. But Hydra, for them, the momentum is quite good. The wind is in their sails, Fritz. And today, Hydra has been doing quite awesome. They've been looking pretty good inside of the battleground so far. Starboy, Spurs, Spray God, Duoro OP, especially Duoro OP. One of these star players that this team has to offer, even Spray God as well. And we've seen Spray God. Spray God's an absolute legend. He's been in the competitive scene for a long time. So Spray God brings in that experience as well for this roster. So in general, Hydra, they're quite a well-balanced roster. Sometimes the team play can be a little bit off, but sometimes Hydra can actually punish quite nicely as well. So yeah, the main issue is inconsistency. And I hope Hydra, they find a cure to that. Oh. Won't be. Carnival Gaming. Arto in the front lines. Neo just tapping away. Even Skull Esports, they're doing okay compared to all the other days I've seen them perform inside of this tournament. They're doing much more better. A lot of these teams who haven't been able to perform in the week 1, inside of the week 2, we're seeing a little bit of an uplift in the performance, which is of course nice for them. But I hope there is going to be a little bit of that consistency following up as well. Just one good game is not going to seal the deal. No. They need to be consistent in the upcoming games as well. And now, considering this is the last game for these group as well, let's see how well they're going to try to utilize this last game. Metal Esports is one of those teams that is quite the heavy-hitting ones, but so far, they're not able to hit at all. Metal Esports, they have managed to get the confirmation on that player. Skull Esports, once again, off to a bad start inside of this game, too. Just down to a 3-man squad. Metal Esports, problems starting to brew up once again. I mean, still, it's the phase of the game where you're not going to be seeing a lot of these fights, but these solo eliminations are something that really stings to a team and a player. And these solo eliminations, in the longer run, they're not good at all. Absolutely not. Because you might as well see a team wipe. But once you see a solo elimination inside a team, that means you're just being put in a massive misery. Yeah. They will definitely have the best possible position. And considering Entity Gaming, they're currently at the Potato Hill. Entity Gaming will definitely have a really solid power play point. So let's see how well Entity Gaming is going to be able to sort of put themselves in a much more of a defensive stance. Because Entity Gaming, they need to play super defensive. Them being in the smack center, it's really good. They're also on top of the Potato Hill, where there's not going to be a lot of cover. So once all the other teams do start to surround them, that's when the real problem is going to start to knock the doors off their Entity Gaming, because they will have a lot of intel, but at the same time, there will be a lot of pressure on top of them. Indeed. Team Zero. They spot out that rotation. It's caught out in the open too. Duoro OP, he needs to make some snake-like movements. He cannot just keep on driving in a straight line, or else it will be an easy spray down for the players of Team Zero. At Team Zero, they're not able to find any type of damage though still, so I guess Duoro OP is still in some safe hands for some reason. He should be knocked out in my opinion. Team Zero should have been able to find that knockout onto that player of Duoro
that's
OP,
true.
but unfortunately, Team Zero, they miss out on all the chances of doing so. Team Together Esports, Sevi plays. Even both those players are out in the open now. And even they're trying to make that quick rotation towards the safer grounds. CG, even they're out in the open. Of course, it's dust all across in the air. Because there's so many fights going on. So many teams just going for those quick rotation inside of the vehicles. So let's see how this one's going to be panning out. Entity Gaming, they've been able to find 2 players of Carnival Gaming. The vehicle gets blown up into smithereens, and Carnival Gaming now in a big state of discomfort, on the verge of getting dismantled.
Carnival, didn't they have a compound previously? I mean, I thought that they had that barn house all to themselves, but then the 2 other players were somewhere out in the open, and both of them just get sprayed down. That was a little bit unfortunate. In the meanwhile, we also have another fight brewing in. Wait a second, Entity did lose a player too. Omega was the one who got that knock onto Gamla Boy. Wants that confirmation, but the player's a little bit too far away. So it's better to just fall back. In the meanwhile, yes, this is the fight that I'd like to see. Team X-Pac versus the players of Team Zero. Shadow Scout already down. Oh, it's Syed in a 1v2. In that particular instance, Dark Lord is trying to come in with the backup, but might be too late. Syed falls. Syed's eliminated. And now suddenly, Team Zero, it's only Dark Lord surviving.
A 1v3 scenario. Team X-Pac with all the advantages they can ask themselves to have. And the amount of utilities that are currently being tossed inside of that house. It's causing a lot of issue. It's causing a lot of visual shake, but it's not going to matter. Dark Lord, all the hopes and dreams, they have vanished away into thin air as Dark Lord's been taken out of the game, and Team Zero, even for their journey inside of this game, it was quite short. Team Zero is actually the first team to get eliminated from this game itself. Hydra, Starboy, even in the far fray, he was knocked out, but the vehicle gets blown up, and also he gets the confirmation flown up. So I guess Team X-Pac inside of this game, they're off to a great start. 6 finish points accumulated already.
Hey man, X-Pac's looking good. I mean, yeah, Dreams is yet to open up the fragging department, but then the other 2 players have been doing their job. Sarang with 4 frags in this game already. Six total eliminations. How many players we've lost? We've lost around 10. Out of that, 6 are through the hands of Team X-Pac, so that's great job done by the team. Even OG wants to join in the fray. Pio is down on the ground. TWM in a little bit of trouble. OG slowly and steadily closing in the distance, but now this big road is where the problem is. It is always the biggest problem whenever you're playing around these particular compounds. Somewhere around school, somewhere towards the south side of school, these compounds exist. They do offer you some good loot, but then pushing from one part of this compound to the other is a big pain. So let's see. Pio brought back up 75% HP, peaks again and almost being shut down by AK. He was not at all ready for it.
Oh, man. And look at the circle, too. On top of the potato hill. Entity Gaming, that found themselves in the prime position. And all they need to do is just pin that spot down. Not even move out of that spot anymore. OG. Even for them, they're right in the opposite side of the TWM squad. OG, they can be pushed out a little bit of that playing zone. So OG, they need to close on up. And maybe potentially move out of this spot in general. And yeah, when OG, they try to rotate out of this spot, that's when the real problems are going to be there. So it's time to create, it's time to pave a pathway for yourself, OG, right now, instead of waiting for the right moment. Team Together Esports, Invader gets caught out in the open. Instant confirmation flows up over there too. So eliminations flying up here and there. OG, AKOP being able to sneak that elimination point away. Nicely done.
They're trying to find anything that they can. And they're probably happy too. So you will have the edge of the zone with you. Although the next zone is not going to be with you at all. So OG, they better be ready. If they want to hunker down over here, it's fine. But they better be ready for what's about to happen next after this zone. They might be able to enjoy a few frags too, because the teams will rotate from somewhere near them. They might be able to get those third parties as well, as there's a big hill in front of them where, of course, fights are going to happen. But at the end, when the zone number 5 starts, that's where OG will face the real problem. So if they are ready for a situation like that, then this could be a really good spot for them. Entity, on the other hand, they've been blessed with the zone again and again. And this time's no different. So you have all the 4 players inside the zone. They're holding down a very big area with a big split that they have, which I, at this point, do not like, because this split might have worked for you in the first and the second zone. But now if one of your player is knocked out, the chances of revivals are almost next to 0. So, yeah, you better be ready. You better have a protocol or a plan once you see a player. Otherwise, you'll be in a lot of trouble. X-Park finally starting with their rotations. Bear in mind, this is just a 3-man squad. So wherever they stop, if they do want to take a fight, they will always be at a disadvantage. And Team Prince have already started to pepper bullets on them. Spray got tapped up quite a bit. 2 more bullets could have done the job, but then Savitar does not find his mark.
Team Prince, they've got a nice field set up for themselves. And Team X-Spark, they still somehow managed to squeeze that rotation out of that spot. Team Prince being the big thorn in the way against the players of Team X-Spark, and X-Spark that do not really have a lot of free movement. So the breathing space right now is compromised. And X-Spark, there's a chance they can be choked and suffocated to death. But Metal Esports somewhere else on the map, even they've got their problem brewing up. Up against the players of Skulls, Paradox is trying his best to get the fallen man back up. But Top Dog is a little bit too far away, and getting talked out back up. Of course, Metal Esports is on that rescue mission. Genix fan talking in a couple of utilities as well at the same time, just doing a lot of hurt. And the only thing the players from Metal Esports can really do is try and reposition yourself. But that 3-pointer from Skillful was quite a nice one. He fights that knock on to Top Dog, but getting the confirmation is a little bit too much to ask for.
Metal need to just fall back from this situation. Let's not take this fight. I mean, the distance between the two of you is very, very big, and the only way to get those confirmations will be nades. But as you already pointed out, man, that nade was skillful by skillful. It was a really good nade in that situation. Yeah, there won't be any confirmation, of course. Yes, that's true. But then having the presence of mind to toss a nade in the second half of the compound is insane. Don't tell me they'll take that vehicle to rotate. Please, no, that should never be the plan. Yeah, Buggy is even better. The player behind has no cover, so he's just saying, please God, help me, save me, which just won't happen. Now these are some basic mistakes that you cannot afford. 8-bit from far away, Juicy will be the one. Fritz. Yeah, but you got 30 seconds there, Crow. Don't tell me you have no options. You smokes. You can lay down a path. I know it looks like that you might just be able to use the buggy and get towards that particular spot, but you have the smokes. But wait a second. TWM in this fight with the players of Team OG. Wiz got a nade in hand where Ninzi just ran in and got that knock. Bio traded out with the S12K, yes, but Ash is already out of the game. Wiz got also very, very low. Needs to patch back up. But the nade from Kyo Lamau is not at all funny for the players of Team OG.
Oh, but I like the decision from the side of TWM to just flee away from this spot. Of course, they're catching a lot of damage, but it's still not going to matter, OG. Instead, they've got their own troubles to deal with now. Because even OG, they need to flee away from this spot. And look at the blue zone. It's dealing so much damage. You don't have a lot of time anymore. Drinker's going to be on his way all the way inside of the blue. And AKOP, he's only got one single first aid to back himself up. OG, at this point, it was a panic call being made. And that's why OG, they have came crashing down, light the plane on fire. And Team Together Esports, even they find a clean squad wipe against the entirety of the opponent. Team TWM, easily they've shut him down.
Good hole, man. I mean, one of the players was just having the FPP on around the edge, but the teammate in front of him was like, boop, boop, I've got a shotgun. That's how he was able to get all the frags. Troy just peppering down the players of Team Gen X Maratha. This is not going to be easy at all for that particular team. They will have to be really careful about how they play. 8-bit Madman, the one to get those knocks. Now Somraj, that ADS, random shots through the smoke. For now, won't find its mark, but then Entity, look at the number of frags. Necro, 8 frags already on the board, and they do have a good position. Higher ground, yes, inside the zone. Now that's where the problem is. So they might be able to get inside the zone. That should be their priority, but a frag. But that's a frag spree. 1, 2, how many can you get? There are a lot of players to just feast on.
That's what you call a little kid who's left in a candy store, and he's getting those candies for free.
Ooh, tasty.
And he was getting all those elimination points that were just scattered all across the ground. And Entity Gaming, they've managed to get 11 eliminations so far, and there's still 7 teams alive, or maybe 6 teams alive. You cannot count Entity in themselves. But still, there's still a lot of teams alive in Entity Gaming. There's going to be endless opportunities for them to get even more elimination points. And look at the amount of teams that are currently in the same compound as well. Team Prince colliding against Team 8-Bit. Juicy's doing a lot of work. He's single-handedly manhandling the Team Prince. And Prince, it's all down to him. The last man of Team Prince is all by himself. And even he can't do a lot. CG Hector, he pushes up against the players of Team 8-Bit. And Juicy, he's quite low, still in that bathroom. His position's uncompromised. And I'm pretty sure the last man of CG can hear this first stage. 2 players from enemy team in the same house, and I'm sure the jealousy is gonna catch up. But Juicy, he welcomes the opposition team with open arms, and he shuts down the last man of CG. And it's all down to the final 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Entity Gaming and 8-Bit in this scenario.
Yeah, this is going to be an important fight. There is an angle from where you can bounce this nade into bathroom, but let's see if Pukkar knows the angle, and if you really want to push this particular area. They want to clear it out so that they can focus on the fight ahead. Pukkar, he is trying to jump from outside the zone, or is he resetting in terms of the loot that he wants? 26 seconds either way to make a decision. 5 more meters to get inside the zone. You will also have to deal. Was it Team X-Pac? No, it's Team Together Esports, alright. But Madman tosses an 8 out from the window. Gets that knock out of Pukkar. And suddenly a 3-man squad gets turned into 2. Somraj and Troy, these are the only 2 players surviving for Team Entity. As I don't think so there's any more chances for Pukkar to get that revival. A good nade by Somraj.
Hold on.
Madman kind of walked into it, but I'll still give it to Somraj in that position. He gets the knock. The blue also pushing from behind. Yeah, 8-Bit. I believe they're done, but wait a second. Saikan from Together. They get a knock. Somraj trying to return fire. Spots 2 players, tags 1 up, but it won't be enough to get the counter knock. And now also he has to deal with the players of Team 8-Bit. Madman in the crosshair. Good knock. Where's Juicy? Is he going in for the heal battle? I suppose he is. He comes out, but then gets sprayed down, and the zone will help to take him down. Somraj is dancing around these red boxes, trying to survive from all those nades. But Together, they will find a different angle. And wait a second. That's a good knock, but the angle found by the remaining players, and Together will be able to get the chicken.
Game that was an absolute chaotic ending for that final circle. I'm not gonna lie, still gotta give it up to Somraj though from Entity Gaming. He gave it all he had. He tried till that last second, and then in the end Somraj was able to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner in his hands. Nicely done by Team Entity Gaming. And once again, with that game, Team Entity should be able to propel themselves on the first spot in the overall standings. They should be the king of the hills.
Yeah, that could be true. We'll still have to see how many points that Chemin get. But then again, Entity, the number of frags that they had, second position, add up to it. Yeah, they might just be the king of the hills, Necros. They just might be. Together though, this team has impressed me the most, especially on day number 2. They started off strong. They got a chicken then, they get a chicken now. Overall 3 chickens if I'm correct for Team Together Esports within a span of 2 days, and they have been climbing up ranks in terms of the leaderboard. I won't say needed, but this game will for sure help their cause to get into the top 16 teams. Necro, they are looking real strong. Their positioning, call it was with them. That's why they were able to get the chicken. But the decision to push onto the players of Team Entity was their own. It was not something forced by the zone. It was their own decision to go in and get those frags. the final team being wiped off, or maybe at the perfect time being third partied. That's where Team Together Esports were able to get the job done. Not sure exactly how many frags did they get, but great game by them.
Exactly. Team Together Esports, they of course do get the chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points, but still for Entity Gaming, that was a nuclear performance. That was a performance that Entity Gaming has probably been looking out for a long time. But in general, Entity Gaming, they're quite comfortable in the overall standings too. So right now, Entity Gaming, even if they do sit back, lay back a little bit and try to experiment inside of the battlegrounds, they're completely welcome to do so. They're probably going to be having such a massive cushion to play with that even in the upcoming week, if they don't perform, they should still be good in the top 8 easily without any doubt.
Ooh, for sure. I mean, the way that they played, they were making it up for a week like this. And yeah, you will get that advantage if you play superb in the first few days, in the first few games. So they will be sitting out, simply put, because right now the qualification, once again I'll say it's top 16. That's where you have to finish up to qualify for the grand finals, and that's where the real race will be. But once again, this is the fight that Team Together won. They again and again had the zone, of course, but then holding it down is also a skill. So 7 frags in that position. After that as well, I think they might have gotten at least 3, right? They got 1 onto the player, 2 onto Entity, and 1 somewhere else. So around 10 frags is what they should have. But this was a cursed compound. Teams going left and right. Juicy, he was just the person who made sure that the players of Team Prince were not able to do much. But then came in the players of Team CG as well. Carnival Gaming from behind. Hector was the only one surviving. Did not pay enough attention to check the bathroom area, where Juicy was still able to somehow pop the first hit. He hears the sound, tries to push in, but the pre-fire was just good. Or should I say the trigger holding was really, really good. Somraj, yes, he gets this knock onto the player of Team 8-Bit, but then comes in a nade from the player of Team TTE, gets Troy, and then Somraj, a good knock onto 8-Bit Madman. Juicy fell down to the play zone, but then in a 1v3, his position known. Yeah, it was just game over for Entity.
Yeah, I mean, Entity Gaming, this knockout too from Somraj before getting taken out. At least he could have squeezed 1 more elimination point, but no, unfortunately, that 1 single elimination point got denied. But hey, it's completely fine. Entity Gaming, they already had a ton of points in general, and I still like the play that Somraj made. He only had that airdrop to play with. That was the only cover. That was the only friend he had, and he was still taking care of the team in the front and the team in the back as well. He was currently in a massive sandwich situation. His teammate got knocked out as well by Team Together Esports. When 8-Bit, they try to move out of that house, even they were taking a lot of shots against Somraj, but still Somraj somehow managed to hold the players of 8-Bit off at bay, and still he was over there in that airdrop, or towards that airdrop, doing a great job. Let's move forward and take a look at the MVP. It's going to be Somraj. You do not really see this happen that often, but Somraj being the IGL, he also took in charge of the fragging role of this team, and this time he managed to get 7 finishes and 54% finish contribution.
Hey, why not, man? This guy deserved it. The way, as you already pointed out, as you already explained, he played was just phenomenal. 7 overall finishes, and you rarely see this, but yeah, that's something the Team Entity is capable of. And overall standings, yeah, should be on top, considering they had done 10 plus finishes, 12 more points. Add to that, more than 20 points, 22, 23 points is what they should have, and that should be enough for them to propel on the top. Yeah, considering we still have 3 more games to go, and Team Soul is also looking to get that thrown back. But then again, Team Soul, if they're able to show some sort of a good performance, is when they'll be able to get back towards that top spot. But for now, yeah, it should be Entity on that position. Great job done by them. Second position is what they get, yes, but it was a well-fought game. Coming downhill in a zone which ends around Pochinki, yeah, you never know on which nook and cranny is a player sitting. In which compound are they waiting for you? So things like that always do not go in your favor. Entity almost getting 3 players out of a situation like that. Yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication where one of their players was left behind while the other 2 just went away inside the zone. A little bit of miscommunication there, but happens. It happens a lot, and it's not bad at all in terms of getting a second spot with 10 plus finishes for you in the overall game. So great job done by them. Sevi was the best companion in the game. We've been seeing Sevi in this position a lot. So probably as soon as a player of Team Together Esports gets knocked out, it's Sevi, bro, I'm coming for you, don't worry. I'll just get in with that revival and bring you back in the game. So that's a great thing for Team TTE to have. And then you have Stager, who was the person who got that final frag. So yeah, overall, great job done by the players of Team TTE and Team Entity at the same time.
Pretty much. And I mean, especially Stager, as you mentioned, with 3 finishes wrapped up and 1 assist. With the survival time of 26:58, Stager has always been a man who has been in the front lines for the side of Team Together Esports. And whenever Team Together Esports is having a great day, Stager is always going to be there in the MVP or either in the best companion, somewhere around that. But as we do see the match rankings, Team Together Esports, they've got the most amount of points accumulated because they got the chicken dinner, 26. But then Entity not that far away with 13 finished points and 12 placement points. They've managed to get 25 points in total. Team 8-Bit with 16, Skulls Esports with 9, Team Prince with 8, Carnival Gaming with 7. In general, Teal's the 7th spot. You're seeing that consistency flowing up. But Team X Spark, even though they got 7 points accumulated, yeah, that's okay for one game. But in general, the entire day, Team X Spark hasn't really been able to do that a lot.
And that story might just get cleared as soon as we see the overall leaderboard. So we will have to look out for Team X Spark and where they finish up. Gen X FM, yeah, they did get their 4 points, but won't be enough. This was a game where, what should I say, the top 3 teams were the only ones play. The other ones, yeah, they've gotten points except for Team X Spark, but they've been position points. So only one of these teams, X Spark, have been able to get some good number of frags, but the others just have played on the position points because the majority of the frags were accumulated by the top 3 teams. You do have Chemin, Orangutan, Big Brother, all these teams with 2 and 3 frags respectively. But yeah, those weren't squad wise. Those were players just trying to survive or knocked out players. The confirmations were there. So that's what happened in that situation. Yeah, Hydra looking good at the start of the day, but the end isn't the best one. Just 1 point today in this third game of Erangel.
Pretty much. And then OR Esports with only 0 points.
Only? You cannot go
points,
lower than that. Come on, Necro.
I mean, yeah, exactly. With only 0 points accumulated, guys, OR Esports. Yeah, I mean, for Team X Spark, OR Esports, Metal Esports, these 3 teams, they have been struggling way too much. Maybe Team X Spark, at least they're doing okay-ish compared to Metal Esports and OR Esports, but in general, OR Esports, this is not the type of performance I expected. The first time when I saw OR Esports play in the week 1 itself for the challenge season, they were doing quite good. They were taking all the fights. They were looking quite confident in their approach, but then that confidence is starting to fade away. And the same thing can be said for the likes of Metal Esports too. Yes, there has been a little bit of tweaks in the roster, but still, I genuinely think so. Those tweaks should not be affecting a team's performance this much, as Metal Esports have been affected by that tweak.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we'll just second the point. We'll have to see in the future upcoming games on how do they perform to get any sort of information. But I'm more excited to see the overall standing. That's when I'll get that more clarification on how the first half of the day has gone. Which teams have performed better. Because once again, we yesterday saw Together and WSB. These were the 2 standout teams for me yesterday on the basis of the performance that they gave. They were able to jump multiple numbers. Do we see another team like that today after today's game? That's what I'm more excited to see. All these teams, Metal, yes, they've been struggling, but their struggle kind of has been consistent. So they will need like a really powerful day where they get a chicken, end up in top 3 in the next 2 games to kind of make a statement, because it is a big team. They do have some really good players. They just aren't sort of chiming in right now. Once again, week number 2 hasn't been their week. For how long will we say that is my question? Because after this, you'll be halfway through the tournament. Next week, you'll be halfway through the tournament. And if you still are not able to show a good performance, I'm not saying get chicken every time, but at least 10-point average. That's what the teams have been getting on the top. If you're not able to get somewhere around those points, well, there has to be a problem that needs to be fixed.
Of course, and especially for the teams that are all the way at the bottom page, there are a lot of problems going on. And one of those teams that is currently all the way at the bottom is 4Shot Esports. Yes, there are a bunch of new players. It is completely understandable. But even though if you are new players entering inside of the pro circuit, you guys, I have seen these guys perform in the past. And their performance has been quite okay. But inside this tournament, though, 4Shot Esports, they have completely fizzled out. And I'm not exactly sure why there has been such a massive dip in the performance, but man, in general, you cannot even sit over here and try to give a little bit of a conclusion. You cannot even try to give any type of tips to these teams, because I just haven't really seen 4Shot Esports that much on the screen to sort of point any of the mistakes out. because they're just not really getting a lot of the limelight. They get eliminated quite quickly inside of the game. They're not able to prove themselves that well. But you know what? Enough talking about 4Shot Esports. Let's move on and take a look at the overall standings, because Entity Gaming, they have toppled over Chemin Esports today. Chemin Esports' day was a little bit rough. Team Together Esports on the 3rd spot. IQ Soul pushed all the way down to the 4th.
Yeah, they're yet to play their games, so you will still have that consolation where if they're able to get somewhere around 40 points, they might just end up on top again. But yeah, the journey that Team Together Esport sort of has had, inspiring. I just say one word, inspiring to the lower table team. In just 1 week, or not even 1 week, in just 2 days, how can you completely flip the table? Exactly like this, consistently performing throughout all the games you play and getting chicken every other game. That's what Together have done, and they found themselves at the 3rd spot. Yeah, by the end of the day, they might just jump down a few spots. They might end up in the 5th or the 6th spot if Gujarat Tigers and Team Ikusol perform brilliantly. But yeah, they're not going further down. But from being a team on the 3rd chart, from coming on the top chart, that has just been crazy. Some other teams as well. Hydra Official, as you already pointed out, had a great day. Yeah, the final game was not the best possible one, but at least 141 points for them overall. In top 5, in top 6 is where they are at. OG, 9th position, 137 points, followed by Revenant, God's Reign, Blind, Team Big Brother, Team Alibaba Raiders. So all of these teams most of these teams will still play. So Revenant, God's Reign, Blind Esports, we will talk about them in the future, because the next game are going to be for these particular teams and they will have to perform. And one name that I'd still like to see is God's Reign. I mean, people will say that yes, yesterday they were able to get good number of points, but was just on back of a single game. One game they get a chicken with 21 points, the other 2 games they got 10 points. And that has kind of been the story for God's Reign. Day number 1, day number 2 were good, but after that they sort of fizzled out. Yes, that chicken will help you a little bit, but let's see. I mean, how do they perform today? Today will be sort of a decider for God's Reign on where they essentially finish off in the tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. Decider, I would say, will be week 3 pretty much, right?
Okay,
and
so
in
yeah,
week 3,
before that.
In week 3, pretty much all the possibilities or all the room for error will be minimized. There will be no room for error. If you're a team, especially that is currently not inside of the top 16, there's no chance you will have any chance for any type of room for error. But as we do see the 3rd page, and this is where the major upsets do start to happen on the screen. You see WSB Gaming on the 17th spot. Before this game, WSB was on the 16th, but now for this game, WSB has been pushed down to 17th spot. Yes, they haven't really played their 3 games today, but I'm sure in the 3 games, WSB Gaming will be back in the top 16 without any issues. Then Genix FM, of course, on the 18th spot. Team X-Park as well with 115 points. Team Forever as well is there with 110 points. OR Esports with 107, AUTOBOTZ 2 with 102, and in general, Team Zero, they have taken a massive leap today, and that's why they're currently on the 24th spot. But then once again, after that massive leap, the consistency has fizzled out.
Necro, I'd like to say that Team Zero being on this 24th spot, it will give them hope, because week number 2, they started off with 30 points, I believe. 30 or maybe even less than that. Getting 70 points. Yes, I know it's not that big of a deal getting 70 points in those 9 different games, around 70 points. But hey, it will help a team like Team Zero. One more chicken and they just might look at qualifying for the grand finals. But the other teams, surprised to see Godlike here, Necro. Surprised to see them in a spot like this. Yep, 3 more games to go for them. They will still be a team that might be able to make it at the top 16 after today. Then again, 25th, yeah, not expecting this team to be here. Skulls, yeah, better performance to be shown by them. FS cannot say much about them either. Wingard, Battle, Team iFlix, all of these teams have gotten their chicken dinners, but yeah, sort of one-off for every of these teams.
Yeah. I mean, Metal Esports, I have been touching up on Metal Esports a lot of the times now, but in general, they are starting to be a big sign of concern. And Metal Esports is a big organization. You cannot just undershadow them like that. So that's why it makes a lot of sense, too, that our eyes are just sticking on top of Metal Esports over and over again. Metal Esports all the way on the 29th spot. Definitely stinks quite a lot to see them over there. Team iFlix, too, on the 30th spot. Team iFlix, at least they haven't really played their 3 games today, so there's a chance iFlix can probably bounce back from that last page of the overall standings to the second last, or maybe even in the top 16. Before that, iFlix would need to make some miraculous plays happen today, and they would need a lot of points to make that happen in general. But iFlix, I know they can't potentially make a comeback happen in the upcoming 3 games. Godlike too, they're currently at the 3rd page, but I know Godlike will be able to push themselves somewhere in the top 16 once again. But in general, you know what? we've been talking a lot, but we've also got an interview lined up, ladies and gentlemen, with 8-bit Juicy. So let's go ahead and check that out.
How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. आप बताओ यार.
स्वागतम स्वागतम. कौन चालू करेगा? मैं करूँ हमेशा की तरह.
आप ही जाइए.
सबसे पहले एक डेजर्ट सवाल, मतलब छोटा सा, मतलब अभी जोन कट रहे हैं, रोटेशन की कितनी स्ट्रगल चल रही है जूसी? बिकॉज इट्स यू हु इज लीडिंग द टीम.
या
तो इस जोन की स्ट्रगल कितनी है अभी?
जोन की स्ट्रगल लाइक कुछ मैचेस में आ रही है कि बहुत ज्यादा ही अनएक्सपेक्टेड हार्ड शिफ्ट्स आ रहे हैं लाइक इस टूर्नामेंट में. मतलब बहुत सारी टीमें एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर रही कि ऐसे ऐसे शिफ्ट आ रहे हैं. तो हाँ, मतलब जोन का दिक्कत तो आ रहा है थोड़ा बहुत, बट जोन हम लोग पहुंच जाते हैं, उसका कुछ इतना कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रहा है आई गेस.
और एक और चीज मैंने महसूस करी कि जब भी आप किसी सिचुएशन में फंसे होते हैं, आप पे एक टीम ही चढ़ती, कम से कम 3 से 4 टीमें मिलाकर उस कंपाउंड के अंदर इंटरेस्ट दिखाती है. ये किस्मत का खेल है या वो जोन का जो कंपाउंड आप पकड़ते हैं वो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है?
पता नहीं, हमको भी ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि सब लोग हम पे ही क्यों डाल देते हैं. मतलब अभी भी पिछले मैच में भी हमारे पास एक साथ दोनों टीमों ने मतलब हमको बैटिंग कर दिया, बट स्टिल वो निकाल लिया था फाइट, बट एंड में थोड़ा हार्ड लक हो गया.
अभी टीम के अंदर आपने मैडमैन की सर्विसेज वापस ली है, टीम का माहौल कैसा चल रहा है?
टीम का माहौल यही थोड़ा मतलब लाइक बीच में कॉन्फिडेंस वापस आ रहा था टीम में, मतलब वापस, क्योंकि मैडमैन हमारे साथ बहुत टाइम से खेल रहा है जी. तो उसके साथ हमारा सिनर्जी लेवल बहुत अच्छा है. तो अभी मतलब थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स अभी टीम में चल रही हैं, बट वो मैं अगले वीक में मेक श्योर कर दूंगा कि कुछ नहीं हो.
अब एक लास्ट सवाल मेरी तरफ से कि अभी आप पेज 4 पे हो और आई डोंट थिंक 8-बिट वहां पे डिजर्व करती है पेज 4 पे, तो उस पे कुछ बोलना चाहोगे आप? बिकॉज़ बहुत सारे मैचेस हो चुके हैं
अभी. आई गेस आज के दिन के बाद शायद पेज 4 पे शायद अभी हम नहीं दिख रहे होंगे, क्योंकि अभी लास्ट के 2 मैच हमारे डिसेंट गए थे. बट कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट वीक हम और अच्छा खेलेंगे, जो गलती होगी उस पर वर्क करेंगे, ताकि नेक्स्ट वीक पे हम आपको सीधा पेज 1 पे देंगे.
I like this promise, yeah. मेरे पास एक बहुत ही सिंपल सवाल है, वो ये कि केमिन, टीम प्रिंस, इन कुछ ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनकी स्ट्रैटेजी बहुत सिंपल है, लेट्स गो फॉर द हील बैटल और लेटर स्टेज में हम काम करेंगे. आपको जोन भी नहीं मिल पा रहा अनफॉर्चुनेटली, और जब आप जोन में एंट्री करते हैं तो आप थोड़ी देर पहले आपने बताया 2 से 3 टीमें एक साथ हावी पड़ जाते हैं. तो आपका गेम प्लान क्या है और क्या वो वर्क नहीं कर पा रहा, और मतलब फ्यूचर के गेम्स के अंदर क्या होगा, क्योंकि 50% वर्क इज ऑलरेडी डन?
एक्चुअली हो क्या रहा है कि लाइक जोन जो बहुत ज्यादा अनएक्सपेक्टेड शिफ्ट्स ले रहा है, तो हम लोग अपने आप को यही ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग एक अपने आप को अच्छी जगह पे रखें जहाँ से हम लोग कहीं के लिए भी मूव कर सके. तो मतलब बेसिक हम लोग खेलेंगे, क्योंकि हम ज्यादा जब दिमाग लगा रहे हैं तो वो गेम खराब ही हो रहा है. तो हम बेसिक ही खेलने वाले एकदम.
पावर टू यू ब्रो.
मैं गेम से रिलेटेड कुछ नहीं पूछूंगा आपसे, क्योंकि गेम में क्या चल रहा है वो आपको ही बेहतर पता है. आई थिंक जैसा आपने बोला कि नेक्स्ट वीक में आपका भी गोल है टॉप पे आने का, सो आई लीव दैट टू यू. बट आपसे आपका एक्सपीरियंस जानना चाहूंगा. आपने काफी टूर्नामेंट्स खेले इस स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज में, हम नोटिस कर रहे हैं रैंकिंग्स अभी इतनी क्लोज चल रही है कि एक एक गेम में 7-7, 8-8 पोजीशन की लीप्स नजर आ रही है. सो एज एन IGL ये कम्पेटिटिवनेस का वाइब आपके लिए कैसा है?
एक्चुअली होता क्या है ना कि हर इवेंट में एक या दो टीम हमेशा ऐसा होती है कि जो मतलब पॉइंट निकालती रहती है. लेकिन इसमें 32 वाली भी चिकन मार रही है, मतलब नीचे वाली भी खेल रही है, ऊपर वाली भी खेल रही है, तो कट ऑफ बहुत क्लोज है. और मतलब एंड डे तक भी मतलब हम लोगों ने तो यही सोचा है कि बहुत क्लोज जाने वाला है. लास्ट मैच तक कुछ भी हो सकता है, कि मतलब कोई भी ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है.
वो सस्पेंस जो है वो बने रहेगा. बट जूसी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर नेक्स्ट वीक. आगे आने वाला जो आपका वीक रहेगा, उम्मीद रहेगी कि आपकी टीम की रिकवरी हमको देखने को मिले.
थैंक यू.
सो
Well, thank you so much for that interview, of course, and a huge shout out to once again to our sponsors, to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and Monster Energy. Now, that was quite a nice interview, right, Fritz? Especially Juicy sharing some choice words, sharing that even the teams at the bottom currently in the overall standings, even they're able to hit a lot of the heavy hitting teams, and even they're able to accumulate a lot of points. So the cutoff is quite close. It's way too close. You never know how things are going to pan out, even until the last moment.
Yeah, that's juicy for you. I mean, 8-bit, they have to be a team that qualifies, right? So they have a lot of pressure for themselves, and Juicy just telling about how the game is going right now. So yeah, just had a lot of fun watching that interview. Juicy, let's see how does his team perform in the upcoming games whenever he plays. But yeah, the games have been very close. We've been talking about this. It has been a tight ship from the very beginning. I'd say week number 1, week number 2. So let's see when do we see the clear leaders coming for ourselves, because yesterday we had Team Soul leading once, then Chemin Esports took back the lead. Even on the top position, it's not confirmed. Nobody's able to take that lead. it's a really fun tournament that has been going on till now.
Exactly. Now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok, where Group A and C is going to be the one to chime inside. And inside Group A and C, you've got teams like Godlike, Blind Esports, AUTOBOTZ. These teams have been struggling quite a lot, including 4Shot Esports, and all these teams are in Group A. While you talk about Group C, inside Group C, you've got Reckoning Esports, WindGod, Team Forever, and even Team iFlix, and all these teams, all the names that I took, all these teams are struggling massively, including FS Esports. So Group A and C, this is another interesting battle to look out for, because inside Group A and C, even a lot of teams over here will probably try to establish that comeback, including some of the known teams like Godlike and AUTOBOTZ and Blind Esports.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Godlike, AUTOBOTZ, these have to be the teams that somehow, show that performance. Especially Godlike, man. Not a team to see in the third or the fourth chart. Not at all. Did not expect that to happen. But if you do not play accordingly, well, you will be pushed out by the other teams in the leaderboard. So let's see. They will be playing on these certain maps, and how do they perform overall. I'm also very excited to see the other teams too. I mean, you also have the players of Team Soul. Of course, they're on the third spot. But after that, the teams on the second page especially, who are looking to, get back maybe on the first page. And if they do have a great game, top 3 even. Because once again, the difference between them is not that huge that it cannot be covered in one day.
Exactly. Even Alibaba Raiders currently is not looking that great in the overall standings. And Alibaba Raiders is a team that has had a decent experience. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The match 4 of the day is going to be on the way, as Sanhok is right on our screens.
Yep, let's see, man. Sanhok, it is according to me, not the best possible map. Hey, you need 70% luck to be able to win this game out. If the circle isn't with you, well, nothing much can be done. So all these teams will have to keep that into consideration. Respect the circle as much as possible. While playing path, it won't be that big of an issue. It's a very small map, so all these teams will be dropping in all these different locations. But hey, we also have a new guy on the desk. Ked, how are you feeling, man? How do you think this game of Sanhok is going to play out?
I'm feeling really excited to see how this last half of the second week is going to pan out, of course, because again, we will be seeing the changes in the entire leaderboard. We'll probably see teams taking away that first spot, and also the down 16 spot. But a quick drop clash indeed. Ninja Boy again, one of the top fraggers of the tournament, has started his way in such a fashionable fashion. Again, it's going to be GE having that early advantage, but the try and finish off the entirety of Team Soul, that's going to be the question, because Joker probably playing the first of a few his matches. It's also starting to shine a little bit. Ninja Boy was already taken down to his knees. Acrylin Beast, the last 2 remaining members of Global Esports, and they've decided to push themselves backwards. They cannot go on and fight. Cannot continue it because Manya went in for a few flushes. The position has been noted for Beast, and I think so. This is possibly a situation where Soul would be able to clean sheet GE.
So let's see. I mean, the herd mentality kind of worked in the early drop, because they were able to drop both Slug and his teammate in that situation where Acrylin and Beast were a little bit far away to provide any sort of cover fire. And now they've been put in a situation where only 2 of them survive. Yep, Nakul does not have a lot of HP. So does Ronnie and Manya. So all these players are going to play on very little HP. The trade, though, is something that Joker is very focused upon and has been able to get. Beast down on the ground. All falls down to Acrylin in a 1v4. Yeah, I think it's done. Global Esports might take an early exit, or Acrylin, he's just fallen back and wants to play position points.
I was making a list of every potential drop clash in this specific map of Sanhok, and the one that was on top of my list was Soul and Global Esports. I wanted to mention it as well, but alas, I was a little too slow in joining the desk. But however, Soul winning out and coming on top in this specific trade definitely puts a lot of problem to the members of Global Esports now, because again, they were looking to start their day in a fiery fashion, and their fire has been extinguished right away by Soul, and now they have got the momentum. And again, this is not the first time that we have seen Team Soul with this kind of momentum on the map of Sanhok. This has happened previously, and they've already shown how solid they are in those drop clashes. But again, on the other side, I was thinking maybe towards the boot camp we'll see Team Forever as well as Gujarat Tigers going in for their own drop clash, but that is not the case. Gujarat Tigers having their fun time in the entirety of the boot camp, not having any problem, because Team Forever have taken the area of Ruins and Nakam directly towards the southwestern part of the map.
Yeah, all these teams spreading out evenly, but Wind God have a say in the game. They want to take down the players of Team Autobots. Would love to see that fight if possible. Autobots have lost a player. Yeah, not completely lost. He's knocked out, but the chances of revival in a map like Sanhok are always slim. Unless and until you commit to a team fight, that is. So I don't think so. They were able to get that confirmation. So Mr. Spray has been able to crawl his way back, but then I cannot see any Autobot players, so he essentially will just bleed out. So that's the frag confirmed for the players of Team Wind God. Yeah, Wind God will be happy with the point that they get on the board.
That was just so unfortunate for them. Because, yes, talking about Wind God, they had shown a brutal potential, specifically on this map. If I'm not wrong, they had one of the top 3 highest point games. And with the chicken dinner, they were able to secure onto this one. It was against Alibaba Raiders on day 1. And they managed to win a 3v4 situation. So that is the kind of potential Wind God shows us. But they have been kept quiet since, not getting a lot of those points, also struggling to keep up in the top 16 as well. So I think so this type of start will eventually help them out, because the possible collision between Autobots and Wind God, it just seems to be inevitable, because the rotations will call for it. But since we're already looking at the circle, it's hard shifting towards the north. And I mean, I don't know what has happened to the game, but the circle keeps on taking such hard shifts directly towards either eastern side, maybe the western side, and this time we're seeing direct a north shift of the circle. So teams who are playing down south will also have to make their rotation, specifically WSB, Revenant as well, and on the other side, Reckoning. Since we're talking about Reckoning, they've been having a lot of problems into keeping up with the performances.
On the later half of the leaderboard, that team. So Reckoning, what they did qualify through the Open finals, but after that they've kind of faded out. And which again brings to the point that what different can they do? What can they bring to the mix? I always think the answer to that question is aggression. Maybe take early fights, but then in Sanhok it does not make sense, because taking a fight in Sanhok is like inviting third parties to yourself. So that's something you won't be able to do in Sanhok. Sanhok is more like just respect the zone, run towards the zone, and if you find a better spot, shoot back. That's what I think about Sanhok. I really don't like this map at all. So based on the zone. But hey, if the teams are comfortable playing around it, let's see. Another team, iFlix, did see them perform a little bit better on day number 2. But that was also in just one singular game. After that, the performance hasn't been that great. So all these 4 players need to do a little bit better job. But wait a second, 4 shot might be in a battle with the players of Team Godlike.
Possible, but I do not think so.
Yeah, they just ran off.
They'd be going in for any kind of engage. But in the meantime, iFlix now, they're finding the members of Blind. Adi has been brought down to his knees already. And talking about Blind as well, they were kept quiet so much in the first week entirely. And in the second week, they've been showing such a humongous fire, and they've literally been lighting up the entire forest on fire. And the forest is basically burning up all those teams out there, because the way this team is collecting those points, specifically talking about their finish points, 72 in total. And it's not just one player going in for the frags, it's all of them. Every single one of them have been scoring those double digits frags. So that's something all the other teams need to watch out for, because the only other team that has been able to do like this is Team Soul, and they're almost at the top of the leaderboard. So you'll probably see them going there. But Rex, in the meantime, being just a little bit sneaky.
Yeah.
Jonathan having absolutely no clue. If he's not careful, he might bite the dust right now.
Yeah, he just drove by Rex in this situation. And Rex, he's not shooting back. Bro, free frag.
Nah.
Get up and shoot. But he's like, no, I'm not. I'm just not doing it. I'm all alone. I do not want to take any risk. But look at this.
Whoa.
So close. Yet Rex does not pull the trigger. This guy is something else, man. He is just something else. Twice this has happened. And he's not taking a shot. Yeah, it's discipline. Say whatever you want. It's just basic discipline his body's showcasing over here. He knows the position he is. Could be one and done if he shoots too soon. So, biding his time maybe. And the IGL call will also be like, bro, we've already got one frag. Let's just not lose a player right after that and be in a bad spot. That could be another reason for him not shooting back. But yeah, it's fine. Godlike Anyways, they were not able to spot Rex out, so no harm done, not a problem. They'll be trying to scout out the hills up in front, but won't get much about in terms of information.
Blind is getting scouted out with quite a lot of teams out there, and I love the fact how you also touched up the point of third party, because again, the way how every team plays so very centric into the circle, and 60% of them decide to rotate as quickly as the blue zone starts. It kind of eventually brings you in a situation where almost all the teams are literally right next to you in a few of those compounds, and the time when you start to take those fights, it's already the stage 4 zone, and the blue hits so very hard. And in that situation, trying to find a good spot in the map, it's just not possible because every other team might have already occupied it. And it's like every single time we have seen the type of cluster form wherein if the circle takes a hard northeastern shift, the entirety of the northeast part of the map is empty, even right now. But for now, Atanki is just emptying his map, trying to find a pick quickly on the members of Gujarat Tigers. Now, this is a team where I thought might end up being on top in that leaderboard, but they really need 60 points, so getting a knock is not the way to go for it.
The revival is successful, so that's one good thing for them. But then being pinned down by a team who has that higher age advantage, plus the get out of the jail card that you had, the vehicle, it also almost bursted down, and you do see its vehicle being picked apart. So Gujarat Tigers, they're at the mercy of FS, or maybe a team who can third party FS. Other than that, yeah, you might be able to deploy a few smokes, but you're not running 100 meters away from FS. So let's see which way do the players of team Gujarat Tigers decide to exit from. Aru also has his crosshairs trained towards Apollo and Shadow. Apollo, I believe, just ran down that hill and got some sort of cover because of the sort of terrain we have in that position. But yes, FS, good job done by them to get that knock. Won't be a confirmation. So that's just damage exchanged.
But here's the thing, FS will be revealing their positions to not just one, but a lot of those teams out there. And with the rotation that's coming in, it's inevitable they'll be getting pinched between at least the members of Gujarat Tigers and also Team Forever, unless we see Revenant come in between and try and take a few of the fights for themselves. Talking about Apollo as well, the ex-Revenant member, current Gujarat Tigers member. He's been doing a pretty solid job as well, and for Gujarat Tigers, you've majorly seen Clutch God and MJ as their top fraggers. They've also managed to get 67 LM points in total, so doing a very solid job. But on the other side, Flying not having the dream start that they would hope for. Dark Lord being brought down to his knees as well, dude. Shots being fired on his way, and it's like one of those rare times when we've seen Alibaba Raiders take those early fights, because majorly we see them play just for the position points. Because this is basically the only team that's in top 16, and they've got less than 40 points for their finishes. Apart from 4 shots, of course.
But in the meanwhile, though, we do see GT trying to run their way up, this time onto the players of Team Revenant. So they say it's going to be a fight that will be disastrous for GT as they're trying to climb uphill. But Revenant, for some reason, have fallen back. Did they get a frag? Let me check. No, they did not. Okay, so they do not know that Gujarat Tigers only has 3 players surviving. Apollo spotted this time around by FS. They're ex-enemies, or do I say current enemies now as well, because they're shooting shots. Because then they were trying to take Revenant down, and suddenly it's like, bro, we're also here. You need to respect us too. So Gujarat Tigers.
About us.
Exactly. And they're stuck. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Teams on both sides. They're in a dip. How do they get out of it?
Hope is possibly the only way they might be able to get out of it. But talking about getting out of a situation, even Soul needs to make their way, because the second blue is about to hit. And they haven't yet started from Camp Alpha. Maybe just a little bit ahead of that position, but still you need to get inside as quickly as possible, because look at the cluster that's forming in, and there are only a few spots wherein you could enter the circle now. Specifically talking about the part of Camp Bravo, we're also seeing the members of Godlike going in for that position, trying to take that space, and Reckoning in the meantime finally have made their way on towards the island as well. Moving up towards the north. Again, they might possibly contest the members of Godlike, but seems that FS might be the one who will be getting pinched in this situation because Godlike Jelly has already been taken down on his knees. It's going to be the Molly coming in to push Secret back. But with the DBS in hand, you do not want to fight him up close.
Jonathan's the only one on a different angle, but let's see how much can he get done. Blind from far away, get that third party knock onto Aru. So FS, yes, they did have that advantage, but now these nades, they're doing the job. Plus a big wave coming in. Jonathan's mistaken nade somehow connects onto the player of team FS, and I believe they've taken an exit. FS Esports, they had that advantage in terms of the player. They were able to maybe take down Jelly, but then they're not able to get the fight in their favor. Jelly will be fourth partied by Reckoning. That's another team joining in the fight that has just happened, and they've been able to take another player down. It is only Dionysus surviving from FS, who was not even present in that compound. So FS Esports taking a big blow to their face.
Blind came in as a blessing for Godlike, helping them secure those finishes. Just Dionysus remaining now, as you mentioned. Jelly being the casualty. Still not quite a big fan of how the situation played out for Godlike, because looking at their position on the leaderboard, you really want them to get a lot of those points and stand with as many people on their feet as possible. Losing one, that to their IGL so early on, not the best way to get things started. And Jelly has been taking a lot of knocks for the members of Godlike. It's not just once. We've seen him passed through those 5 days, and he's quite a few times the first one to actually fall. And the reason for that is he goes out scouting places. He's the one who tries to make sure that the area is safe. And quite a few times it's not actually. So he just gets flushed out, taken down, and there's no one to support him at all. So they've got to find something. Now, Global Esports and FS, both of them will be playing just for survival, just for the positions. Reckoning in the meantime, though, occupying the entirety of Camp Bravo, having some solid covers, a good amount of loot. The next fight that they're going to take should potentially end up in their favor because they've got all the advantages they need. It's just the momentum that they need to shift for themselves. And already talking about them, Punk, you know the team needs to set him up because he's the one who top frags for their team.
Yeah, we've known that for past 2 weeks too, but they kind of just been shutted off by the other teams, and Punk hasn't been able to perform to the best possible expectation. But hey, that's just team not being in the good spot and not entirely Punk's mistake. But Blind as a big miss by Rico. He should have gotten that knock. Dark Cloud will be lucky to survive. Be counting his lucky stars today. It's -1 over here because he should have been a dead man. But then Autobot, the player whips his shots and now has to run more than 300 meters inside the zone. This is not going to be a fun rotation for the players of Team AUTOBOTZ.
Absolutely not, because if they keep on continuing this way, they will be met by the players of 4Shot. And again, down towards the eastern part, you also have Blind who already made their way. Circle has been one way too small, but my oh my, Mafia. A horrible spot to be at, and that too in front of a team that does not forgive you at all. Blind has been eliminated though. They made their way, they made their rotation, and they were welcomed by quite a lot of teams out there in the open. Finished off so early on, eliminated at 16 spot with just 2 points for themselves. So that's not the perfect vehicle to go forward. You know that there's Team Forever trying to gatekeep you up north, so they'll have to change their pathing, they'll have to change their way, but no matter where they go, they will be welcomed by some or the other team.
Yeah, they will have to fight their way inside the zone, so let's see which part do they decide to take. Right now we have the players of Team WSB creating kind of a big smoke wall to get uphill, and this could be good if you're able to find that opening onto a Revenant guy. So all of the 4 players of Team Revenant are hunkered up together. They're ready for the fight right now. And WSB, they've been closing in distance, but then get third party in Gujarat Tiger, a team who was also just parallel to this team, who were being troubled by 2 different teams. Now suddenly say, you know what? Let's just give a taste of the Kadwa medicine that we received previously. And now WSB is left with just 2. I don't think so. Revenant is going to let away the players of Team WSB, let alone Revenant's also GT now. Yeah, GT's been getting those frags left and right. Braden's frag might just get secured by Revenant, or is it not the case? Crypto gets a counter knock onto Shadow. Fierce has also been taking some shots. A nade being poked by Bomb. Will it land? That's the biggest question. Fierce and Apollo, yeah, both of them just dodge it out.
Yes, that is indeed true. I mean, it's quite unlucky for him. He was not able to get a knock in that situation, but he's the last man standing for first stage, so cannot even go in for any kind of heal battle whatsoever. No vehicles to resort back to, so can't go in for any long rotations. He's got to try and brute force his way, or just pray to the Lord that some other team tried to gather the attention of Revenant, who are just trying to gatekeep him, and Armin cannot find any opening whatsoever. Most of the teams now at the edges. Team Forever having one of the best spots. Soul as well trying to brute force their way. Rico in the meantime trying to get a pick on first shot. And he actually doubles it up as well because King has been taken down. So that's not quite the ideal spot for them to be at. On the other side, Windgod also got to find a good positioning. Otherwise, they'll be taken down. And these are just the last few fights coming in. God's Reign getting in with the very late rotation and now are paying the price for it. Losing 2 of the members already. They've got 4 finishes for themselves, but not the ideal position to be eliminated at because they will lack those position points.
Yeah, and I think with that, we have that confirmation. Destro falling to Wingod. Avi marks the end of that team. Reckoning in the meanwhile, they were trying to pamper the players of Team FS, but now get shot upon by the players of 4Shot. 4Shot already have those 4 frags, and they're looking for some more. Hunter spotted down, I believe, by the players of Team Alibaba Raiders, and they are the ones taking some shots. Cheyenne, cannot do much about that situation though. A peek from the edge of the smoke will eliminate him, and Goku is going in for the heal battle. 7-6, yeah, 42 seconds is what he'll survive. But after that, he'll also be completely eliminated. And yes, Alibaba Raiders, now they have put on their fighting shoes. They've been able to get 1 knock on Mac, and the confirmation has also been achieved. So that's a great thing. Soul in the meanwhile, if they do continue with this left-hand side rotation, they might run into the players of Team Revenant.
Would not be the ideal situation for them indeed. But they've got the high ground, so I don't think so they're going to have a lot of the problem because most of the Revenant players are just down south. Also, a couple of them on the other side exactly. Reckoning though, Hunters remaining. They have an idea that the member of Alibaba Raider is just right next to him, blown to that vehicle. He's trying to gatekeep Duke as well as Ralph. Ralph's got the DBS in hand. The range of this weapon is astonishing. He would still try to go in, close the distance for the fight. No, he does not. Tries to run away. Hunters with the shots being fired would not be able to finish him off. He will try to survive, and he actually takes down Dinosaurs, though still will be brought down to his knees by the members of Team Forever who are just up on that rock.
Yeah, knocked out, but what happened to Revenant? Who's taking them down?
Oh my god.
They saw down to Sensei. Is it Team Flakes? Is it that team? We also have the players of Team Soul firing upon the players of Team Forever. But what just happened? A lot of teams falling like flies. Ronnie is trying to lob nades and utility towards the remaining players of Team Forever so that the revival cannot be successful. And the zone will also help their cause. Always just a pixel out of place and Ronnie shoots it down. Fog, the last remaining player, I believe he has also been spotted down. 1 molly left.
He has been.
And he uses it. Good molly to flush Owace out, but then Flock still survives behind that rock. And look at the zone. Supporting Team Soul. This could be their game.
Definitely possible. Again, the shots being fired. Ronnie really wants to find this last flush. Flock stands up. His position now noted just behind the car. How long can he stand? That's going to be the question. EVS shots being fired onto him up close and personal. And Ronnie never lose the clutches. Team Forever being deleted yet again. But at least they'll be having some good position points. But Jonathan wants to have a different say. Wants to have a different opinion as he single-handedly eliminates Team Soul. And this man is now starting to shine. We thought this might be the Soul's game, but Godlike says otherwise. Aditya and Jonathan, both of them are just popping off. And even though it was Revenant who were facing some problems, now Fierce has also got a chance to try and clutch this 1v2. And this man has shown he can do it multiple times.
Not just him, I'd even give chance to the Reckoning player outside the zone. That could also be a possibility. Just because of this reason. Look at this. Only one will survive and Fierce does. Now, Immortal is not in direct contact, but Fierce is trying to pop that first aid in. Immortal's too far away. But he had 4 first aids the last time we saw. I believe that just might be it. Oh, one pixel out of place could have helped Immortal to get that chicken, but that does not happen. And Revenant, who had a big split, who at one point in time was just being survived by a single guy, have been able to get that chicken.
And I love the way how this chicken came out in a situation that was a revenge. Because we thought, how did Revenant fall from a situation where they had 4 members in a 2-2 split? And the reason for that was Team Godlike and Team Forever. Both of them were the ones who were trying to pincer over Revenant, and they were trying to fire from them from 2 different directions and were able to take at least 2 of their members down. So again, Fierce just does not lose any kind of clutch whatsoever, and what a great game coming in from the side of Team Revenant. Nonetheless, we still saw another collision between Team Forever and Team Soul, and this is not the first time that we've seen that. The last time both of these teams were playing together, we saw these two teams collide so many times. Be it on the map of Sanhok, be it on the map of Miramar, Erangel, we've seen both of these teams face off against each other multiple times because the rotation just kind of clashes up in the same way, and the results have been kind of the same. Soul has been winning out most of those trades.
Yeah, this time around as well. There were 2 ways to look at the fight. Wasn't necessary, and you could have won it out. Team Soul went in for that aggressive choice, and I do not blame them. It's a decision that you have to make in haste. The only thing that went problematic was the last remaining player before going down was able to take one of the Soul players down. If he survives there, if both of them just cleanly win the fight, they could have again stood a chance against the players of Team Godlike. But then Ronnie was all alone. He had a really big task ahead of him, and he was just not up to the job, up to the mark. So it's all fine. But then Godlike, the perfect third party, they lost Jelly in this fight. After a little bit more, they also lost another player in the process. But then still end up in top 3. Now that's the Godlike I know. That's the team that I was a fan of previously. So would be still looking for some more games like that. Still, the number of frags were not enough. I'd say 7-8 frags in a map like Sanhok is a little bit too low. But then considering that most of the game was played by a 3-man squad, it's fine. We'll give them the edge.
And it's just Jonathan out there with most of the frags after all. And honestly, the way Jonathan was just able to flush out the members of Team Soul in that manner, that was brutal. But Fierce, man, oh man. I mentioned how Ronnie does not lose clutches. I mean, I've got to mention Fierce because this is not the first time he's shown this kind of performance. He has been doing that so many times. I don't know how Revenant found this talent, but they have been grooming him so very well. And this is the proof of that. It's just absolutely mind-blowing. In a 1v2 situation, Godlike rushing onto him, he finds a perfect timing to take Aditya down. And that was a time where Jonathan had a nade being cooked up. So he could not go for the trade. And eventually was also taken down after that because of the DBS shots by Fierce when he went in for the aggression. He basically just accelerated towards them, trying to catch that timing and finish them off perfectly. And all in all, a very solid game by Revenant. Yes, they were not having a great day on day 5. That was a little bit shaky, but the one before that, they have shown why they were in the top 5, and now they're proving it again.
Oh, let's see how many points do Revenant get. That's my first question. And once again, I really do not consider Sanhok as a map in terms of consistency. So Revenant being able to replicate it in the next map is going to be my second question for them. That's about it. So if they can perform in a similar fashion in the next map, at that point we'll say it has been a good day, because one good game cannot mean that you can sit back and relax and be like the job is done for today. You still need to, if not another chicken, I'd say 20 more points from the next 2 games. That's what I asked. 40 points. That's a great day for you from these 3 games. So that's where I'd like to see the players of Team Revenant. But if we talk about the MVP of the game, it's Ronnie. 4 finishes overall. Probably there were many players with 4 finishes in this particular game, but then I believe Ronnie had the most damage, because of which he will be rewarded as the MVP of the game.
Very solid performance coming in from him indeed. Specifically that rush over the members of Team Forever, gaining an extra few flushes out there. If not for the members of Godlike, I think so they would have been able to secure that chicken dinner as well, had they been allowed to go for the reposition. But alas, that was not the case for them. But we're going to see the stars of the match as of now. Ronnie, yet again, He will be there. And on the other side, Sensei with the best companion. 3 assists, 2 rescues, 121 health restore. Survival time of 22 minutes and 6 seconds.
I love how in matches of Vikendi and Sanhok we never have the finisher. That just shows
Oh my god.
how much heal battle these teams love to do. So it's all fine though. But yeah, the rescues, two revivals being given away by Sensei and his teammates. Well, maybe lucky to have him. He was basically the last man surviving at one point in time. So getting that second revival was really, really crucial. That helped them win that 2v2 against the players of Team Godel, and then after that just survive. That's what Sensei did in that situation, and essentially was able to get the chicken. I'd like to see how many frag points did Reckoning have. Did not pay notice to him when the POV was switched. So let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at the match ranking so we know how many points did each of these teams get. Revenant on top, not a lot of finishes, but that has been the case with most of the teams. So 20 points given to the players of Team Revenant according to the performance that they've showed. Godlike had 7 finishes, 10 points in terms of position, 17 points overall. Reckoning had 4 finishes, so not entirely the worst possible situation for Team Reckoning in terms of the fragging department, but it should be improved. I mean, you're coming up second. I know it was a heal battle, but still, some more frags could have been nice. Aiku Soul, 8 placement points, 6 finishes points. This is the sort of balance I'm looking forward towards the top teams as well.
True. I mean, I'm still very surprised how much these two teams kind of reciprocate each other. See, both of them have those 6 finish points, and Team Soul was the one who finished off Team Forever, so that's why they're just on top of them. But on the other side, going
Extra
down
points.
in that list, Alibaba Raiders, yes, getting 4 placement points, 3 finish points on total 7. But Global Esports, WSB, Team iFlix, they're the ones who would now need to step up their game, because that is not the kind of performance you really want to start on, specifically when it's the last few games of week number 2. You've only got 2 more remaining now, and after that we will literally be halfway through the challenge series. And again, every single week now needs to be dealt like a sprint, because just how early on we were seeing that one chicken dinner could put a team right from bottom up in top 10 or even top 5. Now that is not the case. If you're on page 3, at maximum with a chicken dinner, you'll probably end up being on top of page 3 or maybe just down on the bottom of page number 2. That is all. That means barely top 16. You need to keep more performances. You need to keep that consistency on in order to get on top. And all of these teams would be looking to change their gears from week number 3 onwards. So the teams who are, I think so, down below that 20th position should be able to now change their gears, because these are the last 2 games that you've got a chance to do that.
Yeah, let's have a look at which teams are we talking about and how many points do they have. So we talked about this. Soul should be climbing up the stairs slowly and steadily, and that's what has happened. 14 points in the previous game has brought them back in top 3. 2 more games still to go. Revenant also jumping back towards that 5th spot, and still another team with 2 more games to go. Although for Revenant, jumping ahead of Together and then probably Chemin, because Soul anyways might just get a 15 pointer in the next game, is going to be a difficult task. So the best position that Revenant might finish today should be maybe 3rd. That would be the best shot if they get another chicken, but that's also a big ask. So Revenant, they've played good, but the next 2 games, this is why it will be very important. If they're able to get 40 points from the next 2 games, hey, well, second, third spot is waiting for them. But other than that, yeah, they still have a lot of job to do if they still want to end up in the top spot. But this is where the fight is, 9 to 16. None of these teams are secure. Team Prince, yes, they had a great week number 1. Week number 2, they've kind of died off. They were not able to perform, and now that their games are over, we'll not talk about them anymore. But then God's Reign will be another team that we have to look out for. God's Reign, Alibaba Raiders, and Blind Esports. All these teams with 16 games played, 2 more to go. Let's see if they can get 1 chicken from 2 of these games and then position themselves a little bit higher on the leaderboard.
It's going to be difficult ask. That thing is true, because for quite a lot of these teams, all the 18 games have been over. It's just God's Reign, Alibaba Raiders, Global Esports, Blind, all of them remaining to try and move forward in at least that first phase or solidify their spot in top 16. On the other side now, Team Forever making their way on the 17th place. With the next couple of games, they should be able to enter the top 16, but I would not be too sure about that, because Just behind them is WSB, Team Godlike as well. You were hoping to see them at least on page number 2. They have made their way to page 3. So they are at 19. Just a couple of more good games and they should enter top 16. And the team that I really want to focus on, Team iFlix and 4Shot Esports. Yet again, not having the greatest of the games. They really need to change gears. FS as well, Windgod. I mean, Windgod is a team that showed a solid potential on Sanhok. We've talked about it so many times, but they're just not being able to replicate it on different maps. You talk about Miramar, you talk about Vikendi, even if you talk about Erangel, they're just having so much struggles, and it's all because of the positioning that's coming in stage 4.
Oh, yeah, that could be true. So these teams will have to keep it in mind. But as I'd say, the tournament is sort of over for the teams below 20, 28, 29, I'd say. FAS, Skull, iFlix, Medal, 4Shot. The tournament is kind of over. Because expecting a very big performance from a team this below, I don't think so. It is going to be possible for any of them. I mean, get 4 chickens in a week is what the new ask will be for them. Plus be in top 5 for the rest of the games. Then you might be able to get into top 16. So a lot of ifs and maybes and buts for these teams, which just basically bring down the probability of them qualifying near 0. So for them, it just should be now about enjoying the game. Maybe spoil the game for other teams. You never know. You take a drop clash, change drop in boot camp, do stuff which does not make sense. But if it works out for you, if you're able to get 7-8 frags early on in the game, at that point, you'll be like, oh, now we just might have a chance of converting this game into a 20-pointer. That should be the aim from here on for all of these teams. But let's see how many of them seriously do that, because I don't think so. They'll change that passive approach and they'll just stick to what has kind of been their play. Just play passive, hope for the best possible result.
That is such an evil thought, to spoil the game for the other teams out there. I mean, everyone loves to see that. I will not lie that, because again, even if you're not able to qualify, what I personally feel is that all is well that ends well. So I would still not say that time is over, because there are 18 more games. If you combine the 2 more, then that's 20 more games for you to try and make your comeback. So I think that's much more than sufficient time to make your way, pave a path, and then move forward. Because I mean, even I was able to figure out some loopholes in the entire circle just based on the rotations of all of these teams. So all the people and everyone out there should be able to do that exact same thing. But since we're already having a look at the schedule, Sanhok over Vikendi and Erangel, the last 2 maps for week number 2, Group A and C, their last chance to enter in the top 16, and if they already are, to enter in the top 10 or even at the top 5. Now, you mentioned about the positioning of Revenant Esports. I really feel that they would potentially end up at least the 4th spot, and if in case they're able to have a game just like this, showcase their skills in a way that no one would expect them to, I think so they would even end up being in the top 2, and dethroning the 1st place, it kind of still seems difficult, but possible. I will not take my hands away from them. But on the other side, yes, I really want to see Team iFlix step up. I want to see Team 4Shot step up.
Yeah, they suit 4Shot was, bro, that's a team on what 30 plus spot. That's where Team 4Shot is. Yeah, so play aggressive. Now this map, I can go ahead and say that play aggressive on Vikendi. First 3 zones barely shift. They just go small in diameter. They're very small. I mean, they barely shift. Try and get those early frags. If you cannot, well then again, just pray to your lucky stars that the hard shift of Vikendi favors you instead of the other team. Because 4Shot hasn't been the team exactly to initiate fights. They've been on the receiving end and mostly have been the ones where the players have been picked off while trying to rotate. So if you want to counter stuff like that, bro, just push in. Get a team, get them down on the ground and take a proper 4v4 battle.
Now, I've still got a potential drop clashes. You know, I really love to bring out these stats from my secret notebook. So it is possible that maybe we'll see Godlike and Alibaba near Cosmodrome if they really want to take that fight there. Because Godlike, again, they've shown a very solid potential. They go usually for that spread drop. That's what they're doing even right now. But on the other side, maybe God's Reign and Windgod just near Cement Factory, between Castle and Cement Factory. It could be possible because Revenant as well, they've taken their drop. They really like to play down south of that castle position, and even Team Soul just playing near Volnova and Winery. And on the other side, Global Esports, though, will be taking their direct approach towards the western part of the map, down south, Dobro Mesto, and north towards Vihar. And this specific is the specific team I really want to talk about right now, because in the previous match, yes, they were eliminated early, but it was Team Soul who they were up against, so you can kind of give them the leeway. But this time onwards, they really need to win those fights, and they need to change their approach, because they even now have not solidified their place. So still need a couple of good games to enter that top 16 and stay there.
Global Esports, it has been a really interesting story. Week number 1, not at all their week, but then in week number 2, day number 1 and 2 were kind of good, I'd say, because of which they at least were able to climb out of the 20 plus positions. They were consistently seen on that 17th, 18th spot. This time around, they've been able to make it to top 16. So a slow team, yes, for sure. But yeah, hopes are really high from them, because they have a player called Ninja Boy who's literally topping the charts in terms of the number of frags he gets. So give him sort of a little support, a little push, and you might see him doing wonders. And with that, his team will also get some extra points. So let's see if this could be their map. You do have a couple of players from Team Gujarat Tigers that might bump into the players of Team Global Esports. Now, if you talk about backup, it's very far away for GT. So it would be advised for them not to engage. Plus, even the zone rotation is also going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah. So if you directly enter through Mount Crest, you won't have to take any sort of battles. But that is something we know, and not the players of Team Gujarat Tigers. They might bump into the players of Team Wind God, or if they go a little bit too south, God's Rain will be waiting for them. So let's see how do the players of Team Gujarat Tigers rotate. The other ones on the on the extremity. That will be Team Forever. You have Team AUTOBOTZ. Yeah, well, Punk is completely screwed. He's very, very far away. So he needs to do as soon as possible and then take Awaken and run inside the zone.
I think that you've also mentioned the point about Punk. Yes, way to disconnect to this team right now. 1-3 split coming in for Reckoning. Punk hard down south near Winery. Remaining of the teams towards Hot Springs. Punk has been the main fragger for Reckoning, and I still would say Reckoning have not been able to do a very solid job into setting him up for the situations where he can try and go for some extra frags. Now that is something that I think they would need to do. They would need to keep a check upon it, because Punk has literally been fragging so many finishes out there that you can potentially say he might end up being in the top fragger list as well, with just a little bit of a support from his team and also getting some solid positionings. But on the other side, it seems that the fight between Gujarat Tigers and Global Esports is impeccable. It definitely is going to happen, but the question is when? Who's going to break that silence?
Global is
All
losing
the
the player.
noises that is being made. Yeah, that is true. Apollo, though, with Bison in the hand, I'm not quite sure if that's the best weapon. No, don't.
Yeah, why not? 53 bullets in the chamber. Why not? Yeah, that's the perfect thing to do. You see 3 players, you could have at least moved down, but I'd still say, Apollo, not a good job, my man. Because you should have gotten at least 2 there so that Shadow could have been activated. But hey, it's all fine. You still got the job done, and let's see if Gujarat Tigers do come into support.
Ninja Boy still standing on his feet. Now that's the best thing for Global Esports. This man has been popping off like anything, but one thing that they're not really solid at is the fact that Mavi has been taken down. That's the IGL. And again, the kind of performance wherein he falls off so many times so early on has been continuing for a while. And that is something I feel is hindering the success of Global Esports. It's a 2v3 situation, but Global does not know that. So they're just holding their space. G36C and a few utils in hand on the other side. Shadow with UMP, Apollo with Bison. He also has the DBS, so if anyone decides to quickly go and push him, he will be able to take them down. But talking about going in for the push and taking a team down, we have most of the teams who are actually outside the circle now will be making their way. And this has been the exact same circle that we saw on the map of Sanhok, entirely in the northwestern part of the map. 30% of it inside the water. So it's possible that we'll see Reckoning probably go in for another sea route, because that's the rotation they went in on the map of Sanhok, directly taking that sea route, while all the other teams would just take the roads to there.
Yeah, but what's the decision in this fight is what I'm wondering. Global Esports, they're not moving. So, and even the players of Team GT kind of have completely taken a different route. They want to flank, which I completely understand, but then in a compound with 4 minutes on the clock, it's the first zone, yes, but then the zone will still tag you up. So how do you want to play
That's
it
very
out? Plus,
slow.
I'm not sure why did Global Esports not push, because if GT was there as a squad, of course a few nades and mollies would have been exchanged. But no throwables were thrown at them. So they should have indicated the players of Team Global that it isn't a full man squad. So even if there are 3 players over here, let's take that battle. Let's take the duel, because now they've gone completely passive. They don't know what's happening around them. And most probably MJ and Shadow will catch one players off guard each. And that would be even a worse way to get eliminated by your team. So let's see, man, how do Team Global Esports recuperate from a situation like that?
Seems pretty difficult, and the same can be said for the members of God's Reign and Godlike. Both of them pretty close to each other, and in the vicinity, you also have Alibaba Raiders. Now, this is the thing that we've been talking about so many times, this third party scenario, which kind of gets created because there's a cluster always forming in the central part of the circle and also just a little bit off center, with all the early rotations that are also being called in. Even though it's a map of Vikendi, most of the teams have already now made their way inside the circle, and there's a humongous cluster right in the center itself. Revenant as well taking their entry. Should possibly be fired a few shots upon by WSB or maybe Blind. But Soul, Autobots, Reckoning, Team Forever still waiting to make their way. iFlix as well, directly towards the northwestern part, but slowly and steadily, Gujarat Tigers are now creeping ahead. They've surrounded the members so very quickly, but on the other side, Blind now facing some troubles. Quickly trying to finish off the entirety of Alibaba Raiders, maybe. Taken down Duke, and now will be able to get the revival in. Just one member, and now Global Esports in the vicinity. Gujarat Tigers, they decided to quickly step on that gas. Lux seems to be in trouble. The throwable right next to Wiki. Oh, very low in the HP. Closes the door quickly, and now with the DBS in hand, is not able to land in a few of those extra shots. And Global Esports are into others.
Yeah, Ninja Boy from far away, at least able to provide some sort of a backup. The Molly was instant to maybe try and get that frag confirmation, but a big nade. Wixie and Shadow both brought down to a red HP. Now this could be difficult. Ninja Boy is aware about Apollo. He gets that knock and gets the confirmation. The push comes in, but then Shadow with the DBS goes boop boop. And Global Esports, they're left with just one. Ninja Boy tries to bait out the player with the nade. The pre-fire won't connect. And now the shotgun. Let's see what can it do. Nade being cooked. Shadow still in that position. Confirms the frag on a piece and sees the nade in hand and just escapes. MJ, Vixie, both of them knocked out. It's a 1v1. It's a proper 1v1 between the two players. And Shadow does not have that first aid. Trying to push onto Ninja Boy. Does not connect the shot. DBS around the corner. Once again, switches on to the nade. Shadow gives the fake footstep. The jump shot won't connect. And Shadow baits everything out. A clean 1v3 by him will make sure that GT survive. But they've lost a couple of players too.
Hard fought battle brings them success, but in the long run, that's not exactly the ideal situation. They got 4 eliminations, but now are just left with a couple of players. Maybe would decide to play for those position points, try and grab at least 3rd position to gather those 10 points in their arsenal, end up at 14. But again, that's one of the most ideal situation out there, because all the other teams, they're all ruthless. Will not allow them to do that whatsoever. And Team Soul as well, tanking the first blue, will be slowly making their move. Reckoning as well, they haven't started yet. So I think so they're still gonna decide to take that C route. The other side, God's Reign near Godlike. Now this stalemate has stayed put for so very long. I am glad that we were not focused on this one and we focused on Global Esports either ways. Because Godlike now playing in that spread. 2-1 if I'm not wrong. Pretty worried where Jelly might be. They would not want to lose him so early on, specifically on the map of Vikendi, where the matches can go so freaking long that it becomes inevitable to secure a position, if not on the high ground, at least in those hard covers, maybe the compounds or creating some extra covers with your vehicles. Because this is just how slow this map plays out.
That's true. And I think this is one of those moments where it's completely brought down to literal zero action after that first fight that we had. So all of these teams will be focusing on getting a better shack maybe inside the zona, because we rarely see big compounds on this map. So you really constructed down to little compounds which are not at all nade proof. So holding compounds down is a really difficult task in this map. So let's see. Right now we do see Delta PG on our screen from God's Reign, waiting for the next 40 seconds so that the zone starts closing in, and then they have a little more information to work with. WSB, have they noted down the movement of Team Revenant? Because I do see Sensei completely out in the open. He's standing on a road. So better just come back quickly and regroup with your team, because if you get knocked out, yeah, well, GG for you, man. You're not getting a revive.
I mean, sometimes Sensei just pulls things off in a matter that no one can understand. Quite a few times it works, but not every single moment. But I love the way how Revenant have always been setting up phase for all of those picks. Aquanox as well has been one of their top fraggers, doing a very solid job. The ex-God's Reign member, along with Blaze, are just now shining on the roster of Revenant. In the first week, we were looking a bit confused if they'd be able to perform really well, because they were just not able to bring out those chicken dinners for themselves. Max 1, if I'm not wrong. The trigger discipline from Skills. Just noting down the position of Wind God. He gets one. Tries to go in for that transfer. Iggy just surviving barely on 1 HP. The flush is going to come in. Maybe not. Yes, it has come in now, finally, because Carry was also there to support his teammate. Rex taken down to so very low HP. I love the discipline coming in from Autobots, and I love their positioning. Wind God was just unaware. They had no idea. They had no clue. The scouting needs to improve at this point.
Right now it's survival mode on, because look at the smoke that they've deployed. They're trying to fall back, but then Rico with the random shots has been able to accumulate a lot of damage out of the players. Is this the right time for Autobots to maybe push on Wind God? Stage number 2, Vikendi. Yeah, the third party chances are really low. So you could very well try and push and eliminate the entire squad of Team Wind God. Let's see if Autobots go about that, because I do see Skrill being very active up top, while the remaining players are trying to just climb down the hill and then take the players of Team Wind God down. So let's see. Eggy has already made his way down. Are we trying to get any sort of information that he can? Wind God. All the 3 players back in compound. So yeah, now Autobots, the decision is yours. Do you want to push in? Because stage number 3, I think they are on the edge of the zone, that's for sure. But then Wind God has a better position. God's Reign, finally Shogun steps up, gets Aquanox, even Fierce falls, and Blaze. I think this is just a vehicle that was trying to be bypassed through the compound that God's Reign were holding, and blink of an eye, tata bye-bye for Team Revenant.
It's quite a wordplay you did there, but Revenant definitely got played by God's Reign in that situation. Just getting finished off, not getting a lot of points, being dead on last, eliminated at 15th place, and also not a single finish points for them. Global Esports and Revenant, the only 2 teams who've been eliminated. And the previous game, Revenant, yes, that was like their dream game come true. But this time, they're dead at last. Global Esports having 2 games that have just not gone their way at all. Now the pressure is just going to be at an all-time high on them for that third map. Autobots on the other end though, they showed their potential on day 1, specifically talking about that map of Erangel where they got the chicken dinner, and after that they also went in dead silence. But now in the week 2 as well, we did see some embers of life. Maybe this could be the game wherein they can try and change things up, change those gears, and bring out the best version of themselves. God's Reign doing exactly that. Getting those 4 eliminations, it's going to boost their confidence. And on the map of Vikendi, they have shown us how solid they are. Not just once, but multiple times. And then not just this challenge series, even in multiple different tournaments. They've been showcasing how strong this roster plays out. I really wanted to see the matchup of Soul and God's Reign. I want to see which one of them would eventually get that win, because it's been quite a lot of times that we've seen both of these teams go neck to neck. But as of now, Aditya needs some bandages on his own neck because he's been knocked down on his knees though. Godlike, now surrounded by the members of 4Shot.
Yeah, it was a long range knock, so I don't think so there's much to worry about. Smokes were prop thrown in. The revival sequence has already started, so nothing to worry about for Team Godlike. Yeah, they've just gained information about a team's position. That's about it. So better be ready when you peek that angle the second time. It's advised not to, but then if you do, please be ready for a player to peek from any other direction. Look at Moksh. He has to take an aggressive angle in that fight. Now the problem while doing this is the remaining players are in that compound, and Moksh is now exposed to 30,000 different angles. So Moksh, bro, if you're careful enough, yes, it's a good player. Otherwise, let's just come back and stick together with this squad. That's the best possible play to be made right now. And these Cosmodrome zones are always really interesting because I till now haven't been able to figure out how many floors are there in Cosmodrome. Not sure about the other teams though.
There was one time when I, during the parachute glide down, was able to land up on top of that, the longest tower. Yeah, it happened one time, and then I had absolutely nothing to do, and the zone was not on me. I mean, of course, why would it be on? I had to jump down, and I was brought down to my knees already, and my teammates, they were not even giving me the revive. That's just how the kind of plays there. But we're going to talk about my story later, because again, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders taking a knock for themselves. Down to just last two remaining members. Can they survive this onslaught coming in from the entire team of God's Reign? Shogun is the only one who's been taken down. Justin healing himself back up, and maybe Shogun getting that extra revival, and Delta was able to quickly flush Chris OP. On the other side, Godlike, they've heard all the commotion. This seemed to be in the vicinity. Possible that a shot being fired from their side will connect, and Destro will be patching himself back up right into the covers. What a perfect timing. But hey, hello. That's quite a stunt we have not yet witnessed. True. Now, one thing that we've always known God's Reign about is the fact that they never shy away from any kind of fight that they are brought upon. But for now, iFlix and 4Shot seem to be in close vicinity. And on the other side, Godlike, I like their positioning, but only if they've got covers from all different directions, because they do not have a lot of real estate, so could be fired upon by the members of Alibaba Raiders, FS, could also be the members of 4Shot, iFlix. Because slowly and steadily, the teams will be making their way, and that's directly from the eastern part of the zone, where Blind and IQ Soul seem to be the ones who will be in a conflict, and Reckoning could potentially go in for a very solid third party for themselves. Gujarat Tigers as well, just down south of WSB, and on the other side, Autobots trailing so very carefully behind the members of Team Forever. And if they're not careful, they will be taken down.
Let's see, Forever, Oasis and Flock, they are the late rotating ones. Cosmodrome, yeah, that's where they'll try to stop. But then again, a little bit of exploration being done by Oasis. On the other hand, Team Soul in this fight, the DBS connects onto one of the players, but hey, at least they'll be able to take care of Romer. It could have been a scare if Ronnie was eliminated over there, but with that, Alibaba Raiders will also take an exit. 14 spot, no frag points, yeah, 0 points is what you'll get, Alibaba. 0. Flock on the other hand, yeah, the Autobots fight has already started. Team Forever is trying to hold themselves down, and Omega has been doing a good job at it. 3 players of Autobot down on the ground, the 4th one nowhere to be found.
What?
So the revival for Forever will be very simple, and Autobots will be losing 3 different players.
Where is Skrills when you need him in the fight? That was an awful decision by AUTOBOTZ if in case they decided to leave that player out back. Skrills will now just play for survival because there's no chance for him to try and go in for any kind of revenge finishes. This was a fight that was supposed to be won by AUTOBOTZ, and this was just not the decision for it. Gujarat Tigers in the meantime have been eliminated. Zverev,
oh, big wave!
Fire from Omega, but the shot's just not connecting. Quite a long range. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's fine. Happens sometimes. But at the end of the day, you cannot afford to miss shots like these if you really want to finish on that podium position, at least. Because Zverev will now get the information, all that he needs. But on the other side, up towards the north and the central part, Godlike, God's Reign, and also the members of Team Blind, they're all so very close. Team Soul is playing with a split now. Joker has been left alone on the other side while they're now in between iFlix as well as the members of Reckoning.
They're leaving one player probably for heal battle if things go south. Otherwise, he can always come back towards his own team. But is that the game plan though? I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But if it is, it's not the best one. Right now, FS is trying to cross and give some sort of backup towards Atanki. They do reach the good smokes.
Now here's the thing, right? Because, again, yes, the game plan wherein you want to play in with a split for a 3-1, it could be okay, but you always basically need your fourth member as well for the support, because Rex right now needs the support of his teammates. Avi was having the nade in the hand. He's going to go out quickly, but they need to make their entry inside the circle. They're being gate kept by the members of 4Shot. And as well as they've got the members of FS up close and personal. Dinosaur fires a few shots, but not connected as of now. His position was revealed. The Molotov is going to push him back. Got a frag in his hand. Can he find one with it? That's the question. Throws it. I guess a little too wide. In the meantime, Avi was just able to flush out quite a few of the members' secret. Now, got the DBS in hand. Will be able to try and find something. That's the question. And yes is the answer. What a nasty shot coming in from him. And also Atanki providing the much needed support. He was down on his knees at the meantime. Dinosaurs just a little bit far away, but in the range to make sure they flush out the entirety of the team of Wind God.
Yeah, but look at this fight. Godlike versus Team Blind. Harsh, before he could even understand the situation, just got blown out by Jelly's nade. And now Mac wants to use that DBS and get up close. What a bounce. That was an insane bounce with the nade. And Blind, before they see anything, they're just dead. And that too by a nade of his own teammates. So that will hurt. That will hurt a lot. And even though Godlike, they lose 2 players, the good thing is they still survive. iFlix on the other hand, gatekeeping the players of Team Soul, and I think with that, Soul will also take an exit from this map of Vikendi. Most of the players fell to the play zone, and the ones who try to get out were being gatekept by Team iFlix. So that's another elimination. Reckoning as well found a frag in all of that mix. So Reckoning would like to see where are they. Now iFlix tossing a few nades onto the players of Team 4Shot. For now, none of them have connected, but as soon as I say that, Shayan takes 50% of his HP down because of that nade. Madrex still tossing a few more.
In the meantime with frags for himself. And Madrex, yes, just as you mentioned, trying to find the angle. Moksha as well. Just being so very vigilant. Trying to get the information and also be in the cover. But on the other side, it's just now Jelly and Jonathan trying to survive the onslaught of God's Reign, where they just finished the members of Blind, and God's Reign finding possibly a perfect opportunity to go in for that third party. Should be able to flush out, but Jelly with those nades has been absolutely mind-boggling. Throws out another one, almost getting the damage. DBS in hand, gets one and gets traded quickly because Jonathan was also taken care of. Only Shogun falling to his knees, and God's Reign are showing why they are the Emperors of Vikendi. As of now, this team looks the best one to get those chicken, but WSB coming in for the fourth party with their own slam. Tries to get one. Destro has to run inside quickly, just in with the support. Got the covers that they needed. But for how long is the question, because the nade is going to come in and it's going to be raining bombardments.
WSB know that their backs are completely clear. That's why they're so very free. But the left-hand side is something I still worry about. God's Reign, good job done by them to not get blown up right now. And the only player that fell was Shogun, who was knocked out by a player of Team Godlike, but then WSB get in with the perfect timing. It is a 3v3. Delta PG is kind of low, I feel for him. Let's see if he gets taken down and then some backup arrives from the remaining players. Raiden though is focusing on a different player. WSB, they left one player behind and he's also getting knocked, so that's a great thing. Punk also falls in the meanwhile. Zeref trying to cook nades and try to toss them down, but getting nothing at all. Another one being cooked. But then God's Reign, they shift their focus towards another team. And they are trying to fire upon them. Did they just get a frag? Yes, they did. Punk has been eliminated.
Yes. Got a very solid frag on the back of it, but now they've got to make their way inside the circle, and WSB are trying to perfectly gatekeep them. Delta PG taken down. Destro still surviving. Justin was also out there moving in open inside the smoke. Just behind that very small ridge cover. Can he find the pick that he needs? WSB seem to be so very aware. Destro trying to do the revival.
Random spam.
Yes, indeed, the FPV. That's going to be the shot being fired, but Delta standing strong. And in the meantime, Destro going in for that support with his teammate. He's going to be able to wrap everyone up and will get the revival in. But Molotov, that has been the nastiest Molotov in this entire game. Destro will be able to patch himself up, but no one apart from him is going to survive. And he's the last man standing, holding that close angle, 2v1 situation. The nade to cook him down and burn him alive.
Oh, that was a huge molly. It helped them to stop the revival and then take the player down too. Oof. The utility was perfect in that situation. In the meanwhile, though, 4shot are taking some shots. Goku down. It's only Cheyenne and Honey, the two players surviving. Reckoning Esports, they also got a couple of players left who are still breathing and just taking down the players of Team 4shot. Revival commencing, but 18 meters, 12 meters is what they need to move inside the zone. Where is the smoke wall? That's my main question, because otherwise WSB might be able to get in and get the job done. 13 meters as well for 4shot. This is not going to be easy at all, as WSB already find themselves inside the zone.
Finding those positions inside the zone is the most important thing indeed. Q. Out far in the open, Hunters. This position has also been noted, possibly. The shots again being fired, but just not connecting. We still have 4 more teams remaining, so could be a little bit of a problem. KOR taking a lot of damage from that circle. That's going to be him being knocked down. Yes, it should be, but it's Honey, and on the other side, it's WSB to go in for those scraps, finish all of them off. Down to the last 3 teams remaining and make it to possibly. Shan has been finished off. It's just the last 2 teams inside the circle. Honey and Goku so very low, and the nade is cooked perfect. Zeref just deletes them. And now it's the last heal battle. Wherein Team Forever on the back of it will get the 2nd place.
Yeah, 5 more first aids. That means 30 seconds is what this guy has. But yeah, that also does not matter. Falls to the play zone, and the chicken has been accumulated by the players of Team WSB. That push onto God's Reign is, I think, what changed everything. They were able to take them down. They only lost a player to a whole squad. Not whole squad, a trio of God's Reign. But then it did matter in the end. And WSB, the calculations were perfect. Their rotations were perfect. And the choice of that final battle to make sure they do not overcome it, but at the same time to make sure that nothing happens as well. So WSB, they get that winner chicken dinner.
And honestly, a great decision coming in from their side, because most of the times we see teams leaving away their 4th member to go for the heal battle. WSB left Raiden in a spot where he was able to stop the entry of Team Forever inside the circle. He was alone able to gatekeep them, which basically helped them cover their 6, and all they needed to focus was the team right in front of him. And the positioning was so very good that it was God's Reign who were forced to make a move, forced to come out of those covers and take those fights. And I really love the awareness coming in from that entire team, because they were watching that finish feed every single moment. And they knew that God's Reign were the ones who did not have a 4-man advantage. They were down to 3 members. So they left, right, and right there, moved the 3 of the cavalry there, and were able to quickly get those few extra flushes. And yes, that was the exact reason why they were able to get the chicken in this game, because they took care of the team who was creating a lot of problem and who was creating the ruckus in the entire lobby.
Yeah, calculated risk is what I'll say for WSB. They took calculated risks and they were able to just be the ones out on top. I was really disappointed over here by Apollo and then the entire squad of Team GT. They shouldn't have lost a player. This should have been a clean fight. But then some decisions were made. Apollo out in the open. Ninja Boy dealing with everyone. And if not for Ninja Boy, I think Global Esports wouldn't have had these 1 or 2 points that they got from this fight. So good job done by him. AUTOBOTZ, yeah, I mean, the players were quite out in the open. They should have been able to get at least 2 from this position. So a lot of waves being thrown in by all of these teams. Surprised to see that, but hopefully gets fixed in the future.
Happens sometimes. But I love the trigger discipline that was there from almost all of them. But this one fight, my oh my. This one compound, it just seemed so very cursed, just as you say. You know, there's one in every single map wherein there are so many fights happening, because Blind was the one who was taken down first, and then it was Godlike taken in the exact position, and after that, God's Reign following the exact same footsteps. But the last stand coming in from Destro, it was so very good. And on the back of his teammates, Justin and Delta, he was able to get a frag onto that one, but that Molotov that came in from WSB, the utility usage, absolutely brilliant. And they also found the perfect timing for that third party in the last 2 teams as well. And then went in for another perfectly cooked nade to secure their win. And on the other side, Team Forever, yet again, getting the second place on the back of Omega's heal battle. Now, we always see at least one of the players going in for the heal battle. One team that I was really hoping to see in the top 5, but it did not make their way, was Team Soul. Because they were 4-man strong, and then they decided to go for a 3-1 split, wherein they left Joker on the southeastern part, and the entirety of the team moved directly towards the northern entry, where they were just caught between 2 different teams. They had absolutely no information about that area and were finished off just as quickly.
Yeah, that's true. So a little bit unlucky, but yeah, that's what happens on Vikendi if you do not respect the zone. But other than that, if we talk about the MVP of the game, it's Destro from the players of Team God's Reign. Hey, this guy played well. 5 finishes overall, and still that's not even 50% of the contribution to the team. So that means God's Reign had a very big field map today. Vikendi, what they had 12, maybe 13 frags for them, out of which 5 were by Destro, and the remaining 6-7 frags were accumulated by the other teammates, by the other players. But still, I'd say great job done by the guy.
True. I mean, there are only a few teams who've actually got the fragging IGL, right? And one of them is God's Reign. Destro going in with an insane play. Yes, very well mentioned. Stars of the match. We've got Raiden as the best companion. I mean, he could have also been mentioned as the best gatekeeper out there. The way he was just stopping everyone. Rescues 2, assists 3, health restored 36, survival time 27 minutes and 41 seconds. On the other side, Destro having 7 knocks for himself. 3 bonus as well, total 5 finishes with 697 damage, a literal MVP performance. But I also want to focus on the scoreboard now that's going to be up in the next few minutes, and make a guess who actually is going to be 3rd or at least 4th, because that's where you'll see the points dip quite a lot than the 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, but one thing, scared, once again, no finisher. Another one of those maps where you went all out in terms of healing. I just observe this every time. Vikendi, Sanhok, you never have a finisher.
You know, they should do one thing that I feel is the fact that they should give the finisher to the one who was able to secure that last finish.
That's not the... No. Goes against English. Goes against English.
You always have at least one person going in for the heal battle, man. And it's the strategy of almost all the teams out there. But on the other side, yeah, we were talking about the leaderboards. We've got it right now. WSB on top with 27 points. And that is actually a pretty massive win for them. God's Reign following them, 17 points for them. They were not able to secure a very solid positioning, but 11 finished points. I mean, on the back of it, they're at 2nd. Team Forever getting the 3rd place, 4 finishes, 12 placement points for them, 16 in total. And Reckoning finally performing. And, you know, we were expecting them to be on top of the leaderboard. They're showing those embers yet again. 4 shot as well with 11 points, 10 placement, 1 finish. I think so. It's a decent start.
These 2 maps, I really don't take seriously. Scared. That's what I'll say. Vikendi and Sanhok, you could perform brilliantly on these 2 maps, but they just make what, 30% of the overall games that you'll play. So the next 70% where you have to play Erangel, Mira, show performance in that. Those are the maps that really matter. But again, the points will be counted. So, hey, great job done.
True.
If you can replicate it on Erangel or Miramar, that's where I'm more interested, and that's where Reckoning kind of has been falling short. But before we move forward to the final game of the day, let's have a look at the overall standings. So we do have Entity still sitting out on top. Again, Team Soul did not have the best possible game. That's why they will still be on that third spot. And Revenant as well. 0 points, I believe, is what Team Revenant gained from this game. It's essentially like they did not even play. But then God's Reign, because they had that great game, they have jumped up in terms of position. 6th spot is what they'll get. Gujarat Tigers as well making an entry with 147 points.
Gujarat Tigers is the only team who have not secured a chicken dinner and are still in top 8 with one more match to go.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Their position's going to be taken away. If anything, if they have a decent game, they'd be able to overtake it, if not 2, at least 3 teams, and would enter in the top 5 placements. So I really want to keep an eye on this specific team. And of course, the other reason is that I made the guess, maybe Gujarat Tigers will be able to top the charts. On the other side, WSB as well, making a humongous leap, are now on that 9th place. 2 chicken dinners for themselves, 86 placement points, 59 finish points, 145 points in total. Again, this team, if able to perform in the next one, could also enter in the top 8. Hydra officials, though, their matches were already over, so are now going to retain 10th spot, if not stolen away by the members of Team Forever, because they seem to be having a pretty solid day.
Yeah, Forever. They started off good. Vikendi has been a good game. The previous map of Erangel was also not that all bad. So if they're able to once again finish in top 3, could be a great thing for them. But the other teams who are yet to show up, Global Esports being one of them, Godlike, Sanhok was good. They even play Vikendi because I think they were eliminated very early on without a lot of points. So even Team Godlike has to show up, maybe get some more points from the final game. AUTOBOTZ, still the same story as the other teams. Not the best possible day for them. FS, Windgod, iFlakes, 4shot. Yes, they'll be playing the next game. Their objective should be to get the chicken. Otherwise, they're essentially out of the tournament.
That is indeed true. All the teams who are just on that down bottom side need to step up their game right now, and it needs to start in this map of Erangel, because we're going to have a look at the schedule as well in a while. But in the meantime, last game, week 2, what should be the ideology when you're moving into that map? Because you need to brush off all the jitters that were in the past 2 games, and you need to make a new start from a clean slate, because you need to end things on a good note and on a good momentum.
I'd say jitters should have been long gone. The format of SPS is really interesting. So every day, every team gets to play 3 games. Huh? You cannot have jitters in such a lobby. So it's like you won't have to play 6 or 5 games. Where can you be like, 2 games gone, we can get the next 3 games in our favor and get the one. Now that's not the case. Yes, in total you'll play 36 games.
True.
But then every day you're just getting 2. Every day you're getting 3 games. So jitters cannot be an excuse right now, especially after half of the tournament is over. So now getting into the final game for Soul, I say for God's Reign, for Gujarat Tigers, it's a very easy thing to do. Just don't change anything, unless and until, of course, you're eyeing that top spot. So if you want that top spot, you can go a little bit aggressive, get more extra points, blah blah blah. Everybody knows the drill. If you want some extra points, what you need to do. But then if you move towards the mid pack, that's where the most problem is. So I'd say for the mid pack teams, be a little bit careful. Play to get 15 to 20 points. That's something I suggest for these teams. But yes, guys, these teams will be playing the next game of Erangel very shortly. Before we move into that, we'll be taking a short little break. So stay tuned to not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
2 maps already over, just one more to go, and that will be end of week number 2 for all of the teams out there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You all are watching BGMI Challenge Season, and this is a sponsor shout out though. Thanks a lot to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, that has been a great sponsor and has been helping a lot. On the other side, we also have Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, thank you so much, and also Monster Energy Drink, which I have had a few sips of, and it really is energizing. And friends, I know this has literally been a rejuvenating match for you. Now, what are your opinions on the next map that's going to be of Erangel?
Hey, Erangel default bread and butter. A lot of terms have been given by our co-casters as well. So I'll just continue with that. It is going to be a really fun map. A map I don't think so any of these teams will have a problem on. Should be their strength. But then again, because there are different groups, possibility of drop clashes. I believe you've already calculated those in your secret notebook. So there'll be a lot of drop clashes as well. If they are, well, it's fun for us. Otherwise, it won't be fun for the team. Yeah, but the teams to watch out for, again, if you talk about the upper leaderboard, it is Soul, it is going to be team Revenant, who had literally 0 points the previous game. They would be looking to get some points at least from this final game.
It is possible, but again, let's have a quick look at the schedule as well, because 5 maps over. And Team 0 were the ones who got the chicken on first one, followed by Entity on Miramar, and then Team Together Esports surprising all of us yet again with their solid performance on the map of Erangel. And then the group switched up. Sanhok, not a very massive chicken dinner, but still a 20-pointer for Revenant. And on the back of it, in the next one, Vikendi, WSB, 27 points chicken. That was literally a massive one, and a great performance from their side, because they did not back down from any fight. If anything, they took the fight to the teams who were literally winning out against all of them in this entire lobby, and that was God's reign. So a very well achieved feat by WSB, and clearly shows their potential. Now, on the back of that chicken, moving on to the map of Erangel, yes, it's a bread and butter for most of them, but what I want to focus down also is the fact that momentum plays a humongous role. Revenant, not being able to secure a single point, would want to try and change the tides, but WSB would just want to sail with them.
Yeah, that's true. WSB, they will be looking to get another consistent game is what I'll say, because WSB has been consistent throughout week number 2. That's what I felt. They've got, this is their second chicken dinner if I'm correct, in this entire week, plus the other games that they've played, 4th, 5th. Yeah, the frag is something that they need to work on, but other than that, they've been really, really good in terms of the positioning, of themselves in the match. So let's see WSB how much can they get from this final game. Erangel, and they would be looking to enter the top charts for sure. Top 8 is going to be their target, but only time will tell if that's the case.
I mean, they've already entered the top 16, so yes, top 8 would possibly be the next possible spot for them, and would not be a lot of problem, but it definitely would be for the teams who had already played their matches before. But let's quickly head into the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pretty awkward plains path going in directly from Zarki, would be anywhere on the north side of Lipovka. So the teams who want to go directly down south onto Military Base Island might face some problems. And that's going to be a problematic drop for the side of God's Reign, which we have known love to jump there. But Godlike should not face any problems because Yasnaya is just over the wing.
Yeah, correctly pointed out. So these southern teams, usually God's Reign, yeah, they do this. They drop towards Zarki if Novorep, if that military base area is not in reach. So that's what they'll do. Go back towards that Zarki area. The other teams, though, is what I'm excited to see. If we do see some sort of drop clash or teams just banging their heads up against each other or not. So let's see. Team Soul should be a school and apartment split as usual. One of these odd games, they decided to rush onto the players of Team 4 shot that were in Water City, if I'm not wrong. And that did not end up well. After that, they haven't tried any sort of experiments in the entire tournament. So probably they've learned their lesson. So we'll stick towards their drop location. I do see Destro following a player of Global Esports. Is that a duel you'd like to take early on in the game?
Maybe just for the vehicle, which Destro has found. So now I'm pretty worried about Mavi. The Destro has not figured out his location, so he'll quickly just rendezvous with his teammates towards Zarki. Not going to face a lot of problems. Godlike as well, dropping in Yasnaya. No problems there either. Revenant will not go anywhere apart from Milta and towards the farm. That's where they always like to go down and get those crucial utilities team forever as well. Just towards the western part of the farm and trying to take that space. Pretty centralized zone coming in. This is the first time we've basically seen the zone being at the central position. No hard shifts whatsoever. Alibaba Raiders as well will be looting directly towards the western part of that query and will make their way from down south towards the ferry pier, where I don't think so they're going to face any major difficulties. If not, iFlix would probably decide to just take that space and trying to gatekeep those teams around towards the northern side. 70, Global Esports, they're taking the entire control, though, so a lot of real estate for them towards Stolber as well, and Kameshki left open. Might want to go in for those rotations. Windgod is a team that I also really want to look forward to because towards Lipovka, their performance needs an upgrade.
Everything kept aside, what is Ninja Boy doing? Why is he going towards Stolber? They drop at Severny, na? Loot there. But no, he wants to loot away from his teammates. He's looting for himself towards the northern side of Stolber, and that's where he'll find comfort. So hey, I don't think so it'll be that big of a problem because nobody's near to him. But still, I'd like to know the idea behind that sort of a rotation. But a very centric circle. So probably very first, I'd say very boring first two circles is what we'll have. Not a lot of fights to be done unless and until, AR bump into the players of Team iFlix or maybe Gujarat Tigers bump into the players of Team iFlix. Other than that, I do not see literally any fight happening on the map. 4Shot, they constrain themselves to Water City. They never go exploring around Rozok. So, yeah, the split from Soul is good. They will enjoy the loot, but not a fight. Blind, Shelter, Caves, that is the area that they usually loot around. That's where they are. And nobody to be found. So that's another empty situation. Lipovka by Windgod, Mansion. A split of Mansion is what also they have. Revenant, as you already pointed out, Milta and Milta Power being taken down by FS. So majority of these teams right now have a peace treaty held in front of them because nobody's nearby. So there won't be any fights happening in the first few circles. But then the quality of loot that either of these players get, that's what I'm more ready to see. I want to see what sort of loot do these players, especially I'd say iFlix, who are looting these small little compounds of Gatka, or maybe Roman from Alibaba Raiders, who is looting small compounds of Query, gets, because if the loot is not great, well, you'll be in trouble whenever the first fight approaches.
That is the thing. They've got entirety of that south part totally free for them. So even if he has a few less utilities, would be able to get an extra drop from his teammates. Not any major deal for them whatsoever. And yes, no fights being taken, but there could be a few brewing up. Once the next zone shifts, we will possibly see a lot of clusters forming around Potato because that we've seen all these teams with a centralized play. North of the farm would also be a place which might possibly be contested. Blind on the other side. Now, Shelter is the kind of area where I feel, yes, you can try and find some basic utilities, but you need to win your first fight and then grab that extra bit if in case you really want to sustain through this draining, slow-paced gameplay and then a very quick burst of extra finishes, which comes after the fourth stage zone. So that's the kind of thing I want to look forward to, but Blind do need to be pretty vigilant about Windgod directly to their east, who are now making their own rotation as well. And on the other side, just as you mentioned down south, Revenant trying to find their footing on the map of Erangel. They've already shown multiple times how solid they play. Ninja Boy rendezvousing with his teammates towards Savini as well, getting those extra bit of utilities. Now, again, nothing major happening around the map, but I really want to look forward to a potential fight that could happen between 4Shots and Aiku Soul. We've seen how well both of these teams, they kind of, go in with that head-to-head trades, and 4Shot doing a very solid job by also making Soul know their own boundaries so that they don't try to take that space away from them. But Potato, I think so. It could be a hill which is going to be contested, if not by 3, at least by 4 or 5 teams, which are now going in a cluster there.
Well, that would be really troublesome. Although,
Indeed.
for now, it's again just hocus pocus, I'd say. We're just making speculations on what can and what would happen if certain things change. But hey, the first zone's already started to close in. So pace needs to be picked up by, who should I say, Reckoning, God's Reign, and Alibaba Readers. Because other than them, literally everybody else is inside the zone. So let's see where do they decide to rotate, what part do they take, because God's Reign right now, if they do go straight, Gujarat Tigers will be waiting, Autobots might be in the way, even Global Esports could be a threat. So direct rotation will be a little bit difficult for God's Reign. But other than that, for Reckoning, yeah, it's very simple. You avoid the big cities anyway while you're rotating. So I don't think so Yasnaya will be on their radar. So they'll just try to rotate from the mansion area, Reckoning, and should find themselves a good spot. So all of these teams just waiting. As soon as the second zone forms, that's when these players, these ideas will start predicting on where the zone could go. And on the basis of which the rotations will start.
I guess so as well. And again, the point being touched upon the members of Godlike who are sitting in Yasnaya, I feel that they have got a very solid track potential, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to how will you position yourself in the circle, and that is where they kinda struggle. Revenant have been able to find their own footings, they've figured out their own playground, and now the team is synergizing really well. And that is the reason why we majorly see them on top of those charts. And on the other side, other teams are now slowly showing their main cards as well. You talk about the team entity. They were not having any kind of flashy plays in the first week, but definitely in week number 2, they've changed their gears and also securing that top spot. But on the other side, the team who has basically dropped down a little bit is definitely God's Reign in the area of Zarki right now. They would probably tank up the first blue and then will decide to move forward after they've realized that yes, all the teams are inside the circle. They're not going to face any resistance from any teams who would try to gatekeep them. Because previously we used to have this meta of gatekeeping a lot, and it would start very early on. But since the meta has shifted, it's a very centric oriented meta. You can go in for a few extra late rotations, and with that, the only problem lies is for you to find a good position in the circle. But you get an opportunity for a third party too, so maybe that would help them out.
That could be a probability. But right now, as you said, that centric cluster has again began to form around the school area this time around. iFlix, 4Shot, WSV, Forever, Godlike, AUTOBOTZ. What? How many teams won that area? What is this, bro? Come on, there's other parts of the map too where you can play. Because one hard shift and you all will be running down to a different new plane, different new area. Now let's see how do you adapt if some stuff like that happens, because right now the idea is clear. Everybody just wants the center.
Imagine if actually the zone takes a very hard shift. Yes, it will be a problem. But here's the thing that I always found amusing is that most of the teams playing in that centric part would try to gather a good position. But quite a few times we actually see the teams who are going in for that late rotation occupy that exact same compound by going in for fourth party, maybe a third party, but majorly a fourth party, because two teams collide, you always have the third team joining in, and then you with your own teammates try to get some extra flushes onto that one last team, and then get comparatively less scrap points but a better position for your team. And that's how we normally see the team who are winning the chicken dinners play out. We've seen that multiple times happen already. So what I personally feel is that maybe just try and take a few extra fights at the situation where you know that yes, the compound on your left, it's not entirely empty. There are a few players out there. Just try and go and take a fight against them. Maybe invest 3 members with one being left behind so that you still have the control of your own compound. Try and win the fight in front of you and then rendezvous back with that same player. It's a little risky strategy, I would definitely say, but it's kind of worth testing out, because week 2 was where you could test a few things out, but the teams who are literally on top of the leaderboard can test more of their strategies out in week 3 and potentially week 4, where we already know Destro likes to check a few things left and right.
Hey, a lot of, again, I'd say scared make a team. try everything it out and then try to qualify to challenge finals, and then I'll agree with the strat that you make. But yeah, it's a good suggestion. I'd say it's a good suggestion, but I don't think so. The teams are going to, put so much effort into sort of changing their strat, because what they've prepared, they at least need to try it for a tournament. You cannot drop it mid-tournament and say, "Oh, bro, nothing works, so let's try something new." You give it time, because I've seen teams with literally the same things with the same strat with just few minor adjustments, and they've been winning games. WSB would be the biggest example of that. They haven't changed anything drastically in their strategy. It's more of shot calling and better zone prediction. That's it, and they've been able to win a few games, and they've been able to stage a comeback. So let's see if some of the other team is able to find something similar or some similar adjustment. But right now we do see the players of team iFlix. Insidious was taking a few shots, but now just has given away his position without much damage. So shot know where your opponent is, but then again, this is just the second zone, so I don't think so they'll be too worried about pushing or trying to rush in into a particular compartment.
Well, you really think that might not happen, but I feel otherwise, because yes, 4Shot's positioning, it's quite like a sandwich situation where up north they have iFlix and down south WSB. Just above that shoreline, and Alibaba Raiders are also now trying to take their entry from the southwestern part directly up towards the shoreline. We normally see Orangutan play there, but since Orangutan is not in this group, that's where Alibaba Raiders will make their way. They always love to play for those position points, so they seldom go in for any kind of early skirmishes. Even Reckoning are now starting to move directly up and diagonally opposite to Alibaba Raiders. It's northeastern part towards the mansion they'll try to enter. But yes, again, focusing on that exact same cluster. It's Team Forever basically caught between Seoul on towards their north, Godlike towards their northeast, and on to their east they've got Blind. Towards south you've got Revenant, iFlix directly on your west. There's no way for them to make any kind of escape. So that is a position I think, if zone forms on you, is good, but if it does not, I would be pretty worried, because you have no way of making any kind of rotation without losing at least one or two of your members, and that too if you're lucky.
And that's true. Hey, well, let's not be in a position like that in the first place. But most of these teams will be, because they're so center constricted. Most of these teams will be in a position where they'll have to make longer rotations in the 4th or the 5th zone. So I'm just waiting for that to happen, and then look at the teams and go like, "Oh, bro, the kill's going haywire. The frag feed is going haywire." That's what happens. That's the reason for the 4th and 5th zone commotion. But yeah, right now, not even a single player has been eliminated. Now that's new for me. At least 1 or 2 players have been eliminated till what, stage number 2 or 3 is about to start now. But nothing of that sort has happened. So even more chaotic final zone is what I think.
Because again, the position of the circle is in a way that most of the teams are able to find some good shelter and are also able to gather a ton of information. Windgod being in the dead center, you can pinpoint their location. They're literally in the center of that entire circle. They also have the information about Revenant being present, knowing that FS are also making their own way. Alibaba Raiders on the other side though, near that shoreline, not having any major probs. Seoul as well. Now we've seen Team Seoul normally play pretty aggressive, playing in for the picks. But this time, since they do not have to make any kind of longer rotates, are just sticking to the place where they love to play on. God's Rain entering directly from the Yasna Polyana. And the timing is just always impeccable with this team, because they know when to make the rotation from where. Gujarat Tigers playing with a 2-2 split though should be able to intercept God's Rain in the position. And the question is, if the fight is going to break there, then who is going to be victorious? Because Global Esports are down to their south, should be able to hear all the commotions as Reckoning now enter directly from the eastern path through that shelter, and the cluster changes. Another central shift of the circle. So all these teams will now try to occupy the compounds that have been preoccupied by Godlike, Team Forever, iFlix, WSB, Alibaba Raiders, who will be in close proximity to Revenant, and 4-shot as well should be caught between Wind God and Revenant, both of them. Not quite sure if I'm a fan of that rotation.
Let's see if that happens or not. Global Esports though, in the middle of all of this. This is a really cheeky spot that they've taken towards the western side of prison, western side of shelter. Now that dip is infamous. At least when I used to play this game, I really hated that dip. Because it feels so secure. It feels like nobody can shoot at you. But once the teams start, they're pixels under the vehicle. They're pixels out of place from the right hand side. And you just get chipped again and again, and then don't even start about the utility that gets thrown on you. So Global Esports, that won't be the best possible position. Find a compound near it. Yeah, that should be fine. But then that dip is a false sense of security, is what I think. But hey, another circle, it's a centric shift. Not a lot of teams outside of it. So not a lot of rotations to be seen. God's Reign on the move though. From Mansion, they're trying to get inside the zone. Finally, we do see a fight. AUTOBOTZ Rico has been taken down by Soul Mania. And that's the very first elimination. Mr. Spray returns fire, but then just gets run over by Knuckle. And AUTOBOT lose a couple of players.
You wanted a few finishes, and here we go.
Thank God.
2 of the members of AUTOBOTZ taken down, picked apart. And Joker should be revived up as well. And I love this maneuver. Quickly getting into the car and then moving him to the cover. I love when this update came out because I'm usually the one of the guy who gets knocked down. Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, I'm still got pretty decent brains, but not the firepower that all of these players have got after all.
Of course,
Specifically talking about the man up in screen, Manya. And he's also one of those IGLs that you know has got a massive potential. If not of 1v4, at least 1v2 and 1v3s. He can pull that off. And if you've got an IGL of that potential, you know what kind of fraggers your team have. Now, iFlix position has been noted as well. So, Insidious, since he's one on the watch out duty, have already noted Manya too. Quite sure if that's literally the best way to go in for the fight, but the cue has been given. They're going in for the slam. They're pushing everyone from iFlix back as well as Manya takes a few shots, will be healing himself back up while his team takes the real estate away from iFlix. I love the way how coordinatedly they are playing and the way that they've taken the entire space. iFlix just respecting it.
Yeah, iFlix know that a push like this was possible because this is the edge of the zone and they're happy to give it away. They've already scouted area up front and they're like, yeah, you want to have the Potato Hill compound? Yeah, you've got it. Not a problem. And now you can just play around it. They haven't completely given it away, but then I've sort of created a ruse that, yeah, come, please take the compound. And then if you're a little bit inconsistent, if you're a little bit complacent, we'll take you down. And guess what? The zone's also in a way that Soul might need to fight against the players of Team iFlix before taking the compound. Or even if they do, they'll be stuck on the edge of it. So this is a crazy zone. We were talking about hard chips. Here's one for you. Completely stretched towards the Potato Hill area. And now iFlix, if they're careful enough, they might be able to rack up a lot of frags.
I just wanted to see map right now because most of the teams, they were directly towards the northeastern and the southeastern edges will now have to move their way. And I love the positioning from Wind God yet again. Dead center, not needing to make a heavy rotation. They've got a lot of empty space. Now up towards Potato, you've got Soul and iFlix, both of them going against each other. Get one. Insidious has been taken down out in the open. Not quite sure if that was the best positioning as Mad Wreck gets Ronnie out of the picture as well. Will get the flush, confirming it. Can he find the second? Yes is the answer. Joker not having the greatest of the games or either the day. Just like that. Soul losing 2 of their members. Manya as well being taken low. Knuckle. They're down towards that race. Do not have enough opportunity to try and take them away because my god, that's not just a third party. That's also a fourth party because Team Forever joining in. Jelly taking down Flock. And this is madness in the entire map. And specifically talking about Potato because Crypto was taken down by that nade. Oasis will finish Jelly off as well. Mafia now joining in the fight as well. From behind, Ovail should be able to take another frag down. Yes, Max been taken down, but he himself will fall. Thanks to the vehicle run over coming in. That's Godlike Jonathan joining in the mix. Team Forever against Godlike. Down to a
Johnny.
1v1 possibly. Jonathan against Mafia, who moves up close. He's got the high ground, but Jonathan's got the
Oh,
angle
that's
and
it.
he will get the flush. And that's Godlike winning away their fight.
The problem is they've lost a player. And here comes another team. Alibaba Raiders wants to raid this particular area. Roman has already spotted down quite a few players. And now Scuba also wants some information. They know that they can control this particular ridge. But let's see if they're able to win the fight. iFlakes, they're quick. That's a great decision made by them. They're quick and they just rotate off of this place. They're like, yeah, we need to fall back over here. We need to reset before we engage into another battle. And Alibaba Raiders, they will gain free real estate. iFlakes on the other hand, they are yet to find a spot for themselves to stop and reset. Crypto does not need to, but then he needs to change the buggy. 2 more bullets on this vehicle and it goes boom.
Bro is literally playing with fire. But at least he's safe. I was worried about the members of Gujarat Tigers, but now I'm worried about the members of Revenant because Fears is quite low in the HP. You need this man up on his feet and with full of it. Because yes, Potato is one part where we'll see quite a few of the contestant, but since we've already heard the commotion there, most of the teams would try to take the space directly down southeastern part of the circle. And that is where Revenant, Wingod, Autobots, as well as iFlakes, FS, they're all trying to go in. And my goodness, this just seems so unforgiving. Because if you just look outside of that blue towards the eastern parts, you will see a lot of these teams, specifically Blind, Reckoning, God's Reign, FS. And down south, you also have 4Shot, WSB, all of them trying to take their entries. Now, WSB near the member of Soul. That's Knuckle, up close. Revenant as well, out in the open. So they're inside the smoke covers, but they do not have the best possible ground for themselves. iFlakes have been noted, but a few shots being fired onto Fears, who now concede the space. We'll move back to the safety of that trade. But they've got to watch their 6 as well, because they do not want the members of 4Shot to come and basically find them out.
For now, Revenant inside the zone. All 4 players surviving. That's the best possible scenario for a team. Being inside the zone and with all 4 guys remaining. Fierce. They're not doing much right now. Just tossing a few smokes left and right. Choya in the meanwhile gets a player of team Gujarat Tigers. So Shadow out of the game. A lot of players being picked apart one by one. So teams have already started losing players. FS, they've lost their entire team. That's a team to be finished on the 15th spot. We have another elimination. Soon the name to be revealed. I believe it might be Gujarat Tigers. But then, Wind God, they've seen the players of Team iFlakes, Crypto, head popped out for a second, but Rex is not good enough to connect that shot. But here comes in the... What? Cheyenne just fell to his demise. And the other player is very low outside, and then the third party is also happening because Autobots are helping the players of Team Wind God. And they've just eliminated the entire squad. 4Shot, not more than 3 or 4 seconds is what they were able to survive. iFlakes, Autobots and Wind God, 3 different teams took them down.
I was just not expecting that to happen whatsoever, and neither is this Aditya being finished off yet again. Potato is just so unforgiving as the members of Global Esports now will finish off Max. And it's all possibly down to just Jonathan yet again. But look at the commotion. Alibaba Raiders as well will try to take the piece of that cake. Roman for now falls, but so does Ninja Boy. Slug still surviving just behind that cover. WSB down to their south, but Alibaba Raiders down to the last 2 members who are standing on their feet. Scuba should be able to give the revive, but Ral, does he know about Mavi, who is just making so much noise?
Yep, he does.
And his position has been noted as well. He will be brought down to his own knees yet again. It's down to Slug and Global Esports, even though they had the perfect timing to go in for this push, are now crumbling. But that nade could have been so very nasty. Alibaba Raiders have still managed to survive through all of that. How do you even manage to achieve it?
There has to be a third party, right? I don't think so. Because Ralph only has 1 frag. And the entire squad of Global is out. There has to be a third party. No way they got eliminated just by Alibaba Raiders. And that's the advantage of having a position just before the zone closes in, inside the zone. And look at that. WSB, another good prediction. They're inside the zone. All of their 4 guys are there and they're in top 7 already. Yes, the number of frags is still very low. They just got 1 frag. But if they're able to get 15 points overall from this game, it should be a great game for them. Revenant just lost a player. Alibaba Raiders are yet not done. They take out most from the players of Team iFlix. Aquanox falls to the play zone and Fierce is in the vehicle trying to make some moves. One by one, the players of Team Revenant fall. But in the meanwhile, you see the Autobots players, you have Carry and Skrill still there. So we thought they might be eliminated, but the two players still survive. And on top of it, Nakul is also sharing the same compound.
Exactly my point. They haven't flushed him out yet, so he could definitely play as a spoiler. But for WSB, in towards the foothills of Potato, not having any major difficulties, and that's going to be Nakul flushed out, Carry with the nade, perfect onto it. But he himself is being chunked out because Raiden is cooking something up. Let this man cook is possibly the name of the game. Has just brought down the Molotov. Will try to burn them alive. But they're still surviving. We'll get some crucial utilities from the crate of Nakul, but on directly towards up front north. Alibaba Raiders will try to fire a few shots, warning WSB not to go out in the open way too much. But just throw an aid to try and find a lucky frag, because again, down towards the eastern part, you've got iFlix still surviving. Look towards south. Still got Autobots in that exact compound. Last 4 teams remaining. Alibaba Raiders seem to be in the prime position to try and win this out. They've got the high ground. They also have a lot of different angles to play along with. They've got some decent amount of covers too. Not that much, but at least the high ground is helping them.
It is, but let's see Alibaba Raiders, how do they continue? WSB, the problem there is going to be Alibaba Raiders themselves. But yeah, good nade by Anuj, makes sure Carry cannot close in. And now it's only Skrills that they have to deal with. He has been able to sneak out unnoticed because of all of these smokes. But I think Anuj is very vigilant about that fact. Even Bomb gets a knock onto Duke. Ralph is fighting off in another battle. Anuj random spam through the smoke, gives a little bit of damage but not the knock. Player trying to hide behind the tree. Yeah, that's not happening because a player from Alibaba Raiders, Ralph is the one getting that knock. And with a vehicle blast, players are falling apart one by one. It's all down to Ralph from the players of Team Alibaba Raiders, and the third team is outside the zone going in for a heal battle. Madrek is trying to get that heal battle done. Zeref will take care of this last player, and this is another chicken written for the players of Team WSB.
What a brilliant play. Even though they were just down those foothills, not having the height advantage, they knew the team they need to take care of. Just a few shots being fired by Madrek and will now fall to the play zone. Not a point given. And position gained second. WSB yet again with another chicken perfectly mentioned. And guess what? We're still not gonna have the person with the last finish because, again, it's the play zone who finished the last person. On the other side though, I would still say a pretty solid game coming in from the members of AUTOBOTZ as well as Alibaba Raiders, because they gained 3rd and 4th position. IU Soul as well, finishing on 5th place. Now, even through all of that commotion that they were put in, I feel that getting the 5th place from all of that situation is still pretty solid. But man, oh man, this is one of the reasons why I kind of don't like Potato. Let's just say I like witnessing what happens towards Potato is so many teams just try to converge over that one single hill only because of the advantage of the height that it has. But WSB giving up on all of that, making their entry from down south, finding the perfect timing and the perfect angle so that they're not spotted from the hilltop, and also they've got covers directly to the eastern part. Just a brilliant play and a brilliant maneuver.
Who does not like potato? Scared. I mean, in my house, we every day just eat potato only. So I think the players were also like, bro, potato, let's go potato. That's how they wanted to rotate. And that's why we had a lot of fights on that particular area. But yes, jokes apart, it was a power position. The team Alibaba Raiders, who was essentially able to capitalize on that spot, had to come downhill. Yes, that could be one of the reasons because of which WSB were so easily able to get the frags. But then the smoke wall, I think it was created by AUTOBOTZ, but it unnecessarily or necessarily helped the players of Team WSB because they knew that they had to isolate a fight. Running through the smokes, they were trying to find the players of Team AUTOBOTZ. At the same time, nobody could have shot upon them from uphill because, again, the smokes were covering the vision. So it kind of worked in their favor. And after that, WSB, there was no stopping them. But these were the fights we were talking about. Even before this, we had a lot of fights around Potato Hill.
Yeah, so the first fight basically began between Soul and iFlix, which was joined in by the members of Godlike, who had Team Forever hot on their heels. And that
then
was the
Alibaba
time
Raiders.
when iFlix and Soul, yes, they both made the decision that, you know what, let's get out of here, boys, because there's Alibaba Raiders, there's Global Esports, everyone just trying to converge for that one specific location. And Global Esports, yet again, finding a perfect timing, but not the best positioning, because not having a weapon in hand, Slug running out of the cover, not the perfect way for you to try and get the opening in a clutch situation. But all in all, I would still say a solid decision from iFlix as well as Soul, because on the back of it, they were able to grab some additional position points, not going in for those frags. And I think so that was the good decision, because I never thought I will agree to it, but sometimes retreating from a fight, especially from a location which is a power position, is good than staying there.
Yeah, I mean, iFlix, that team was the one who benefited the most, because Rek was able to get that second spot. That's 12 points by itself. So it was a good decision made over there. But another great decision was made by Fierce by playing this game, because he had 5 finishes in this map. A big contribution. That means Revenant did not have much frags under their belt, but then Fierce was the one getting the maximum out of that situation. So yeah, Revenant Fierce will be the MVP for the game.
This team probably had 6 or 7 frags in total, and honestly, where their position was, if I'm not wrong, they were towards the southeastern part of the map. That was not the best possible location, because they had to take care of Wind God directly up towards the north as well, and they did not have the height advantage and the covers. It was just not present there. We're gonna have a quick look for the stars of the match as well, the ones who were able to outshine the rest. No finisher yet again, but going all out. Fierce with 7 knockouts and 5 finishes, 764 damage. That is actually pretty solid. And on the other side, best companion gonna go to none other than Ralph from Alibaba Raiders. 2 rescues, health restored 253 with a survival time of 27 minutes and 32 seconds. And I mean, just seeing the way Alibaba Raiders were holding that position, it's not the first time that they've came second from that kind of situation. It's the second time, if I still remember. There was once during the match of Sanhok when they were up against Wingard, but this time it was WSB, and I would just say they were feeling it. They were carrying the exact same momentum that they left on Vikendi.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All of these players made an impact, but I'm more excited to see the match standings after this game, because how many points did Revenant get, plus how many points did WSB get? This will impact the overall standings a lot. And do the players of team WSB make it to top 8? That's the biggest question. That's the biggest question I have. So WSB, of course, had about 5-6 frags. So 20 points. Yeah, 6 frags to their name. So 21 points. iFlix, on the other hand, had 9 frags to their name, which makes, again, the total of 21. Which is a good number. Alibaba Raiders also finally finding a decent game, 15 points. AUTOBOTZ as well, 14 to their name. And Revenant, yeah, there we have them. 10 points. Team IQ Soul, 9 points, which might not help them get the top spot, but might stand up on that third after the final day of week number 2.
That is indeed true. But again, pretty saddening part for Team Godlike, because it seems that they're always getting caught in between the rotations of multiple teams. They decide to go in for a good location, but their timing just seems to be a little bit off. And that is something that they would need to work upon. So maybe just contemplating on the actions of week 1 and week 2 will help them out to outperform the other teams in week 3. Wingard as well, just not finding their footing. Blind, not having a great day today as well. I was expecting a lot from this team, specifically seeing how they were able to perform in the previous 2 days. Gujarat Tigers falling way too quickly, and so was Team Forever. They had a pretty good previous game, but this time around, not so much. FS and 4 shots, again, occupying the last 2 spaces, being eliminated quite early on, not having a lot of finish points either. Not a great day for them whatsoever. Global Esports, in the midst of it all, were able to get 6 points for themselves. I would still say it was pretty decent. God's Reign with their late rotation, seeing how they started in Zaki, entered directly from up north, then went for a very long rotation from the eastern part and then wanted to enter from down south of the mansion where they had no information. So that's where I think the trouble began for them, because they were caught between quite a few teams out there. But nonetheless, a very solid day indeed for Soul, Revenant, Autobots as well coming back, and that was a good comeback. And WSB, you just cannot forget this team at all. Getting 2 chicken dinners, and that's the way you really want to end the second week at, because in third one you can carry this kind of momentum ahead and also figure out the mistakes that were in the previous one. iFlix, though, with those 9 eliminations, their reposition seemed almost perfect.
Yeah, that's true. The reposition, or say whatever you want, the heal battle, those 12 points were very, very crucial. And yeah, you already touched the point. WSB, what, they had 50 points between these 3 games, 21 from this. Not exactly sure about how many points did they get from Sanhok. I think 20, yeah? 41
Well,
between the two.
Same, like 27.
20, hey, that's a big number. 48 then. 48 points overall between just 2 games. So the third game, I'm sure they did not get eliminated with 0 points. So somewhere around 50 points is what they get in the final day. That will give them a huge jump in the overall standings. I just cannot wait to see what 180 or 190 points is what they'll have. 180, I think. Somewhere around that number. But that would be be sufficient. I mean, WSB from 24th is when I remember them. First page, that's just insane. That's just insane within a span of 3 days. That's a great job done by WSB.
I mean, you've been making so many guesses, so why not let's have a look at the standings right away, because it's Entity still retaining their first spot after the last game. WSB making their way directly to the 6th spot with 165 points for themselves, and 101 have been with the placement, 64 with those finishes. So they've definitely made a good improvement on the back of it. Chemin again retaining their spot. Soul moving up to 3rd. Team Together Esports being on 4th. Revenant and WSB on 5th and 6th spot respectively. God's Reign again moving up. I like how Carnival Gaming are now ending their week at the 8th position. It's not that bad, but they still need to do quite a bit of work, because when we'll move on to the second page, we'll see that the points disparity between 16th and 8th is not that high. And week 3 would basically be even more ruthless for these teams.
Yep, that's true. So you will start from the bottom. Global Esports 131 points, barely qualifying. What happened to Team Prince is my biggest question. Table toppers before the week started. Yeah, they might not mind bottoming the table after the week ends. They're on the 14th spot, blind with 138 on the 13th one. Team Forever, Hydra, Alibaba Raiders, and Gujarat Tigers barely also making the cut. And as you already pointed out, the gap isn't that big. 18 points between the 9th and the 16th position team. So anybody can topple anybody right now. Big Brother, 8-Bit, yeah, these teams have already talked about. Godlike, of course, they are not on the 25th spot is where they started. But then 19 also does not do justice to them. So I'd like to see Godlike perform a little bit better. Reckoning, after a few good games, finally have been able to make themselves at least in top 20. Not even that. Hey, 21st position is what they have, but still not very far away from top 16. iFlix, Gen X, FM, Team X Park. Yeah, we'll see them the next week. But once again, performance is going to be the key. You will have to perform in a good fashion.
And that is what OR needs to find for themselves as well, because on week 1 they were doing pretty decent, but then week 2 started and everything started to crumble, and so did for Wind God, FS, TWM haven't been finding their footing at all. Team 0 slowly creeping up. I was hoping to see them up on that board, seeing how they were able to grab 2 chickens for themselves in this week, but they just could not keep that momentum. They could not keep that consistency, and that's why just on the back of those 2 chickens, they've still not managed to be on the 3rd page, on that 29th position itself. Now, these are the things that seem to be worrying even for 4Shot. They need to step up their game. Now, week 2 was basically a reminder of things that needed to be changed, and week 3, it's going to be the last sprint for you basically, because yes, 18 more games are still remaining, but you can already imagine what the cutoff is going to look like. If the teams in the top 16 are having almost 130 points, you can expect almost the same amounts, if not more, maybe just a little bit less. But we're going to talk about all of that later, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got an interview lined up for you. Who is it going to be with? That's going to be a surprise for you, so make sure to watch it out.
कैसे चल रहा है? Top 8 के अंदर आज अच्छी खासी एंट्री लिया आपने. How are you feeling?
ठीक लग रहा है, मतलब ऐसा कुछ है, मेन गोल यही है कि टॉप 16 आना है, और ऐसा नहीं है कि 8 है, ये है बस अच्छे से खेलना है।
जी आप चालू करेंगे?
आप करिए पहले।
देखिए साहब, पहला हफ्ता पहला दिन बहुत
जी।
ही ज्यादा लो था, मानना पड़ेगा। फिर अचानक से ऐसी कौन सी उलझने सुलझा दी कि बातचीत ही बदल गई?
मैंने बोला कि फाइनल्स में तुम्हें घर से बैठ के देखना है तो ऐसे ही खेलो, नहीं अगर फाइनल उधर जाकर खेलना है तो अच्छे से खेलो। तो और हमारी नई टीम है, ये हमारा सेकंड टूर्नामेंट है साथ में, तो थोड़ा टाइम लगा हमें वो जो स्पीड मोमेंटम कैरी करने में, और उसके बाद तो सब सही हो गया।
अभी जो आपने 2 पावर हाउसेज लिए हैं, ब्लेज और एक्वानॉक्स, इनके साथ ये स्विचिंग कैसी चल रही है? मतलब क्या आप इनके पोटेंशियल से खुश हैं? ये जो कहते हैं ना बॉन्डिंग है आउट गेम और इन गेम, कैसी चल रही है ये?
नहीं, आउट गेम तो हम ऑलरेडी काफी अच्छे दोस्त थे हम लोग, TSM टाइम से हम लोग अच्छे दोस्त थे, एंड बॉन्डिंग वगैरह तो सब सही है। गेम में अभी नहीं, मतलब जो हमारा प्ले स्टाइल है उसमें अडेप्ट करने में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि हम काफी स्ट्रेटजी अलग है जो ये प्रीवियस लाइनअप से खेलते थे, एंड अच्छा ही है। देखो अब जीतेंगे इस बार, ट्राई करते हैं, होप फॉर द बेस्ट।
आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर आज के दिन तो आपने आपकी टीम ने स्पेशली सेंसे भाई फियर्स भाई ने किसी और का चिकन डिनर छीन लिया है, आपसे एक बार छीना गया था। उस दिन क्या हुआ था और आज का रिएक्शन क्या है, क्योंकि फाइनली यू गॉट द चिकन डिनर ऑन सानोक?
अच्छा था, और मतलब हम काफी उसमें और फिनिशेस निकाल सकते थे, हमने थोड़ा बहुत हमारी साइड से चोक हुआ, एंड सामने गॉडलाइक थी, फियर्स था, तो मुझे पता था कहीं ना कहीं कि फियर्स कर सकता है क्लच, क्योंकि पोजीशन पता नहीं थी, एंड उसने कर दिया। अच्छा लगा जीत के।
उस दिन जब चोरी
लेकिन
हुआ
आखिरी
था,
में हम डर रहे थे, आखिरी
अच्छा।
में हम डर रहे थे कि लास्ट बंदा कहाँ है पीछे से
नहीं, उस दिन जब सैनॉक में चिकन डिनर चोरी हुआ था, उस टाइम पे कैसे हुआ यार, ये क्या चल रहा है? ऐसा कुछ गुस्सा निकला था?
नहीं, एक्चुअली मैं काफी शॉक था कि यार 2 बंदों पे हम पुश कर रहे हैं और हमने 3 नॉक ले लिए। मैं तो उसी सदमे में था कि ये गाइस क्या कर दिया तुमने, एंड फियर्स एंड एक्वा दोनों कॉल दे रहे थे। मैंने बताया आपको जैसे कि नई टीम है तो दोनों फिल्टर कर रहे कि ब्लेज उधर कर, ब्लेज उधर जा, ब्लेज उधर जा। बहुत बेचारे को पैनिक कर दिया, एंड फाइनली वो जब पत्थर के पीछे गया तो उधर ही पड़ गई उसे गोली।
अनफॉर्चुनेट।
बिल्कुल।
बट सेंसे पिछली बार थोड़ी देर पहले हमारे साथ जूसी जुड़े थे, उनसे मैंने 7 सवाल पूछा था, सेम क्वेश्चन टू यू। ओवरऑल टूर्नामेंट में जो कंपटीशन अभी चल रहा है उस पे आपके क्या ख्याल है? बिकॉज आप भी काफी लंबे अरसे से कंपेटिटिव सीन का हिस्सा रहे हैं, यू प्लेड मल्टीपल टूर्नामेंट्स, बट इस बार ये जो टफ कंपटीशन डिलीवर हो रहा है, बिकॉज आप लोगों ने पोडियम पे स्टार्ट किया था, फिर एक ड्रॉप आया कि आप सेकंड पेज पे आए रैंकिंग्स के, अभी आप वापस क्लाइंब अप करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन डिफरेंस जो पॉइंट्स का है वो इतना अनप्रेडिक्टेबल है कि कहीं पे भी सेफ्टी फील नहीं हो रही है टीम्स को। सो व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट दैट?
ठीक है, और मैं मतलब कुछ ऐसा नहीं कि टफ है, जो टीम कंसिस्टेंट खेलेगी वो निकाल लेगी, एंड चैलेंजिंग ज्यादा जोन के अंदर नहीं, जोन के बाहर हो रहा है, मतलब हमारे लिए तो कि जोन के बाहर कौन क्या कर रहा है, हील बैटल कर रहा है, तो पीछे बहुत देखना पड़ रहा है हमें। बाकी ऐसा कुछ नहीं, जो डिजर्विंग होगी वो कर लेगी।
पूछो।
अब ये है ब्राउनी क्वेश्चन। अभी कुछ टाइम पहले आपने अपने सोशल हैंडल में एक वो डाली थी कि यू नो सैनॉक में चलता है ये बर्फ पट्टी लगाना, लोग तो एरांगल और मिरामार में भी चालू हो गए, और आप बड़े निराश थे जी। अब थोड़ी अब चीजें बेहतर हो रही है, मतलब अब
अभी तो काफी बेहतर है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट बहुत बेहतर है, और मुझे अभी कोई दिख नहीं रहा हील बैटल करते हुए, शायद ये सेटिंग्स थोड़ी बहुत चेंज
हुई। वैसे सेटिंग सेम ही है, लगता है आपकी स्टोरी से लोग ना थोड़े से नाराज हो गए,
प्लेयर्स की सेटिंग बदल गई है थोड़ी,
बट पीछे ब्लेज है, उनको हमारा प्यार जरूर देना, हम सब बहुत रूट कर रहे हैं आप लोगों को।
ब्लेज इंटरव्यू में आ रहा है, हाय बोल दो एक बार।
बट सेंसे थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। इस वीक में जो आपकी टीम का परफॉर्मेंस देखा काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग था, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर नेक्स्ट वीक एंड द जर्नी अहेड।
Okay guys, thank you for having me. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
That was fun. Blaze giving his own cameo in between, but nonetheless, I love the fact how Sensei is also on the same page with us, where he does not like the heel battles at all. No one wants to check their 6 time and time again. But yeah, I hate the heel battle whatsoever, man.
I've seen things happen which should not. I mean, Sensei was the one. Sensei, or was it another player from Team Revenant? They were snatched away off a check-in by Chemin Esports player from far away. So I get the idea. At that time, Necro was like, bro, Revenant is going to be pissed. Revenant is going to be pissed. And they were pissed. And that's why I'm sure Sensei does not like heel battle at all. This does not go with it.
Yes. But what we all like are to see the Finnish leaders. Ninja Boy yet again retaining his title as the #1. In 18 matches, he's got 35 finishes for himself with finish contribution of 41.67. Team Together Esports, Saikart, stepping up for his team, finishes 29 for himself, and the contribution is just 37.68. So you already know that his team is also doing a solid job.
Yep, Hacker being the next one in line. So somehow Punk is still in the leaderboard while his team is so very down below in terms of the positions. But hey, at least good thing he has been able to get those 27 frags. Harsh following him up with 27 of his own. But then again, you will still need to be a team player. Blind, I don't think so they're in trouble, right? They're already in top 16. So that it should not be a problem for them. All of these teams, except for I'd say Global Esports and Reckoning, should be feeling comfortable at this point in time. Blind, Together Esports, yeah. 80% they've qualified for the grand finals.
But still, that 20% is something that they would need to be wary about, because yes, you can be comfortable, but you cannot be lenient. You cannot be lethargic at all. You always need to be on point, on top with all of your calls and with every single decision that you make, because this was week 2. Yes, a few tests here and there, but from week 3, we're going to see the momentum build up. We are going to see that constant play from all of these teams coming up, and I mean the consistency that we always talk about is going to be the key from week 3, because there will be no more chances to fall back on. But at the end of the day, I am looking forward to it. What are your expectations from week 3?
Hey, week 3 should be... I just want one more team from the bottom charts to rise up. Like Together did, like WSB did. I just want one more team like that to end up in the top 16.
True. I mean, everyone would want to see that, but nonetheless, that's going to be it from all of our side, guys. If you really like it, make sure to follow us on our social medias, and the social medias are just under in your screen. ESL_India on all 3 platforms. You can find us. And also a big shout out to all the sponsors out there. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game, along with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. And you need one more thing with that. That's going to be Monster Energy. Unleash the beast, because all of these teams are doing exactly that. Now, this has been me, Scared from the casting desk. Alongside me, none other than Fritz, one of the most amazing out there. We'll be catching you guys in the next week. I flipped my tongue there a little bit, but these players will not flip their aim whatsoever. So see you guys soon. Make sure to join in on Friday.
I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me been, coach, I've been going hard. Time to let it show, everything raw. Give it to me now, let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no